Das Jahr. The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
It is so emotional.
On va vous laisser vivre ces images.
2, way faster transition compared to Kitty Scheid.
What is going on? This is not good.
Your UTMB champion!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a second start because I had my mic muted, so I will try to share the beginning of this day with the same excitement. So welcome back to the UTMB World Series event, the Trail Alsace Grand Est, located in the eastern part of France. And this is the replay. These are the images of the 50K that started yesterday, the Trail des Celtes, where we crowned Grégory Basilico from France, the local runner who's ran a blistering time. Here we go, he's in orange. Was pretty proud to get the title, stay local and show that that was his home turf. Just a note is because this 50K course is the last 50K of the 100 miles. So look at these images, you'll see them again. And even on the 50K, there he is. Grégory Basilico won using his poles, so it tells you something about how steep the course is. And here, Emily Schmitz from the United States of America and also representing Hoka managed to win the race, the 50K. So now we're back in the early morning hours, local time here in Europe. So wherever you're following, once again, a warm welcome to this live coverage. We're pretty exciting to have you here. It's going to be a pretty long day. Some 14 hours of live coverage just for you all. So please don't spend 14 hours watching the live. Go for a run, go for a jog. Just keep moving a little bit during the day. But yes, we'll follow the rest of the 100-mile race, the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, 175 kilometers and 6,200 meters of elevation gain. It's a point-to-point race, started in Colmar last night, 8 p.m. local time, and will kind of make its way northbound and kind of alternating between villages and like higher mountains up to a castle most of the time. And the runners will actually go through 22 different castles throughout these 175 kilometers. So we'll have the highlights very soon on your screen. And I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a recap because we left you last night as soon as we got really, really dark and we lost essentially sight of the runners. This is their start right in the city of Colmar with Maite Maioria, who's currently sitting in first position in the women's. And last I checked, she was in a 7th position overall, already crept up into the top 10. And we have our bet here with the other speakers because you also have live coverage in German as well as in French. And that is that she will most likely finish on the podium. That's our belief, but we shall see if that comes true or not. What happened during the night is you probably see him on the images. We had a fast start from Hugo Pellerol from France. You might see soon with the gray top, and he actually dropped out of the race, so that was a bit of a quick start, maybe a little bit too fast, but you know, we always like the excitement of a potential dark horse, so that was fun to see him be in the front for while it lasted. And this is the first castle that the runners have gone through with some troubadours, pretty excited ones. And here is the leading group. In this group, there was Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland, Andy Simon from the UK, and Hugo Pellerol. Like I said, Hugo dropped out of the race, and less than half an hour ago, from Great Britain, Andy Simons also had to drop out of the race about some 85 Ks in. So we're gonna check on him and hopefully check that everything is okay. So I'm hoping that I can give you a bit of an update on what happened, and again, fingers crossed, everything is okay with Andy, which means that now it's Fabrice Fauser in the lead with what looks like almost an hour lead on second place. Which is not nothing. It's a significant lead. So what is that going to mean for him? I don't know whether he came to this race to put pedal to the metal and try to establish a fast time, or if he was just coming to be in the top 10 and punch his ticket for UTMB Mont Blanc at the end of August. So depending on his objective, knowing that he has a narrow lead, he could really let go of the gas pedal and potentially had a bit of a chill second half of the race, just to make sure he doesn't go to the well and recover faster for the rest of the season. But that is yet to be determined. But again, he has 44 minutes precisely on second place. Jérôme Ferris, Team Autumn Running, and WTF. I don't know if it is what the fudge or if this is something else coming from France, who was sitting in third, and with the withdrawal of Andy Simmons, but is bumped up into second place. And in third place, representing Dynafit, is Markus Meinke from Germany, who is another 5 minutes back from second place, Jérôme Ferris. So there you have it. And I don't know if I was on air or if I was getting excited with my mic muted when I was saying that. But in the women's, Maite Majoria is still leading the race, and Jenny Jefferson is from Sweden and is currently sitting in second place. In the women's, I just want to check if she is. Alize Minker, who had moved up into third place, who was really close to Alisa Saint Laurent early last night, is still sitting in third, and so that is your top three in the women's. You have now the 100K course that we're going to catch up with at I think it is a 7:30 a.m. start local time. And you'll see again, this is the last 100K of the 100 miles. So the 100 miles runner are already on the first part of the 100K course. And then this is right now on this last 4 big climbs. Those are the 4 big climbs that the 50K runners yesterday covered. So we've already had the images, and we get a good idea of what the course looks like. And for one thing, all these climbs are quite steep, so the runners will have to make good use of their poles. And that last descent as well from that last big climb is where in the females field last race in a 50K yesterday, Emily Schmitz from the US actually made her move to go into first place and pull away from Jasmine Nunij from Switzerland. So this is where a difference was made in the later stages of the race in the last 10 to 15Ks. So we could expect to see some late changes if runners are still able to push on a downhill after 100K for the runners who will start this morning at 7 a.m. or the 100-mile runners who will get to that point in early afternoon for the leaders. Once again, we're happy to be back. Hopefully you are also excited to follow this 100K and the rest of this 100 mile. We've got a lot of things going on. A lot of things did happen during the night, and I think we're in for a crazy day. The weather looks all right, as you can see on these drone images. No rain is forecasted, maybe light showers at most. And the temperatures will actually not be too bad, being not too cold as well as not too hot, because in ultra running we have noticed through race statistics that the hot and warm temperatures are actually more detrimental to runners than cold temperatures. Stating the obvious here, but because when it's cold, you can always put layers on, but when it's warm and your body's overheating, either you slow down or you essentially end up dropping because you are cooked, and this is not what we want, especially over these distances. So that's about it for the recap for the day. Let us know in the chat if you have anything that you would like to share as well. And I'm checking now, and I have actually my doubts on whether or not you can already interact in the chat. So let me check that with the people back in the studios. So there we go. Ildiko Verschmecher is our highest UTMB index score, representing Hoke. First last year at Istria 100 by UTMB, second at Hurkenigman Endurance Trail last year as well, and already 14th woman at Trans Gran Canaria earlier in February this year. So quite a bit of racing from Ildiko. And she is our favorite. Tatiana Quesada has also raced quite a lot already, and will be our second contender in this 100K in the women's field with an UTMB index of 645, 645. As a reminder, if you're not familiar with the UTMB index, it is a collection of your race results based on a hypothetical world champion, like world record pace. So they take the course, flatten it out, and on that distance, they extrapolate a potential world record course record time. And this course record is actually 1,000. And so then, depending on your finishing time, then you get allocated a score. And those scores are the combination of all the different results that those athletes have achieved. And Club Prud'homme from France will be our younger competitor of the top three with a UTMB index of 638. And there we go. In the men's, coming from the US, 29 years of age, Silas Thompson, who I don't know if he's already raced over in Europe, so that's going to be an exciting one for Silas. And no race results so far in 2023. It seems, unless he's done some local races that are not recorded in our UTMB database. But some decent results on 100K in 100 miles. Matthew Healy from South Africa. He was at Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB. That was a pretty rough terrain, so he will be happy with those steep climbs today. 5th place there. 6th at Ultra Trail Cape Town, 100K as well, which is a very competitive race always. 10th at Mozart 100 by UTMB, which is a very runnable course. So between the runnable in Mozart by UTMB and the Nice Côte d'Azur by UTMB, which is rough, it looks like Matthew is a very versatile runner, and he will be happy on the flat as much as on the climbs and descents. And another French representative, Guillaume Berthier, in the third highest UTMB index of this race, 8th at the TDS 2 years ago, as well as a first place in the last man standing, 24 loops in 2020. So that man likes to run long. Guillaume Berthier from France.
Tout de suite, quand on se lève de derrière.
And there you go. We've got the start.
You stand up from the back first. Ceux qui sont derrière se lèvent. jusqu'au départ de notre première édition. Vous allez vivre un voyage unique à travers le temps du château fort et les vignes. C'est la promesse de ce Trail Alsace Grand Est by UTMB. 11 châteaux seront beautiful castles, and we've got our elite runners at the front. Mathieu France, Chloé France, Christelle France, Christophe, Tiffany, Kevin France, on a Jérôme et tout le monde, nous avons Pierre-Yves.
There you go, listing some of the runners in this 100K. So we're going to have two waves for the start, one at 6:50 for the fastest runners. So in less than 4 minutes now, if the time is correct, and one at 7 a.m. So there's going to be two waves. Yesterday for the 50K, there was 3 waves of 500 competitors. And we're expecting 2 waves here, starting in Orschwelle. So very shortly again, like I said, there will be the start of the first wave. You see they are getting ready. They are already lined up for that first start. Less than 3 minutes now until the start of that first wave. I am also being told that the chat is back on the live.utmb.world. So finally, I was inviting you to share your comments. However, that was apparently not an option yet, so apologize about that. This has been fixed, so we are good to go now. You can send us your comments. And actually, so Aid Station Fireball, you are back. Welcome back. That's what we love. There's always those faithful viewers that are always joining us for those live coverage. And Aid Station Fireball will undoubtedly share their knowledge as well with us every time. Very relevant comments on everything that's going on. So sweet, it is good to have you here with us. And we also have Barthélemy Duclos. Welcome, Bart, and asking when this starts. You wrote this in French, so if you're still listening, Barthélemy, there is actually a French channel. You might have found it already. So if you get tired of English or my voice, you have the option to listen to Johan and Alexis in French on the French live channel. And Saba Saltz is back as well. Welcome, Sabi. Good morning. I call you Sabi because I had a friend who had kind of, I think, the same family name, and that was his nickname. So I hope you don't mind me calling you like that. Good morning. Welcome back. Hope you're still excited to watch this, and that those images, this excitement is healing your injury faster, so you can be back out running on the trail. That's what it's about. That's what we're expecting. So I was told that there was a start at 6:50, but this may not be the case, or they are maybe slightly late. So we're gonna check in and see when they truly start. There we go. See, I got that right. So your friends call me Sabi. So, well, if you allow me, I will gladly. And there we go. So it was indeed a start. Look at these flames. We had the troubadour, the kind of singers. I don't know if you can say that in English. And wow, this is pretty cool. This is a really cool start in this little village of 600 inhabitants in Orschwiller, where they're starting in 2 waves, like we said. And this little village is known for the Route des Vins, like the kind of the street of wines, which is kind of a course, a point-to-point place where you can experience wine tasting all the way through the department. And you will be able to catch a glimpse of the church Saint-Maurice, which is one of the landmarks of Orschwiller, where this 100K is starting. So 109 kilometers precisely and 3,820 meters of elevation gain. So they are stretching the group here as they progress through town and make their way to the first climb. So straight into the first climb. So hopefully they did warm up a little bit. And there you go. I am assuming that this wave was 500 participants, just like they were yesterday for the 50K. In which case, we'll have about 1,000 participants in this 100K. And once again, we'll have camera runners, camera mountain bikers, drones to offer you those images that are quite groundbreaking. I was sharing that feedback with you last night when we were covering the start of the 100 mile. It is quite amazing when you think about it, how like 6-7 years ago we were refreshing a Twitter feed to try and have updates in an ultra running race. And now look at this. You are watching the lead pack in the men's race, running through those vineyards in France, and there she is, most likely our first female, our leader, current leader in the 100K. I'm gonna get my names together, if I can get the bib number right to let you know who that is. But if you know any of these runners, or if you are cheering for one or several of them, by all means, let us know in the chat. We'll give them a shout out. And if there's also any question, if you're a trail runner yourself and there's things you are wondering about or you would like to have answers for, if I have the answer, I would gladly share that with you. I've been running for just over 30 years, doesn't make me any younger, but I do have a little bit of experience and knowledge when it comes to running and trail running. And I'm sure that if I don't have the answer, somebody in the chat will. So that will be the opportunity to also gain experience and knowledge and feedback throughout this live coverage. So by all means, get involved, don't be shy. We are all here to share our passion and knowledge with the rest of the community. And there we go. We have images of the 100-mile leader. I believe that's him from Switzerland. Would it be Fabrice Fauser? Yeah, I think that's him. Yep, Dynafit cap. That's the man. Taking time to replenish, probably getting his belt to carry some of the stuff. And fueling as the day progresses. And like I was telling you, if you weren't with us at the start of this live coverage earlier this morning, Fabrice Fauser is now in the lead, and with the withdrawal of Andy Simmons, we are now, like Fabrice is now in the lead with over 44 minutes on second place. So that's some substantial gap. And we're back with the 100K. And it looks as though Fabrice Fauser has come into the aid station quite early. As you can see on these images that our beloved volunteers are still setting it up for the rest of the field. And this is a pretty solid pace to kick off that 100K, 109 kilometers precisely. On like I was saying, a pretty good temperature. Like these are really good racing conditions. And the rest, like I think these are first and second female right there in the 100K. Less than 10 minutes into the race, so the very, very early stage. If you're joining us right now, there you haven't missed anything. And again, in the women's, we're expecting Ildiko Verschmecher and Tatiana Quesada, Chloé Prudhomme, Benza Güsel, and Aude Lambert, which are our top female runners with the highest UTMB index. And you see already the arm warmers are coming down as the runners actually start with this slightly uphill course. And there he is. So this is always a good indicator to see the runners stride out after an aid station. So I don't know exactly how long he's been sitting there with his crew. And he's going back out. Almost 11 hours elapsed since the start last night at 8 p.m. in the city of Colmar. And most likely running on his own throughout the night. Because when we woke up this morning at 5 a.m., he was already half an hour ahead of Andy Simmons. So it sounded as though Andy had dropped down a little bit before that. And yeah, Fabrice Fauser, current leader of the 100 mile, the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. And I'm adjusting my notes here with the last runners who are amongst our favorite runners that are still there. Because, yes, again, sadly, we lost Andy Simmons as well as Hugo Pellerol, who was in the lead. Whose UTMB index seemed quite low compared to where he was standing at the time. And that's why we're a bit questioning whether he had made an incredible progression or maybe he was just not running within himself and is dropped out of the race since. So it sounded like he was overreaching a little bit, but like I said, it's always good to see people gunning for it and trying. It's always good. Doesn't hurt too much, except that, yeah, you end up not finishing the race. And in this case, also not seeing one of the 22 castles that these runners are going to not visit, but at least run through on the way to the finish line in overnight. So, yeah, best option is still to get to the finish line. And this is the second wave, start of the second wave, 7 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, on this live coverage, still in the city of Orschwiller. 600 people live there. And you have a lot of history again, lots of vineyards, and that is one of the pit stop of the famous wine tasting tour of the Alsace wines. So if you're into that, that is definitely a place where you need to stop. And there we go. We're back with the 100-mile race and Fabrice Fauser is making ground slowly but surely towards the finish line and claim a first place that would make him direct qualified to the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix, UTMB Mont Blanc. There we go. So hi to Life Journey. Good morning to you too. Thanks for the broadcast. You are very welcome. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you're enjoying it. We're enjoying as well, providing this broadcast to a wide audience of trail running enthusiasts. Always fun to share that with you all. And then Iliada, thank you so much for the feedback. The first female is indeed Beyza Güzel from Turkey, bib number 1010. So we'll be following that. Good stuff from the female leaders currently in the 100K that we'll probably have images of very shortly. And this is like you can see, going through the city as well as the very famous church of where is it? The Church Saint-Maurice. There you go. Church Saint-Maurice, who's actually very famous place in Orschwiller in case you're visiting or doing this wine tasting tour that I was telling you about. And so I'm being told that this lady that we have right on the screen would be Beyza Güzel from Turkey. So you can see 100-mile takes a toll on you, and this is definitely not the same stride that we saw at the beginning. But he is still there, running pretty strong. So let's hear it from the field. You've got the men's leader in 100K in a green collar on the left side of your screen. And on the right side of your screen is the red color for the 100-mile distance, 175 kilometers. That started last night, 8 p.m. And we got Fabrice pulling out the poles, getting ready for yet another climb. I'm gonna try and follow the progress of these runners, but in both distances, who, if I'm correct, might pass each other at some point, because Fabrice Fauser is already gone through 107 kilometers, so he's got just less than 70k to go, and the 100k runners, 109 kilometers, are covering the last 109 kilometers of the 100-mile course. So eventually, if the 100k runners run fast enough, they might bump into and pass Fabrice Fauser, as well as a big amount of the 100-mile runners whenever they're going to branch back onto that course. And so it is a similar race scenario in the 100k than it was in the 100-mile last night. Quite a bit of a group, 7 runners precisely in the lead group in the men's category, and in the women's, it is 1 lady alone so far.
Ouais, c'est reparti. Nickel, c'était une zone blanche.
And so it's Turkey that is being represented with Beyza Güzel. That is in the lead of the 100k in the early stages of this 100k race, the Ultra Trail des Païens. 109 kilometers precisely, with still 3,800 meters and 20 meters of gain. It's a point-to-point race, and if you take your phone out and you scan the QR code, you can actually win a bib number in the race of your choice in the UTMB World Series, as well as 20% off with the nutrition partner NAC. So take on the contest and play. Otherwise, it's utmb.typeform.com, ETCAGE23. And yes, Nathan, sadly, Andy Simmons withdrew from the race probably now an hour ago. We don't have any information about how he's doing, but indeed, like you, we are hoping he's okay. And as soon as we hear back from him, we'll update you with the status. And hell, we might even have him here on the live if he is keen for that and if he's recovered, because he would have run through already most of the night. So he might want to take a bit of a nap, catch up with sleep, and hopefully recover physically and mentally from dropping out of the race. Andy is a fighter, so he wouldn't have withdrawn for no reason, and would have definitely thought about the rest of the season and other options to compete. So would most likely have rather dropped out. But it is always a tough decision to make when you drop out of the race and you hand over back your bib number. And in the meantime, back with the 100k runners, this is what we're going to be doing for most of the day, going back and forth between 100k and 100 miles. So bear with us, and a very easy way to see which race we're covering is on the top left corner of your screen. You've got the color green, that's going to be for the 100k, and the color red, that's going to be for the 100 miles. So here, the men's leader is on the right hand side, women's leader on the left-hand side of your screen, and you have every detail you want. And question from Till. Welcome, Till, to the live coverage and to the chat. So any status on Markus Meinke from Germany in the 100 miles? So that the best option, I'm going to try to search that for you, but the best option for you is also to go on live.utmb.world and look in the runners, and this is how you will get a chance to see every runner's status. So we'll have actually a short commercial break, and then we'll be back with you shortly after that. So stay with us, and maybe that's the time. So there we go. Nathan is already onto it, and Marcus Meinke from Germany is currently sitting in third place in 100 miles.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And there you go, back live with, sorry, I'm coming back onto my seat, running for a quick bathroom break. Maybe too much information here, but this is what we're doing all day. We're going to be sharing each other's experience, following the live, covering the live, and getting inspired by all these runners taking on their distances from first to last. All these runners are absolute legends for getting themselves into such long distance, such adventures. And the 100K runners, 109 kilometers precisely, will actually go through 11 castles. So bang on half of the castles that the 100-mile runners will actually get to see, because in 100 mile, it's 22 different castles that they run through. We had beautiful images. I'm sure you'll see that on the replay of the first castle that the 100-mile runners ran through last night. It was lit up at dawn, and it was absolutely beautiful. Here, Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland leading the 100-mile race, the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, transitioning between power hiking and running to make his way to Aubernais and claim his automatic entry into the UTMB final. While our camera biker is struggling a little bit here, fighting with the branches. And Beyza Güzel, I hope I say it right, from Turkey, is in the lead of the 100K.
Il y a Aubin Ferrari, un nouveau qui habite là-bas maintenant. Un trailer qui habite... un français maintenant, enfin c'est un ex-français. Il a fait les 24 heures de D+, il a gagné le No Challenge. Et tu sais, les courses où tu fais une boucle, le dernier survivant là. Il a gagné 2 fois là. Comment?
So there's a bit of a chat between our cameraman biker and most likely some runners. Giving us some intel on a few runners, and I think he was talking, if I find the name again, about, I think it is Guillaume Berthier, who had done many races and especially in 2020 as the last man standing. So Guillaume can go long. He's done the Saint-Élion at the end of last year, actually, but DNF'd. So hopefully he's back on track. Has managed to go in 8th place at UTMB TDS in 2021, and last man standing after 14 hours and 46 he had covered, was essentially 100 miles and 5,700 meters of climb. So that's quite a feat. So that man can last. That was back in 2020. So his last result in 2022 again was a DNF at La Saint-Élion, which is 78 kilometers, 2,200 meters of climb. Point-to-point race from Saint-Étienne to Lyon in France. Starts at midnight and runs through the night, which always offer quite harsh conditions. And Guillaume Berthier, most likely in the lead group of the men's on the 100K. We'll get to know these runners a little more as the race progresses. But if anybody on the chat actually knows a little bit more about Guillaume Berthier, please let us know. We look at this right in front. It is a replay, and it was a herd of wild boar that crossed right in front of Fabrice. Luckily, still far enough to be completely safe, but it tells you how wild this environment is, because these wild boars are pretty reluctant to human encounter, so they usually run away quite early. But they've been surprised a little bit this morning by this early morning 100-mile runner from Switzerland. Yep, indeed, Fabrice Fauser, who's carrying on his charge in the lead, representing Team Dinafi, and his 100 and almost 115 kilometers in. So that's a 60k left to go for Fabrice to make it to Aubernais, back from Colmar. That's where he started last night, and all the way to Aubernais. So if you were with us yesterday, we will get, like, in 10 kilometers, we will get onto the 50k course, and you'll be familiar with that course, with the 4 brutal climbs that are awaiting all these runners, and the finish line in Aubernais. So we'll be able to check the progression of the other runners in 100 miles as well as in 100K to give you a bit of an update. So our leader, Beyza Güzel from Turkey, in the 100K, she's done quite a bit of shorter races and done extremely well at them. She's essentially won most of them in 2022, except with a 3rd place on a 30K and a 5th place on a 37K at Cappadocia Ultra Trail. But she's mostly raced in Turkey, as from the results I see there. And so it will be cool for her to experience racing in a different country. I think he feels a bit lost here. He seems like he's gone around, and the aid station might have been there or not, but had to go around. So let's hear it, see if that was necessary. Probably there's, usually where there's a good location to place an aid station, runners do a quick out and back, but then there was not much around, so he's back down on the course. So that makes sense, because the photographer was positioned to shoot the runners in the front coming down, so they have a bit of a better, longer stride. And Fabrice Fauser here is carrying on his, like I said, his charge to the finish line. 60K to go. And as we said earlier, Andy Simmons, who had the highest UTMB index of this race, and dropped out about an hour ago. So again, we try to check in on him, and hopefully he's all right. And here we go, the 3D map. I'll let you see that. And what I could notice from looking at it is that the climbs often correspond to going up to a castle, and then it's an alternate. The runners will alternate between going up in the mountains and drop back down into a valley, and then a city, and then again, big climb, steep climb into the mountains, the woods, the forests of Alsace, this eastern region of France, and then back into town, and then you can see back out. So it will be an interesting transition each time between kind of a city experience, urban trails, and then transition back into a climb and out into the mountains, and going from castle to castle this way. And as we said, and we will repeat because that is definitely the staple of this Trail Alsace Grand Est, is the castle experience. 22 different castles that the runners will go through during this 100-mile course. So there we go. This whole course going northbound, right on the edge of the Vosges Massif in France. And that is offering all these runners 50K, 100K, and 100 miles. Heaps of very steep ascents and descents. So they were saying on the finish line of the 50K yesterday that this was quite challenging for the legs, because as much as the climbs were not like 1,000-meter plus or more of gain like you would find in the Pyrenees or in the Alps, this is relentless, because you climb steep and then you descend steep, and you climb steep and you descend steep, and in between the sections that are a bit flatter, you have to run them all. So they said that it was a really good expression. It's like, it is very difficult in its non-difficulty, if that makes any sense. Is that the course is challenging because it's relentless, and every time there is a climb and a descent, you have to push a little harder. And if you let yourself go, well, then you would lose time if you're trying to be competitive. And so that was the feedback from our lead male runner yesterday on the 50K, the local Grégory Basilico, as well. Actually, Antoine Chervolin from France mentioned something quite similar, who was chasing for most of the race, but didn't quite manage to catch Grégory Basilico. I think he was some 7 minutes back from the lead. So here we go, 35 minutes into the race for the 100K, for the first wave of the 100K. And we were at the Chateau of the High, in the Haut Königsbourg, on anticipating the arrival of the 100K runners, the first, the men's leader that will give us a bit of an information here. And in the women's, still in the lead, Beyza Güzel from Turkey. And a quick recap of the start this morning of the 100K. And you see on the left-hand side of your screen, I believe that's Silas Thompson from the USA, who was leading in the early stages. And like again, it's Beyza Güzel from Turkey. There you go on your images here, who's leading the 100K. We're about like 40K, about 40 minutes in. So still very early stages. And I was looking for Simon Duguet from France, but I can't quite spot him. So I don't know, because it seems like they haven't all gone through the start line. Their bib numbers haven't all registered. So I think we'll wait for the next checkpoint at the Chateau de Königsberg after the very first top of the first climb, and that will give us a good indication of who's up there in the lead of both the men's and the women's. And actually, in the women's, we had Beyza Güzel in the lead, but I think I'm going to try and spot Tatiana Quesada as well is up there in the top female competitors, as well as Chloé Prudhomme from France. So no surprise here. We have our favorites in the lead of the race. Those UTMB index scores are actually quite relevant when it comes to kind of guesstimating who will be at the front and who will be stronger than the others. However, sadly, as we've seen with Andy Simmons, sometimes a DNF changes a little bit the outcome of the race. And as we're catching images of this beautiful village, 600 inhabitants, where the 100K started this morning, Orschwiller, we'll have a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly with you. So stay with us. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back, and they're going to be alternating between 100K, 100 mile. Now that I've woken up a little more, this is me. My name is Martin Gaffuri, and I'm once again excited to cover this race live with you all. I was trying to get a little bit more information, and I was with Matty Healy from South Africa, who was telling us a little bit about his race nutrition strategy. It's always interesting as well. This is the topic we can definitely discuss today if you are interested in it. Race strategy when it comes to nutrition is absolutely essential when it comes to ultra running races, because you're going to have to fuel yourself to essentially progress without bonking. Bonking in a long race is definitely not something you should be doing, and there are various ways to do this. Let's go on full screen here and get rid of my face as they come in and are reminded of the costumes and outfits that were worn back in the days of this is like, how you ladies doing? And they said, most excellent. That's the spirit. That's what we like to see. And so here we have more and more people from the public, and I can recognize a few UTMB packs. So maybe some partners or trail running enthusiasts come in here to welcome all the runners in this 100K at this first aid station. So you've got the water points here now that have been designed to not use water bottles anymore. And good having a wee chat at this first aid station. So by now we should have, if you've been faster on the gun than me, to check out the actual live ranking, we should have an update by now. No, still nothing. And you've got the typical French buffet at the aid station: cheese, dried meat, otherwise known as saucisson, for all these runners. Well deserving. And I'm actually confused. I don't think this is the 100K, because people are taking their time and chilling out. And I believe this might more be the 100-mile runners, who I was telling you are now on the same course. So those runners who we see here, that is the right aid station, but all the runners you have on your images are actually 100-mile runners. And here, ladies and gentlemen, once again, leading the 100 miles is Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland. And so he's long gone past that aid station, and he's now moving actually pretty well into this forward drive section. We don't have sound yet, but it'd be good to see him from the front, see how he's feeling. But he looks much better. When we started the live, he was coming off an aid station, and it looked a bit stiff, and it seems that his body is waking up as the day progresses. Coming out of the night is always a bit of a challenge. And I mean, the man has run already 117 kilometers, so no wonder his legs are getting tired, but he's moving at a decent pace. That's pretty good to see. I think I'm going to try and check the update as well on this 100-mile, and so far he's the only one who's gone through this past aid station at 107 kilometers, and that was at 7:19 a.m. So already quite a while ago. And the next runner is expected at the previous aid station, so not even there, in 23 minutes, which would confirm that there's still about a 40 minutes gap between the runners. And now we're back with the 100K. So the lead group is being skimmed down quite a bit under the pace of who I believe is the American runners, setting the pace against Silas Thompson from the US. I believe. And then I'm trying to figure out. I don't think I see Matthew Healy. He is representing Essex, so I think he had a cap on at the start. So he doesn't have it here, so he might be running just behind a camera runner, which would still make him in the lead group. Otherwise, we might have Guillaume Berthier, also who was announced as one of the anticipated favorites. There we go. Update of our second man in the 100 mile. I was actually talking about him. Jérôme Ferris from France, representing Team Autun Running and Team What the Fudge. Moving steady here. Making good use of the poles. I think trying to find his way here on the camera. Our first man might have gone off course, looking around for course markings. Hopefully he hasn't been out for too long. And so he's some 6 kilometers back, if I did the count right, at 111 kilometers. And transitioning into the running part. So that's what I was telling you and what the 50K runners were already talking about yesterday. So the fact that there are this running section with usually a bit of a grade, either downhill or uphill, are those sections that actually are making the race harder, because you just have to push back and keep running on those ones. While sometimes when you have a really long climb, you can get into a steady state pace with power hiking, using your poles, and that helps the body recover and use kind of a different muscle chain. But when you have to keep running, whether it's like on the gravel road in the middle of the vineyards, or as Fabrice Fauser is currently running through right now, like the kind of the forest tracks, it's still super runnable. So you do have to have your running gear on most of the time, and that can be taxing. And indeed, if you're feeling tired and you're not running those sections, this is going to be a very, very long day, which already is. I mean, 100 miles is a long day, sometimes a long couple of days. But that will make it. So these are the long stretches I was telling you about. And those are the transition ones, like I was telling you before, between the kind of the city points coming out of the Vosges Massif, out into the valley. And it's usually eastbound and then westbound back into the mountains. And towards usually the peaks and the uphills, and they go back and forth on that kind of shoulder of the Jura Massif. And those are really cool images here that are being offered of those runners running literally through the vineyards. They could just put their hand out and grab a couple of grapes, probably not ripe at the minute, so that wouldn't go down too well. But this is exactly what this race is about, like getting you closer to all these landmarks, the wine region, obviously, the castle, the history. You're running through times literally. So we had a few results of Jérôme Ferris, Club Autun Running. And his highest UTMB index is in 100 miles. So as I was telling you, your UTMB index score is unique, and it's a combination of your UTMB index scores in each of the distances, the 20K, 50K, 100K, and 100 miles. So it helps to gauge which distance is, in which distance a runner is best at. And for example, we'll use Jérôme's example here. So he doesn't have any reference in the 20K. His UTMB index in the 50K is 708, in the 100K is 752, and in the 100 mile is 777. So this is where he's had the highest UTMB index score, which means like his level is the highest in a 100-mile distance. And the average kind of his score is 774, which is, once again, the one score that is attributed to his overall level. And he's done the Tuscany crossing already this year, 100 miles in Italy. That was in April, so that man runs quite a lot. He's done the Ultra Trail dei Castelli Bruciati, 120 kilometers back in 2022. He's done the Grand Trail des Templiers, the long, the Festival des Templiers, the Grand Trail des Templiers, the one that is the original that started a long time ago in Millau, that was for many years kind of seen as the French national championships because it was always the deepest field, and he was 33rd there. He's run in Switzerland as well, the Trail de Lausanne-Genève, 100K, the Wildstrubel by UTMB as well, the 50K though, where he finished 16th, Grand Raid des Pyrénées, the 100 miles. This is a very hard one. Back in 2022, with 10,000 meters of elevation gain and loss, he was 11th in 30 hours. So that's telling you, yeah, this man likes to run Ultra Trail du Beaufortin. So he's run really locally in Europe, and always kind of seems to hit the top 30 in his races, nice and steady. So right now, if he carries on like this is going to be his best results. Jérôme Ferris. As we're back on the images with Fabrice Fauser. And another long stretch out, back down. And it looks like it's a bit windy. So I don't know if the wind's picking up, because usually in the early mornings you have very little wind. So the reason for that, hopefully it's not announcing a bit of rain for these runners. However, because they have to carry the mandatory equipment, they all have the right gear with them. Should they need to put on a rain jacket to shelter them from a little bit of rain. And we've got more people signing up to the live, and it's good to see Turkey in the house. We've got Christy, we've got Baska Yolarda. Welcome and good morning to you, and welcome back to the chat, our faithful viewer. And Virko, always very relevant questions. And Seren Kus as well. Everybody is behind Beza, who so far is doing extremely well indeed, in the lead of the 100K. I wonder if at this point we have managed to have a ranking, but it seems like we haven't had that yet in the 100K. That is soon to come. And Barry Brady, hello from Ireland. Welcome to the live coverage. Welcome, my friend. It is good to have you here. Christy, so instead of giving you the answer, which I could also try if you really struggle, I will give you how to find out this answer so you can know in the future. So if you jump to the platform live.utmb.world and then you select the event Trail Alsace Grand Est, which we are currently looking at, and then you select the distance you're wanting to follow. So I believe that Kaz is running in the 100K, but I am not quite sure. Oh yeah, that's the shortened version. So she is in the 100K, so yeah, you can just type in the runners or the bib number, and then you'll find their ranking down below. So if you scroll down a little bit, you can put the name here. And find all the details about it. So obviously you need to find yourself in the right category, because now I'm jumping from 100 miles to 100K as we're covering both races at the same time. Cheers, Sabi. Thanks for that. That was helpful. Sabi has now mastered the live.udmb.world platform, and he's found that information. And we have the crew of supporters, whether it's friends or family, getting involved. Let's see if we can hear something from there. Beautiful. That's good to hear, Chrissy. You found it. So now you have all the details. You can even favorite that runner. So whenever you come back to the platform, you'll have the results highlighted, and you'll have a much quicker access to where they are. So that's usually a very useful tool. And now we have our second place in the 100 mile, getting to the aid station. In Anlo, and then so that's interesting. He asked the volunteers where he could get water to pour over himself. So just like yesterday in a 50K, we saw the runners, even the leaders. I mean, they were running pretty fast, but Grigory Basilico was pouring water over himself. So as much as we were looking at the sky and seeing kind of an overcast weather and clouds in the sky, it seems like the mild temperatures are actually not cooling the runners as much as they would like to, and so they are pouring water over themselves to cool themselves down.
J'ai une gazeuse et puis... j'aurais dû t'emmener le cola. Non mais excusez-moi ce qu'il faut. Quand t'es premier, tu as le droit au cola. Non mais dis rien là. Non, te dis rien, tu peux remplir ta... Hein, t'es 50e, tu remplis ton truc de coca. Oh, t'en laisses pour les autres, ouais. C'est pas vrai? Non. Non. Ah putain. Bon, il fait juste le temps qu'il faut. Ah, c'est impossible. C'est pas bien, ouais. Non, c'est terrible. C'est une flasque oxytis avec un embout oxytis, ça rentre pas.
And to answer your question, Sarah, no, we don't have a camera problem for the 100K. We're just going from back and forth between the two races, and now we are at the aid station with the second man in the 100 miles. And maybe the 100K runners are going through a zone like we call the white zone, where there's no reception. And because as much as we try to cover everything, when there is no reception, there's really not much we can do about it. So maybe this is a section like this. And that's why we're transitioning between both races to keep sending you images at all time, and then we're moving back and forth between races. But again, thanks to that platform, you can still keep checking on both both races at all time.
Faut laisser en faire noir.
And there we go, Sabi, and you. It's good to hear that you ended up still getting a bit of running earlier this year. Hopefully that's not the reason why or how you got injured. But Kaz currently sitting in 6th position in the miler, in the 100 mile. Had won the Ultra Trail de Sibérie in February. And there he is, our 2nd place male runner, Jérôme Ferris, leaving the aid station of Andelao. And the gap is 39 minutes between the two runners, between Fabrice Fauser, who left at 7:19, the aid station of Andelao, and 7:48, Jérôme Ferris from France walked in. And so, however, it seems like how we have a live trail system to track our runners. They use an algorithm to try and calculate the estimated times when the runners will hit the next aid station. And it seems that the gap will be down to 35 minutes. And we are with the men leader in the 100K, and has anticipated that is one of our favorite runners, I think coming from the US, Silas Thompson, who has shaken out the lead group.
1008, c'est Vincent. Tu m'attends là.
I got that one wrong, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. It is Vincent Siringo from well, that's quite a cool entry to the aid station. And so that's where we saw earlier all the 100-mile runners hanging out and taking their time. He won't be taking his time, I can tell you that much. It's good running style, like there's a hell of a spring in his legs to go up these steps. And actually not stopping at all, going through the aid station, leader of the 100K. That's gonna be a bit of a shock to the system, to the 100-mile runners. And out he goes, almost leaving behind our cam runner. And here, with a bit of confusion, trying to find his way around the castle. This is like a fast-forward visit of the Château du Haut-Königsbourg. And that is quite a cool experience that you get to leave as well. So that is also a fast-forward visit for you all. And so I was wrong. Silas Thompson is in 2nd place. Checked in only 5 seconds behind Vincent. So they are actually still with each other. And actually even Quentin Fetcher from France, Matthew Healy from South Africa. Yeah, they're all in the group. Pierre-Yves Briand as well from France. Yeah, that's just tight lead group in the men's. And we're back with 100 miles again. If you're joining us and if you're getting a bit confused between the races and where we are, when we have the red mark, so you see first man, second man with a little icon. Whenever you see red, it is the 100-mile race. So here, first man in the 100-mile. And so we're coming back out. And there might have been a change. Oh, wow. There's a bit of confusion. Yeah, it's going back and forth between the two. So please bear with me. I think that's the chasing group here.
Fais-toi aider Alex pour les escaliers.
So Vincent Stiringo from Belgium, who was the first to go through the aid station, but he was closely followed, and he's actually right on his heel by Silas Thompson from the US, followed from France, Quentin Fetcher, and from South Africa, Matthew Healy. So it seems like these runners are all running together, together with also Pierre-Yves Briand from France. So we've got 4 different nationalities. Bit of a bottleneck here.
Allez, c'est bon, ils sont dessous. Ça repart sur Alex,
There you go. So there's a bit of an issue here with going down those very steep stairs, but not much time was lost, and you can believe that all these mountain bikers and camera runners are paying the utmost attention to the runner's experience, trying to not be in their way. Sometimes it happens, but really it is very, very rare. And look at them now fly downhill on the other side from the castle, being indicated the actual route that they need to take. And I don't know how you feel about this, but this is quite impressive how fast they are running downhill right now. And yes, I would totally agree with you, Giulio. Giulio Zambrano joining us. Welcome to the live. And it is a super cool aid station. The aid station itself, but also the way they are weaving through the castle. Like I said, a bit of a fast forward visit of the outside part of the castle. And there we go. We are now at the next aid station in 100 miles. And there is a change of socks. So the question is, so there we go. That's very interesting. So he's changing socks, but he's barely taking time to wipe his feet dry, and something that I've seen a lot of runners do, I've done myself, or I actually have done to runners when I was crowing, is to apply anti-chafing cream. There's different brands, so no need to mention any of them, but you'll find them, I'm sure. And that is extremely helpful. As much as it could be uncomfortable a little bit, it could feel like squishy on your feet. That will protect from like obviously chafing, but blisters as well, or if you have anything going on under your foot, that will reduce the heat and avoid blisters, because those can be a reason for dropping out of a race, because in an ultra, if you start having big blisters, the pain is really unbearable. I'm sure some of you have experienced that. And this is the last thing you want. So it is always a very good move. And clearly, Jérôme Ferris will probably do that as well. But Fabrice Fauser has the experience, and he knows he needs to change socks and brand new shoes. And that feels like $1 million when you actually step into brand new shoes and dry shoes. I'm just questioning here, applying anti-chafing cream might be a good idea, especially when you are you going to take the time to sit down and change your shoes while you're at it. That's my personal recommendation. If you all are going to run an ultra race, this is something I would add to that pit stop, if I can speak about this aid station that way. The volunteers here are present, and this is actually the medical team, because at this point they are checking in onto checking into every runner. So obviously with the first man, that's usually pretty easy. They have everything under control. And with the crew team eating again at the aid station, trying to see if we have a bit of sound. And see, that's a very good thing that the crew is doing. I believe they're asking for something. So also, a piece of advice, when you're crowing, it's always no. I mean, that seems obvious, but when you're in the excitement, you may not have everything covered. So it's always good to have a list of things that you want to do and you need to do. in addition to preparing all the food and fuel and everything that your runner is expecting at the aid station, is to know exactly where the runner is going to come from, to keep an eye on that and position wherever you want your kind of aid station with where you're going to spread the stuff on the table, is limiting the amount of distance that the runner is supposed to cover, and then at an angle that your runner will spot right away, so they find you and you keep an eye on them, as well as which way they're going to go out, because sometimes there's a bit of confusion, and when they need to go out, you want to be able to point them out right in the right direction, so they don't kind of run around and waste time here. So now, since he's changed shoes, he's kind of readjusting that, and I think it was using the BOA technology, so you can just kind of just like twist and turn the BOA thing to the button, and it will tighten and untighten your shoe progressively. So that's always a good trick. You don't have to play with the laces, and it might even make the shoe lighter as well. So for the advice on the aid station, knowing exactly where from your runner is going to come, as well as which way out he's supposed to go. And another thing that also is important is tough love, in the sense that when the runners are getting to this point, 120 Ks into the aid station, they're going to be wanting to sit and eat and drink, which they should, but then just sitting there and waiting, sometimes a little bit lost in their thoughts. And this is when you have to come into action and be like, okay, if everything we needed to do has been done, then you send them out. It's like, all right, time to go, because all the time that is spent at the aid station is time you don't spend moving. And compared to your competitors, they could be moving just slightly faster. We've seen runners during UTMB spending less than a minute at aid station versus other runners spending 2 to 3 minutes. And all of a sudden, these are 2 minutes that are for free on your competition if you manage faster transitions. So once the runner is there, they also rely on you to kick them out of the aid station, essentially, for lack of better words, to get them back on course and back moving, because you see he is totally capable of moving well, and he just needs to get out. So I think that's what they've done as well. With Fabrice Fauser still leading the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, the 100 miles, 12 hours elapsed. And that's the kind of advice I could share with you. If you have any other questions or any things you'd like to share or add, because I'm sure some of you have crewing experience as well, by all means get involved, let us know what you believe. And again, there's never one right way, so if you feel like there are different things, or if you've experienced something different, by all means share it or challenge what I'm telling you, because there's always various ways to do the same thing. Or how do you say in English? There's many ways to skin a cat, or skin a possum for our Kiwi friends, if anybody is up. Still, this is kind of a private joke. Don't worry, possums are a pest in New Zealand, so there's nothing wrong with skinning a possum. And on these words, let's actually check what's going on in 100K. In the female category, there has been a bit of a change, and from Lithuania is Tatiana Quesada, who made it to the castle, who might make it to the castle. Sorry, they still haven't made it, so my bad. Bezia Güzel might still be in the lead from Turkey, and there she is. Just as we're talking about, and look at this, she's just doing a live coverage, no problem, multitasking as she's running 100K, making it way too easy. So let's see if we can actually catch a little bit of what she has been sharing. She should actually keep filming, because the entrance into that aid station is pretty epic. And she's moving into it at a really good pace.
Allez, c'est bien.
There's a bit of a fight here for water.
Non, hier.
So, as much as she was filming, I guess that wasn't live because I was checking out on her social media channels to see if we could catch a glimpse of what she was talking about. But that gave me the chance to actually find out that she is an interior architect. And as much as an ultra runner. So pretty cool to see her here compete against her competition and leading the way in this 100K and making a lot of people in Turkey very proud. And cave engravings, I would love to see some artwork of that. Good morning, running community. Good morning to you. And Paco Rojas, amazing Maite. So we've got also a Spanish crowd following indeed in the 100 miles. We haven't seen the lead woman in the 100 miles for a while, but we'll be able to catch up. And we had a bet here. Maite Mayoria currently sitting in 6th position overall and by, leading the women's field by a long shot, actually. We had a bet here to potentially see Maite creep up beyond the top 5 and potentially on the podium. That still remains to be seen, but the options are still there because coming into the 8th station of Anglao, she was a very small 7 minutes back from the podium, and she is actually anticipated in Bar, the next 8th station in this 100 mile, which was the start of the 50K. She's expected there in 1 hour 10 already. Ahead of 5th place, Markus Meinke from Germany, who's moved down actually, representing Dinafit, and he's been passed by Jérémy Goguet from France and Kaz Verstraete from Belgium, who somebody on the chat was asking me about. So if you're following, Kaz has been moving up. That was Christy. Christy Hassel was asking about Kaz, so you must be pretty excited to see that Kaz has been moving up, and is now sitting in 3rd position in the 100 miles. So no, 4th position, my bad, I get excited. Jérémy Goguet from France is in 3rd, and Jérôme Ferris, also from France, is in 2nd place. So there we go, I got my things right. Kaz Verstraete, if I pronounced that correctly, Verstraete, from Belgium, is in 4th position. So moving up from 6th about an hour ago, not even that. And Markus Meinke, who was in 3rd, I believe, has dropped down to 5th. Hopefully that's just a little bit of a low that he's dealing with, and that's not game over. But Markus Meinke from Germany is pushing the pace, as well as we said, from Spain and representing Team Viva, Maite Mayoria. And as we see on these images, our 100K leader, Beyza Güzel from Turkey, with a solid fan base here on the chat.
Allez.
And yes, we have also a warm welcome and good morning for all the fan runners from Spain. Welcome, Manuel Aranda, bienvenido en live coverage. That's my terrible Spanish. That's all I get for today. It is Saturday indeed here, but wherever you're watching in the world, it might be already a late Saturday for our friends in New Zealand, Australia. If somehow you're up and checking out the live, or it might be still a very late night over on the far side, far west side of the US. And yep, Chrissy is still in the house, still following the race, and so will be for another few hours. I gotta say, we're gonna be here covering the whole race, essentially the whole 100k, as well as the finish of the 100 mile that we anticipate for the men to be around 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, and for the women around 2:30. And look at this castle of Königsborg that the runners get to run around. It's quite special, and actually it's been the scene of many movies and has inspired some of the Lord of the Rings like decors. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen and friends from Spain. Make some noise on the live chat. This is who you've been cheering for and who has been going through the night very, very well. Maite Maioria representing Team Vibram. And she is still running extremely strong, and we have her a bet. You can let us know on the chat if you believe that she will also creep up in the top 3 runners overall in this 100 mile. And we get a good morning from Sweden. Welcome, Federico Hernandez. And I got some information here about Maite's shoes, because I was quite keen to find out what she was wearing.
You have 4 men with
because she has Nike shoes, but that's a new model that has a carbon plate in it. And so I'm trying to find the actual name of it. I think it's quite new. And it has a Vibram outsole. But I so far fail to find that. If there's anyone from Nike or is familiar with this new shoe coming up, by all means let us know. And I think I got it. That's it. I believe that's the Nike Zoom X Ultra Fly with the carbon plate. And that if you've been following the shorter races, Nienke Brinkman from Team Nike as well has been wearing for a few races already. She had the prototypes, and Maite Maioria is using them for this 100 miles. So it looks like a very versatile shoe. And there you go. On this split screen, we had the first runners in this 100 mile. Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland representing Team Dinafit, and Maite Maioria representing Team Vibram. Woo, this is good. We're slowly waking up, getting ready for a hell of a day. And look at this castle. I mean, how cool is that? Like, when you come from all places all over the world, like how many countries actually can put on display, search historical evidence of what's been happening in the 12th, 13th, and 14th century. So here, making good ground on this downhill, we've got our lead woman coming from Turkey in the 100k. Beyza Güzel still leading at this point, just 14Ks into the race. And this is, we call it the 100K category, but it is actually 109 kilometers and 3,820 meters of gain. And yes, Chris Schmidt, I don't know if you had found it before me or not, but yeah, if you're, I like the emoji. Woohoo! This really looks like a cool shoe. And actually, one account that I keep checking for shoes updates, they always have the latest news, is Trail Running Review. If you find that on Instagram, they always have all the shoes for the podiums at every races. And so it's always really cool what they're doing, and it really helps understand what type of footwear is out there and potentially good for you, because, you know, choosing your footwear for a race is absolutely essential, and giving you an insight of which shoes have been used on which terrain can help you narrow it down. But again, for a shoe. You know, when you say like it fits like a glove, we all have different hands for gloves, and we even have different feet for shoes. So by all means, make your selection or find a model that you believe works. But the thing is, until you've stepped into the shoe and you actually tried it, you cannot say that the shoe is good for you. So it's always important to make your way to your local running store, try out the shoes, and see what works for you best. I don't know if you're noticing, but between the first man and the first woman, obviously, we've got Jérôme Fabrice Fauser, I get that one right. He's much further ahead of Maite Maioria. However, I feel like Maite is moving at the same pace, if not faster, at the minute than Fabrice. So it is quite interesting to notice and compare both runners' stride and pace. Because if Maite carries on at this pace, I don't know what you think, but we here at the studios had a bet that Maite would creep up onto the overall podium, potentially fighting for third place. And looking at the way she's racing right now, I believe that's completely possible. She's still moving really well.
200 meters and you climb.
And I get a few comments from a camera runner, keeping her updated about what's coming up. And there we go. We've got our Spanish crowd here in the house. Manuel Aranda and Xavi. Opa, Maite. Opa, opa, opa for the non-Spanish speakers. It means courage. And so it is definitely something you will hear on the side of the trails of all the big Spanish races. All the locals will cheer you on with those kind of words. And yes, and that is totally the case. Are counting down and counting up. I'm going to check that. But we're back with the leaders in 100K. Still moving really, really fast. I am impressed by the pace right now. I actually don't have his name, from Belgium. I kind of lost it. There you go, Vincent Stiringo from Belgium, Team Trax, Inermet.
Team 9, vous me recevez? Team 9, vous me recevez? Team 9, vous me recevez?
And so it's going to be interesting to see if behind Vincent will have still the group with Silas Thompson, Guillaume Berthier. Still there, Matthew Healy as well from South Africa. Or if Vincent is now pulling away from that group. And yeah, now the runners as well as the camera runners and mountain bikers have to dodge the runners from the 100 miles as they progress on that course. So Maite Maioria leading the 100-mile in really good fashion. She is impressive. We knew she was going to be very strong, but moving already in the top 10 right now in 6th position, and potentially creeping up a little further. And I'm a bit confused here because it seems like there has been a bit of a change in the 100-mile ranking. I'm going to check that with the studio if this is accurate. Because it seems like Jérôme Ferris has disappeared from the ranking. And that would put Jérémy Goguet from France in second position, bib number 24. I feel like somebody was even asking about Jérémy. Axel, which, I believe is Jérémy's partner. But so this might be good news. I hope I'm not getting you misleading you. But so far on the rankings, it looks like Jérémy Goguet has moved into second place, and Jérôme Ferris has disappeared. So is this a dropout? Is this a mistake? Sometimes they don't kind of go through the aid station, and when we saw Jérôme Ferris last, he didn't seem like he was too in bad shape or about to drop. So let's keep checking. But Jérémy Goguet is still definitely in the race.
Et l'image, c'est bon? Nice. There you go.
This is really cool to see the 100-mile runners cheering on the 100K runners, passing them. Vincent Siringo from Belgium, making a really strong impression on these early stages of the race, imposing a very fast pace. And we'll be checking in shortly to see if Silas Thompson, Guillaume Berthier, and Matthew Healy are still close and chasing. Look at these images. It looks like fake images from a fairy tale movie, but this is real, ladies and gentlemen, and this is happening on the Trail Alsace Grand Est by UTMB. Look at this castle, how beautiful it looks. You expect a dragon to come out any second. These runners are truly getting to experience some beautiful landmarks again, dating back from the 13th. Oh, and there we go. Heaps of people here on that at this aid station of Châtenois. And we've got Vincent. So he was, look at that. That was a really fast transition. It looks like his crew has told him that he'd forgotten something, so he's gone back to pick it up. And then it's an out and back. So runners will go in and then back out. And this is exactly what I was telling you about crewing. You know where your runners are coming in and you know where they go out. So you can tell them right away, no, you're on the wrong way. Just get out this way. And this is where he saved a lot of time, because I feel like right behind Silas Thompson and Guillaume Berthier have run through and into the aid station. Question was, did they need to do that, or they got confused and then thought that they had to go through? So this is the whole difference that can be made with a crew person that knows exactly where you're coming from and which way you're coming out. It was an excellent move from the crew for Vincent Siringo. Most likely his partner, who was there helping out at the aid station and pointing out in the right direction. So here on the images, we get Beyza Güzel still on the lead from Turkey. In the downhill towards the aid station that we saw the top men's go through, or even fly through, because that was extremely quick transition there. And it seems like there's a bit of a network situation in this area, but we'll be back with stable images as soon as we get closer to the aid station. And here we go, back with the 3D map of this 100K. And look at this. This is one of the highest point in the race at the Königsburg Castle. that is beautiful. We had quite amazing images, and then back down, and then they continue, and this is all the distance they have left to cover. And you'll see once they hit bar, they will be in the later stages of the race, precisely the last 49 kilometers that took place. There we go, bar where the race started. The 50K started yesterday in this beautiful country, and all finishing in Aubernais. So you see there's a bit of a forest section here without going back to the city. 4 big climbs. There you go, valley, and the last solid climb to Heidenkopf, and then down, all the way. And then a final bump after Hosheim. And from there, they can smell the barn, and it's a quick downhill to Aubernais, and call it a day for this 100K runners. Precisely 109 kilometers and 3,820 meters. So this is the chasing pack, who seems like have fallen back a little bit. They were really there.
I'm not gonna burn after 60K.
So it sounds like French. So I believe that's Guillaume Berthier together with Silas Thompson. Silas with the kind of the almost the really cool red mullet, arm sleeves, tattoos, and sunglasses.
From here, so
Pretty cool look.
yeah. Yesterday the guy who won the 50, well, he's from here. That's awesome.
And they're talking about the 50K winner, Gregory Basilico, who won last year. They're going at a pretty good pace, and they looked fairly relaxed. So that's the thing. If they start building a bond and run together, they could be chasing hard to catch up with Vincent Siringo.
No, they're sleeping. They're sleeping.
And talking about, yeah, Silas, family or friends back home. They say no, they're asleep. They'll check in the morning.
Mac, partenaire de course.
And it looks like NAC is one of Guillaume's sponsors. So
Turn the camera.
and there we go. That was a peace stop for Vincent Siringo. Sometimes you have to get that done, and that allowed Silas and Guillaume to catch him. So there we go. Now we got your top 3 runners together.
On est allé dans le ravito, on a fait tout droit, ils nous ont envoyé aux toilettes.
Oh, and so this is what I was telling you again. So while Vincent Siringo went in and out of the aid station, Guillaume Berthier is explaining that to Vincent. It's like, yeah, we went straight through the aid station and they sent us to the toilet. So when we ended up in the bathroom, he's like, oh, wrong way. And so they turned back. So essentially they had a forced peace stop. Whether they stopped or not, I don't know. It might be a bit too much information. But what we know is that Vincent Siringo had to stop and therefore was reeled in by this lead group. Whether he's going to try and pull away from them again, imposing a pace that is slightly faster, is yet to be seen. We'll see how that works, but he seems indeed to be pushing the pace a little bit and trying to pull away, not intending to run with the group for a bit. We'll see how it goes on the other end of this short commercial break, so stay with us. We'll be back in a second.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And we're back with Maite Maioria leading the 100 miles. If you're joining us on this early morning, it is 8:33 local time. And we're 12 hours 30 into the race. They started last night at 8 p.m. local time. And Maite Maioria is absolutely crushing the field. Not only the women's field, but also the men's field. And I am Martin Gaffuri, your host for the day. I'm going to be here, like I said, all day covering the 100K, covering the 100 miles. We'll be here. And I am stoked to have all of you on the live. If you haven't gotten involved yet, by all means, post a comment. Tell us where you're following from, if you're cheering for a specific runner or not. We've already gotten so many good comments. There's a huge crowd behind Maite Maioria. We also had in the 100K, a lot of people behind Beyza Güzel from Turkey, also showing a pretty good strength in the early stages of this race. And there's been a battle in the 100K leaders in the men's field between Vincent Siringo from Belgium, Silas Thompson, USA, and Guillaume Berthier from France. Together, we're chatting quite a bit. So there's a lot going on that stage. And here is the first man in the 100 mile, the current leader. After spending the night out, Fabrice Fauser, he was together in the early stages with Hugo Pellerol and Andy Salmons. However, both have dropped out of the race, and therefore putting Fabrice Fauser with over 30 minutes lead on the follower Jérôme Ferris from France and Jérémy Goguet also from France. So there you have it, the latest updates in all the different races. Here Maite Maioria will come out and shoot up towards the aid station, I believe. She could be, should be coming shortly towards. That's a bit of a down and then up in the right hand side, and the aid station should be up by the castle there. And the photographer is there to take shots of the runners in the downhill. Very smart move, so he can have the runners actually striding out and moving a little faster, because you see in this 100 mile, when there are big hills like this, it's not worth taking the poles out. So Maite is power hiking up the hill. Here's the aid station, so they have to just kind of do a loop around, in and out, and then come back out the way they came from. And so he's taking her in. So yeah, it's a bit confusing for the runners. She just goes around, so hopefully she will be guided. And we're back with the 100K, so we've lost Maite Maioria, and this is the leaders I was telling you about in the 100K men's. 3 different nationalities, Belgium, USA, and France. Vincent Siringo leading kind of the 10 meters ahead, and followed by Silas Thompson with the red mullet, arm sleeves and tattoos. And the silver fox on your screen is Guillaume Berthier from France. Very good group of runners, all looking pretty relaxed in this early stage of this 100K, and I can't wait to see that race unfold. It looks like Vincent Sirigo from Belgium is wanting to impose a little bit of a faster pace. They had caught up with him, and he's now pulling away again from them. And yes, we have some of you also. Let's get rid of that and go full screen. There we go. You have it. But we've got more people. Nick Laridona, good morning to you. Good morning to the running community. And he's supporting his best friend, Kaz Verstraete from Bruges. And go, 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 champs. So yeah, he's doing really well, moving up the fields. As well as Seren Kus from Turkey supporting Beyza Güzel. So it's awesome to have you all following us. And might take a bit of a scratch to the calf. And keep going. Mighty looking mighty strong on this 100-mile. And during the short commercial break, we're talking with our different commentators. And we're like, wow, she will most likely break into the top 3, so that's going to be exciting to see. Yeah, those are images of Maite Mayoria winning the 50K in Val d'Aran in July last year. Giving a big hug to her good friend Depa runner, who's the most famous speaker in Spain. Always present at every big races in the Spanish-speaking countries. And one of the people I am very grateful to call a friend. So Maite Mayoria, very, very strong. I was talking to Yosu, her life partner and #1 fan and supporter, who's out there on the course helping her out. And back with the 100K men's leader, Vincent is all smiles here, but very closely tagged by Silas Thompson from the US and Guillaume Berthier from France. So actually, Yannick Goujard, this is the English channel, but if you want to follow the race in French, you actually can. So you need to just change the link, and there is a link on YouTube, or you probably find that on social media. But there is a live coverage that is performed by my two good friends, Alexis and Johan. So you can actually listen to the whole live coverage in French. So Yannick... petit point en français, il y a un suivi live qui se fait en français. Donc trouve le lien, ce sera pas difficile et tu pourras suivre toute la course en français. There you go. That was a quick message in French to Yannick, just to let him know that indeed there is a live coverage. There's a French channel for it. How you doing? So we have our French commentator coming in into the speaker room. to share the stoke, and we keep the banter going between the French and actually also the German channel. We have so many people here getting involved to cover this race live and offer you this live coverage. So another beautiful landmark on this course, which is the 100 mile as well as the 100K. And I don't think they have all gone through Bar, which is the 49K mark away from the finish line in Aubernay. And back with the 100 mile with Fabrice Fauser.
Team 7, j'ai arrêté la tête de course, je vais redescendre sur...
Like Maite, quite relaxed, breathing out in the downhill, trying to relax the body as much as possible. Breathe out, always important to think about doing that, because otherwise that's how you get a stitch. One of the stitches you can get if it's breathing related is that you don't breathe out enough. So a stitch is not that you don't have enough oxygen, but you actually have a CO2 buildup in your lungs because you're not exhaling enough. So one thing, if you feel like you have a stitch and it's not localized and it's not your liver, so quite like in the right hand side area of your belly, then well, what I could advise to try and do would be to kind of bend over a little bit and then breathe out as much as you can, completely empty your lungs 3 times in a row, and then breathe in everything you've got, and this might just like that get rid of a stitch. So if you have that, just try it and it might work. And if it's liver related, then it's a different issue, and I think you need to kind of cut down the effort slightly and chill out for a bit. While we have our mountain biker here pushing the pace. I don't know exactly where he was heading, but that looked like he was going at high speed on those trails. And we're back with Maite Mayora leading the women's field and also crushing the men's field, currently sitting in 6th position overall and creeping up on the rest of the men's field ahead of her. So, gentlemen, watch out! Maite is charging. We have in the ranking as well, so still Fabrice Fauser in the lead, quite far away. Jérôme Ferris is back in the ranking, so there was a bit of an issue because he had disappeared earlier. Clément Fontenay from France has gone into 3rd, Jérémy Goguet into 4th. So take this with a pinch of salt because it might not be completely accurate. And then Kaz Verstraete from Belgium is currently sitting in 5th. Marcus Meinke is moving down in 6th position. And then Benjamin Bernardini from Team Perf ESC, ex-Athlé Provence.
En plus, on m'a dit à l'oreillette, elle a jamais fait plus de 38 km, elle a fait 2 courses. Elle est un peu novice, tu vois, genre.
Ouais, c'est bien, ça met du tempo sur le...
Oui, c'est sûr.
So there you go, sitting with the 2nd place female runner. I was trying to catch a few comments. This is Chloé Prudhomme, all smiles. And she was saying, I'm impressed by Beza Güzel. She's moving really fast in these early stages of the race. But she said it's pretty good. Like at least it gives a bit of an excitement in the front of the race. And she is moving extremely fast as well. Like obviously we're in a bit of a downhill, but still, I think we should watch out for Chloé Prudhomme. She could very well be coming back very strong in the potentially even steal the lead. We saw that in the 50K yesterday happening with Emilie Schmitz. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did not go anywhere. I was listening to a message that we got straight from the field from Yosu. Yosu Juaristi, like Maite, life partner. You probably know Yosu if you know Maite. He's always there at races supporting her, and I got an update from him. So he says Maite is feeling good physically and comfortably. She's obviously battling the whole night spent awake, so the tiredness is settling in, but again, mentally and physically, she's feeling quite strong and ready to get to the finish line. She wants to get her ticket to UTMB. So he said, like, she's not going to be trying to fight the men's or try to make it onto the podium. At least if she does, that's not going to be intentional. Her goal is to finish the race, get to the finish line, punch her ticket to UTMB, automatic entry. And so that would be her main goal so far. Obviously, now she's leading the 100 mile, looking extremely strong. But again, her single goal is to go top 3 in the women's, to once again punch her ticket to UTMB automatically. So that's the update right from the field that we can offer you through Yosu. So big shout out to Yosu, and he's out there supporting Maite, and so we love to hear this kind of information, and I'm sure all the Spanish crowd will be excited to hear about that. Now back in 100k runner with the second woman here, Chloé Prudhomme. I gotta say, looking really smooth, moving at a good pace, representing Team Ultra. And I'm just a bit worried about the front pack moving quite a bit in the soft flasks. But if she's used to that, that's all good. But I totally anticipate her to move up the field potentially. She looks extremely strong, so she's come out of the aid station and now is sitting, as you can see on the top left corner of your screen, kilometer 21 out of 109 with our cameraman biker, and she was talking with him, and it's always a good sign that she could pull out a bit of a chat. So solid run here for Chloé Prudhomme, currently sitting in second position in the women's field. And she was only a minute back, not even that, from Beyza Güzel, who was leading the race so far from Turkey after about 20 Ks. And we're back with Maite Mayora. I didn't actually get a chance to see what kind of footwear Chloé Prudhomme was wearing with the Ultra Run crew. I know that they've came up with a more ultra running oriented shoe, Ultra being known for like wide toe boxes and kind of zero drops. I think they kind of transition into more mainstream with more cushioning for ultra running, and I think the shoe is called the Mont Blanc. This is the shoe that she might very well be wearing. Chloé Prudhomme from France, who's currently catching up with Beyza Güzel from Turkey. So we'll see if that was a bit of a hard start for Beyza, or if she's going to be able to hold off a charging Chloé Prudhomme for the win of this 100k in a women's field. It is still very early to tell, and we're approaching the 13-hour mark in the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers 100-mile race, 175 kilometers with 6,200 meters of climb. And let's see who's still in the house. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mathieu. Welcome home. and Cave Engravings is telling us, yeah, I would agree with that. Sometimes they don't quite picture it that way, but I agree with the flasks moving quite a bit on the forefront of her pack, and that's a bit of energy wastage indeed. Could be bothering, could create also chafing or friction after a while on the ribs, on the rib cage, which could get quite uncomfortable, if not painful, after a few hours of that. And that's also something I can recommend if some of you are tempted to jump into ultra running or do it again. Running in training with your kit is absolutely essential to be familiar with it and to pick up any potential issue that could arise. It's better to have that happen in training rather than in racing. In racing time, you cannot test anything new, otherwise you will add question marks to your race, unknown that could happen. And this, again, the name of the game in ultra running is to reduce the unknown, the things you cannot control but will still happen, such as, you know, the weather, and a few things that could happen when you end up having a low because you've fallen behind in terms of nutrition, or if anything happens, then you have to welcome these unknown and roll with it. But when it comes to nutrition, kit, footwear, all these question marks you can remove if you use them in training, if you get familiar with them and you ensure that they all work for you. And so Maite here taking her time to go through that puddle and those branches, because again, this is not a good time here to twist an ankle or to take a fall. So fully in control here, Maite. And there we go. We're back with the race leader, and oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are maybe about to see a change in the lead race, because here in the front of your run is from Turkey, Beyza Güzel, and right behind, you can see her in the left corner of your screen is Chloé Prudhomme from France in Ultra, running in red. And it looks like she has now closed the gap with the leader, Beyza Güzel. And yep, there might be a change of leader happening under your eyes in this live coverage. Beyza Güzel is pushing the pace. I don't know if she's been made aware that Chloé is catching up, but there she is, Chloé right behind. So maybe she's now she has Beyza Güzel in sight. She might just sit there for a while, regroup, and either put pressure on her by just making herself noticed, which can create like a bit of a stress response and potentially wanting to push the pace, which is not what you want to do if you're being chased, because you always have to be running within yourself. Or she's just taking her time, Chloé Prudhomme, to regroup and make a straight push to make a clean break and also kind of break the spirits of your competitor. Maite Mayora from Spain, still running composed. Controlling her breathing. You can hear it here. I don't know if you can hear it back home. And from that point on, the 120k mark, you have 55k's left to go. So she'll be 6k's away from Bar, where the 49-kilometer races started yesterday. And from there, it's 4 climbs up to 800, 700, 600 meters of gain. And from then on, it's a mental game. It's about looking after yourself. It's about like choosing the right pacing, so transitioning into running on those flatter runnable sections, and then making the best out of your poles. There's going to be, as I said, now another 4 kind of bigger climb with steep sections as well. So it's almost guaranteed that we'll see these 100-mile runners take out their poles and using them. There we go. These are the 4 big climbs left in this race. So she's now moving downhill towards the aid station. It might very well be the bar town that I was telling you about. And actually, let's check out who's behind, because we had quite a few images of Maite crushing the field, but it's still the Swedish runner Jenny Jefferson representing Team Salomon Sweden, and Marie-Hélène Posta from France. So Jenny Jefferson and Marie-Hélène Posta in 2nd and 3rd position. So Maite Maria is now announced in 9th position, so I don't know if anything has changed, because earlier she was in 6th, so I don't know. It seems like there's been some random changes in the live ranking, so don't get thrown out by this at home. This might be changing quite a bit for unknown reasons. And then Jenny Josephson from Sweden is currently sitting in 27th position overall and 34th position overall for 3rd place female Marie-Hélène Posta. There you go. This is your update in the 100 miles. And it seems that in the 100k, Beyza Güzel from Turkey is still leading the field. But she was being chased and followed very, very closely by Chloé Prudhomme from France, representing Team Ultra. So Chloé Prudhomme has quite a bit of experience here on 100k races. Actually, no, I'm totally wrong. She has only 1 experience in there. My bad. Ah no, she's done the Grand Trail des Templiers back in 2016, so she's got a lot of experience. It's been running from at least 2016. And done quite a few races in the 50k distance. She's done the Innsbruck Alpine Trail Run Festival, which was 88 kilometers. Chiemgau Trail Run as well in 2020. And she's doing a mix of different races. The Kaiserkron Sky Race as well. So she will be comfortable in the last part of the race. On the climb. She's done the Trail de Faverges as well. Trail de Faverges Segnac is also quite technical. She did the 27 kilometers close to Annecy, France. And she's done the Kaiserkron Sky Race as well in 2022, where she placed 1st. So yeah, we can expect her to feel pretty strong on the later stages, but this is, I believe, a bit of a stretch. And the first experience here in the 109 kilometers precisely, and 23 kilometers in, she's sitting in 2nd place. That was a quick update of the palmarès of Chloé Prudhomme from France, and running in the 20 to 34 years old category. If you know anything about Chloé, although because this is the English channel and there is a French channel, we might not have many French viewers or the family and friends of Chloé on this channel. But if you do know anything more about her, by all means, share that with us. And we've got Martine Dehaze. I really struggle with pronouncing those ones, but we have Christine Delaunay as well in the house, cheering for Thomas. Allez, allez. And Angela Lucier as well, cheering on for Ben. So it's good to have you all here on this live coverage. and potentially practicing your English, even though you are coming from France.
Aussi efficace. Ah, et lui, il court à 17, c'est sûr que.
On n'y est pas tout à fait là.
Puis il est économe, c'est vrai que toi, ça se trouve, ça te coûte plus d'énergie que lui. Mais moi aussi, il fait des bornes, mais. Enfin, il borne comme un cochon.
And as we went through the race experience, the race history of Chloé Prudhomme from France, we had a few results from Beza Gutzel, but I can actually check in and give you a little bit more as well. And yes, it looks like she has also no experience in 100K distance. So these two runners from the kind of 80K will be running in the unknown. Actually, if I got that right, the longest that she's run was 46 kilometers. So past the 45K mark, Beza Guziel will be running blind. She will be covering that distance for the first time. So that's going to be very exciting to follow, running into the unknown and experiencing new things. It's always what trail running and ultra trail running is all about. As we see her disappear into the forest, we'll have a short commercial break and we'll be back with you shortly. Stay with us.
Yeah, you better.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are back once again covering the Trail Alsace Grand Est by UTMB, one of the 32 events in the UTMB World Series that will offer running stones as well as guaranteed spots into the UTMB final in the grand final in UTMB Mont Blanc in Chamonix at the end of August. And Maite Mayoria here running in first position of the 100 mile by a long shot. She's absolutely crushing the race. If you weren't with us earlier, we got an update from Yosu, and Yosu was telling us that she is not planning to try and push the pace even further up the men's field, because we had a bet here that she could potentially break into the men's podium, and he said that if she does, that will be completely not intentional. Her sole goal is to finish top 10, so to make it to the finish line safe and sound, to punch her ticket to UTMB Mont Blanc. So that's the update that we have with Maite Mayora.
trail quoi.
Ah ouais, c'est ça, je t'embête.
C'est juste que ouais, le côté allemand c'est plat quoi.
Ouais.
Il n'y a pas de culture trail.
Ouais.
C'est ça le truc. Ici, je suis né à Metz.
Okay.
Même à Metz, il y a plus de culture trail que dans les Alpes bavaroises.
Ok.
Mais c'est génial quand même.
Ouais, tu m'étonnes.
Tout le monde s'est allé truc cette année. Et ça, c'est exactement les Alpes là en Autriche. C'est trop beau.
Je vais me mettre sur le côté pour remettre le casque. Après, voilà, ici.
So our camera mountain biker will put the helmet back on and go back right behind Chloé Prudhomme. They had a bit of a chat, and she was saying that these kind of trails feel like back home. The fact that she can have a conversation like this is definitely making her look comfortable and in control in this early stage of the 109 kilometers that she's competing in today. And right now, our camera mountain biker is ahead, maybe, of Maite Mayora. Oh no, he's catching up with her. She's already made her way through those streets.
En fait, ils m'ont dit qu'il y a un follow d'une caméra, donc je veux bien te suivre, mais je voudrais pas gêner en fait.
Ah, there we go. So there is a camera right on the heels of Maite, trying to do images. So he wanted to kind of stay away out of the frame. So that's why he's kind of staying on the side and moving out of there to allow the cameraman to also do a few images of these runners, because there will be recaps.
Pour le live, excusez-moi. Mais en fait... Ah ouais, ok, bah j'ai... Ouais, c'est pour ça, ils m'ont dit de laisser du champ, mais j'avais pas compris que c'était par rapport à... Enfin, que c'était pas du live. Tac. Non, mais je pensais que c'était je pensais qu'ils étaient avec nous en fait et qu'ils faisaient du live, mais peut-être plus précis pour du... Ouais. Ils sont bons, hein, ils sont bons.
There we go. We've got another runner here at the aid station. I'm not sure who that is yet. I need to find out. Looks like there's a bit of a pain. Whether that's here assessing the situation.
Vous préférez que je suive le deuxième ou le troisième ou les deux en même temps, mais je sais pas quand ils vont repartir.
I think we got someone we haven't seen before, so I think on the live you guys will tell me who we have here on the images, because I can't picture the bib number yet.
Bah Antoine, est-ce que le 2 est déjà reparti?
Ça va, les bonnes elles sont... Ouais.
Et la chaise aussi.
Ouais.
So we've got a French runner with a great sense of humor here. The volunteer was asking, how's the soup tasting? Is it good? And he's like, yes, and so is the chair. I'm sure after so many Ks, you'd be happy to be sitting down. And at the aid station, you get all the bars, the knack bars, as well as some sweet and savory biscuits, and the infamous knack waffles that everybody loves so much. And here we are still with Maite Mayora. Strong and steady, moving really well. And actually, looking at food at the aid station, I don't know about you, but that's getting me quite hungry. It's about time for a second breakfast after we woke up this morning at 5 a.m. Tried to follow the early stage of the day for the 100 mile, and then the start of the 100K just before 7:30.
Moi, je sais pas si je suis loin du point de ravito, mais il me reste 6% de batterie sur la GoPro.
And so they're coming into an aid station here on the 100 miles. I'll try to figure out and tell you exactly where they're at.
Reste pas loin parce qu'il me reste 5% de batterie et je vais pas changer la batterie, donc essaye de venir vers le stade, comme ça tu la chopes le temps que je change, quoi.
Yeah, so we saw I think it was the 4th men runner sitting down having soup. And Maite is only a few Ks away from this aid station, and this is at Bar. So this is getting close to the start of the 49 kilometers that they did yesterday, that I was just telling you about. And once she gets to that aid station, it is indeed 49 kilometers away from the finish line in Aubernais. And as we saw on the course profile, there will be a massive climb out of there. One of the last 4 climbs to take on for these runners after having covered 123.5 precisely kilometers. And while we are at Mont Saint-Odile for our men leader, our Swiss runner, it's just like a Swiss watch, strong and steady, just doesn't go off pace. Fabrice Fauser still leading the 100 miles, at Mont Saint-Odile. So he's already covered this first of the last 4 climbs, and has tipped over on the other side and is getting into the aid station. Losing a bit the reception here, but we certainly have the public cheering him on. And he's catching up with his crew, experienced crew once again. And yeah, if we can get back on the images, maybe, of Fabrice Fauser to check out what happens at the aid station, see the way he's fueling or potentially doing anything. Well, we lost connection, so yep, there we go. We're back with the first man at the Mont Saint-Odile aid station. Hopefully, we'll get images there. Seems like there's a bit of a reception issue, but it's fine. Bear with us. Ah, there we go. We got it. Oh, just spoke too soon there. Yep. So there are a few different possible strategies when you're running 100 miles. You can choose to sit and eat, and then, like I would say, 80% of the runners will do that once they get to these later stages of the race. Here, 13 hours elapsed, and in Mont Saint-Odile, he's at 131 kilometers covered. So obviously, it sometimes feels good to kind of let the muscles relax as well, and chill. And you see, the aid station is aid station crew is with him, refilling his pockets with what would most likely have been planned in advance. So you have your nutrition plan, and you know how much calories you need between each aid station. And when you're in the later stages of the race, maybe you're tired of having gels or an energy drink, you switch to savory food, real food as well. There's different strategies as well. Sometimes early stages of the race, you take real food, which might be slightly harder to process, but because you're fresh, you end up choosing to have that in the early stages. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bar aid station, 49 Ks away. If she's asking for a bathroom, she's going there. And then she dropped her pack with Yosu, who's been giving us intel, and he is crewing Maite, so he's already at the table with her. And on the images, big shout out to Antoine, who is here sending us updates. Maite is at the bathroom. Yes, that was the assumption. Thanks for confirming. Quick stop here. So Maite Mayora is at the bar aid station, leading the women's field at 123, and in Mont Saint-Odile 131 is Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland at the also aid station being crewed. And so what I was saying is, I seem to see something at his feet. Has he just dropped like Coke that overfilled, or did he throw up? I don't know what happened there. Hopefully he didn't get sick because he's shaking his head. So I don't know if anything has gone wrong with nutrition. We'll get an update from that. Hopefully he spilled Coke on the ground, because if he got, he's standing back and getting back. So see, they're pointing out at the way he's is supposed to go out. So yeah, something happened here. We didn't have live coverage of that, unfortunately, and just to see if he spilled Coke or if he had a bit of a GI distress that forced him to throw up. Sometimes when you're really not feeling good, if you can throw up, that will make you feel better. And if you feel like you have such a GI distress, or you feel like you're feeling nauseous, one of the best options for you is to eat bananas, because they will settle well in your stomach. They're really easy to digest, and should you end up throwing up, here's a piece of advice based on personal experience. Throwing up banana tastes exactly the same on the way out than on the way in. So it kind of diminishes slightly the discomfort of such an experience. But this is part of ultra running, ladies and gentlemen. And so if that tip can help some of you, then so be it. And once again, we have amazing aerial shot of one more castle, one of the 22 castles that these runners are covering. And once again, mind-blowing construction from the 13th century. What an experience these runners get to cover. And there we go. Yosu patiently waiting for Maite, who has taken a stop to the bathroom, taking advantage of the aid station for that. And he has refilled, I'm sure, already her pack and ready to have her out of the aid station. So he's going out to check on her, just making sure everything is okay. But this is the kind of stress you can experience sometimes in ultra races. And that's why, if you can, you will want to make sure you reduce the amount of unknown that you can encounter during a race, and therefore nutrition has to be dialed, tested beforehand in training to know which kind of energy drink you can process and works best for you. We all have very individual tests and reaction to different things, whether you're more sweet, savory, and whether how many hours you can last also by eating sweet energy drinks and gels. So that's what I was telling you earlier. Potentially in the early stages of the race, you want to eat real food to push back the time when you start eating sweet, because you might know that time is limited. You can handle maybe 6, 7, 8, 10 hours of gels and an energy drink, and after that you can feel nauseous. So if you're planning on running 10 hours, then maybe for the first 10 hours you eat real food. That's not going to upset your stomach too much, and because you're going to be fresh, also going to be easier to digest. And then in the later stages, when you need pure fuel, pure energy, then you switch to gel and energy drink. And we still have Maite Mayora's fans here on the live, Virginia Perez and Paco Rojas. in the house. Thanks for being here and still cheering for Maite. We're getting an update that she's taking her time at the aid station. She needed to get that bathroom stop, but perfect timing being into the aid station, 49 kilometers away from the finish line. And as Yosu was telling us, her sole goal for this race is to punch her automatic entry into UTMB, and therefore her sole goal is to make it to the finish line in the top 3 in the women's field. So that is almost a done deal, never 100% guaranteed. But Jenny Josephson from Sweden, sitting in second place, has not even been announced at the aid station before bar where she's expected to be in Anglau. So in 40 minutes, and that's yet to reach to bar. So there's plenty of time. And Marie-Hélène Posta from France, sitting in third place, also is a few minutes back from that. So right now, there's no need to rush for Maite Mayorea. The goal is to look after herself and just make it to the finish line to punch that UTMB ticket. And actually, in the people following the race right now, in the comments, is anyone already sure to make it to Chamonix at the end of August? Whether it is to support a runner or to run yourselves? If so, let us know. Let us know, and which race you're doing as well. Whether that's part of the UTMB World Series, whether it's the final of the UTMB World Series, or if you're just doing another race. By all means, let us know. So potentially we'll see you another time, or we'll be covering live one of the races you'll be partaking in, as we are seeing more aerial shots of the Mont Saint-Odile. And I believe that statue is representing Saint-Odile. I don't know how close this drone is, and therefore it's hard to gauge the scale of that statue, but the fact that it's already so far up in the sky, it's quite incredible to fathom, knowing that I don't believe they had cranes in the 13th century. So that's quite incredible, again, to be able to witness and visit this beautiful region of the eastern part of France, close to the border with Germany. So, quick update on the 100-mile race in the women's field. Beyza Güzel from Turkey has taken out the race quite aggressively. A pretty strong start, and now at 20 Ks in, she was still leading by just under a minute, and she was leading Chloé Prudhomme from France, who was in close second, like I said, just about a minute back. And then in third position, another 2.5 minutes back, was Tiffany Prince, as well from France. So 2 French runners in the top 3, and then was followed by Lithuanian Tatiana Quesada and Marjorie Ponce to wrap up the top 5, also from France. In the men's category, we haven't seen these guys for a while. But it looks like now they have moved past Vincent Siringo, and Quentin Fetcher and Silas Thompson are now leading the race together. So there's been a bit of a movement here on the French part, taking the lead together with Silas Thompson. These two were having a good old chat earlier So let's find out a little bit more about Quentin Fechter. He seems to only have started running ultras in 2022, last year, starting with the Eco Trail de Paris 80K, where he was quite far back, 546. So perhaps that was his first ultra, and then he did the maxi race, which was 86 kilometers with 5,000 meters of gain, and there again, placed 731st. Then the Championnat du Canigou, which is like a shorter kind of mountain type racing, and he was 93rd. And then he did the Ultra Trail Ho Königsberg, the 25K, where he finished 31st. So not that many races for our French runner Quentin Fechter. However, so far was looking pretty good in the lead. So there we go. We are back with Maite Mayora. After taking her time at the bathroom. So then we can assume that maybe she was throwing up. Yep, wrong. And see, once again, she was asking which way to come out of the aid station, and this is an information that is very important for the crew to know, to guide them out without wasting any time. So Maite Mayora, again, the assumption could have been that her long pit stop in the bathroom was potentially to throw up, who knows, because then she was brushing her teeth. But this is also common practice in an ultra, whether you are sick or not, to brush your teeth. It feels absolutely amazing. If you've not done it, try it. After so long chewing on stuff, breathing, spitting, brushing your teeth, it actually a very, very good feeling. And I think it also could potentially activate stuff in your mouth, the receptors there, because we know that those receptors, when it comes to a certain taste or a feeling, your body relax, because sometimes when you get cramps, it is actually a neuromuscular response. And when you have those receptors in the mouth, when you're eating something or brushing your teeth with a very specific taste, that could actually help mitigate cramps. I have not tried this, but I know that when you do this, for example, with pickle juice, then it has been done in a scientific study, and they've shown that it wasn't actually ingesting the pickle juice, and you could actually just do kind of a mouthwash and spit it out. And that would help your body, trick your body into thinking that you're ingesting calories and electrolytes, and that would help your body relax and mitigate cramps. Obviously, that's only pushing it back a little while if you're actually not truly ingesting electrolytes and fuel. But I don't know if brushing your teeth would actually have the same effects. This is a total assumption for me, so I might be completely wrong, but who knows? Maybe it has something to do with it. So we've got Shoshma and his brother are going to do the UTMB this year in Chamonix. So good luck to you. Good luck for the build-up. Already excited. Yes, I can certainly guess that you're getting excited about this legendary race. Not many people get the chance to partake it. So that's going to be exciting. We have Oliver Kusk, who's joining us again. I think I recognize the name. You've been with us yesterday, so welcome back, Oliver. Who's leading the overall 100-mile right now? You have it on the screen. It's Maite Mayora in the females race, and in the males race, it is still Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland, who has a comfortable lead over Jérôme Ferris from France and Jérémy Goguet from France as well. And we've got a big cheer here for David Heimberger. Bon courage, bravo champion. It's like, good luck and well done, champ. I'm very proud of you. From Muriel. Thanks for joining in, Muriel. And we have also Walid Amin, who's cheering on for Capucine and Irvin. So there we go. We've got the chat here. If you want to partake, cheer for a runner, tell us where you're racing this year. By all means, let us know. It's always good to share that information, and we'll give you a big shout out. So there we go. Maite Mayorea now leaving the aid station of Bar on the way out back into the mountains for 3 big climbs that we witnessed and we followed live yesterday on the 49K, the Trail des Celtes. And yeah, you're very welcome, Oliver. Anytime I can help, it's a pleasure. And if you're looking for a runner specifically, again, and if you're following on YouTube, then you can transition to the live.utmb.world platform and you select the Trail Alsace Grand Est event. And then you will select the race you wanting to follow, whether it's the 100-mile or the 100K. And then you can look for your runner and mark it as a favorite, so you'll have very easy access to it. So more aerial shots of Mont Saint-Odile, this castle where we had Fabrice Fauser go through some 10 or so minutes ago after an event that we were a bit confused because we didn't see it live, but he was sitting down, and after he left, there seemed to be traces of spillage. So whether that was Coke that he spilled on the ground or whether it was him throwing up and potentially have stomach issues, it's hard to tell. Hopefully nothing major and he's fine. We wish him obviously all the best. When you're in this situation, you certainly don't want to start having issues, but if you do, again, this is part of ultra running and you have to welcome it with the most positive attitude as possible. And look after yourself, cut down the pace a little bit. And again, for stomach issues, Coke is known to be pretty efficient in small dose, and ideally you remove the bubbles, the fuzziness, to make it easier to process. Actually, a way to make it easier to process is you actually cut it with water. You do like about half water, half Coke to also stay hydrated. And oh, that's cool. So Paco Rojas is coming back to Chamonix this year, and he will work at the Trail Village. So let us know in which chalet you will be, or if you're going to be working as a volunteer, and other people on the live can come and check out wherever you are and give you a high five. As we see Maite Mayora still coming out of Bar. There we go, Coros, the watches. So Paco Rojas, if you want to know anything about Coros, you can go check out the Coros booth at the UTMB at the end of August. Ask for Paco, and he'll have all the answers for you. So you see the pull technique here. very smooth. And this one is 2 steps, 1 pull. Dun, dun. You can see it's very cadenced. And then when the race goes steeper, the course goes steeper, then you can go double pulling, and you go both hands at the same time, and you pull all the way down, and you kind of bring yourself up. Ladies and gentlemen, Jérémy Goguet has made his move, and is now apparently sitting in 2nd position. And I think we had people in the chat who were supporting Jérôme, so make some noise for Jérôme. Looking pretty good on that climb, I gotta say. So if Jérôme is feeling well, he's right now at 126 kilometers. So looking on the course profile, trying to get you an update. 126. He's still 5 kilometers away from the Mont Saint-Odile aid station, and he's in that climb that is quite long. I don't know if he's got poles or not to help him get to that the top of that climb. But yeah, 5 kilometers back, or actually more than that, from the leader. There was about 7 kilometers in between those gentlemen at the last checkpoint. So either we've missed Jérôme Ferris from France, who is still marked as first, or if Jérémy Goguet has now made a move and passed him, which is actually very likely because at Bar Aid Station he was only 2 minutes behind. So he must have closed that gap and passed Jérôme Ferris. So now Jérémy Goguet is in 2nd position and moving pretty well. And we've got French supporters are cheering on Maite Mayora from afar. That's the spirit. That's what we like. We have a lot of people out on the course at various places, sometimes very random, which makes it's even more enjoyable when you don't expect anything, and then somebody comes out of the bush, or in this case, out of a vineyard, and is cheering "Allez Maite, allez, allez." It's pretty cool. This is a mountain biker who's out here. I can't quite see where this spectator is, but I'm sure we'll see him soon enough. Checking her watch, probably the distance. There we go. We have our and we couldn't even give any love to our supporters. That's too bad. We're back on the 2nd place man, and look at him. Look at him go. Jérémy Goguet, who's run already Trans Gran Canaria in February this year. So he's actually run quite a bit already this year. And he's been racing for a long time. His results are dating back all the way down to 2013. He's run several 100Ks. He's done the TDS, where in 25 hours he was 322nd. He's done UTMB in 2016, where he was 856th. So slowly moving up in the rankings. He did the Maxi Race Ultra, 113 kilometers, which is a very technical one with 7,000 meters of climb. It was 101st. Grand Raid de la Réunion as well. The legendary 100-mile called La Diagonale des Fous in the Réunion Island. He was 457th in 2017. And if we move back a little bit towards his latest results that we saw, Trans-Gran Canaria advanced the 80K. He was 72nd. And then a 30K where he was 5th in Grenoble. And the Trail du Lac de Paladru, 54 kilometers, where he ranked 4th. So clearly moving up, but having raced already 3 solid races here at the beginning of this year. And now looking pretty strong after what looks like a well-managed start of the 100-mile that kicked off last night at 8 p.m. The participants have now run through one whole night, 13 hours and 44 minutes elapsed. Sitting here with Maite Mayora. I think still definitely in the top 10. Good old almost there from the spectators on the side of the trail, which has to be always considered carefully because they're almost there. Sometimes you're never there. So it's always fun. It's always fun to get these comments, but no matter what the comment is, it's always good to get support on the side of the trail to keep you moving. And there, Maite Mayora transitions back into running on this more flatter, potentially even downhill section. And I think it's the music that's coming out. It's always good to get in the zone when things are getting long. Or maybe I'm totally wrong. I don't know. She was picking up something. Sorry, I haven't disappeared. I was just checking a few things, messaging a few people, trying to get updates or guests here on this live coverage in English. So still sitting with Maite Mayora in a lead of the 100-mile race, the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. And we'll have a short commercial break and we'll be back shortly after that.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Juste pour la team 8, est-ce que vous avez le temps de passer sur autre chose? Sur une minute, le temps que j'enlève 2-3 couches, je commence à avoir un peu chaud. Dites-moi quand est-ce que j'ai l'opportunité de faire ça. Pour la team 8, est-ce que je pourrais enlever 2-3 couches? C'est-à-dire que je lâche pendant une minute à peu près le live suivi. Ok, ça marche, bah faites-moi juste signe.
Non, on a filmé que depuis ce matin et hier soir. Allez, courage. Merci.
Right, team, I am back, and I've been going back and forth with Emily Schmitz, the 49K winner of yesterday, after a very fantastic race, well managed, and she pulled away in the last descent to not only take the lead and take the win over Jasmine Nunez from Switzerland. And so as soon as I receive all the details and a direct link to invite her as a guest, we'll have her here. So bear with me. We'll make that happen very shortly, and we'll get a first-hand comments on how her race went. So bear with us. In the meantime, if you're joining us, we are almost 14 hours into the 100-mile race, and we're sitting with Maite Mayora leading the women's race by quite a long shot. She's been crushing it all through the night, and now still moving pretty strong. She had a bit of a pit stop in Bar, where Yosu was here to help her out, and now she's on her way to one of the biggest climb and steepest climbs. So she's got the poles out and is ready to make a big move. Now we're moving up the field in what I believe to be the 100-mile race. A few of the men's. Seems like they've gone off course. They needed to take a turn through the vineyards. And our camera runner didn't pick that up, actually.
Ouais, je suis désolé, ils se sont perdus devant, du coup, demi-tour et machin, quoi.
So team, still bear with me. I'm working hard. Team's working hard to try and make something happen and get you Emily Schmidt on the live. So bear with us. It looks like the previous link we had to invite her in as a guest kind of failed to work, so we'll try to fix that and hopefully get back on the live with our guests. In the meantime, trying to keep up with our 100-mile runners. All right, we got a new link, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us.
Ok, je continue.
So a bit of a replay here of the start that took place in Colmar last night, 8 p.m. Just over 400 runners started the 100-mile race and ran for 7 kilometers into the city of Colmar before heading out into the mountains. And heaps of people were out on the trail to cheer these runners on out in the vineyards before heading into the night. And we see the very pretty lights of the last rays of dawn. So we had the lead group here with Fabrice Fauser, Hugo Pellerol, and Andy Simmons. Early lead in the race, but sadly during the night, Hugo Pellerol and Andy Simmons had both to drop out of the race. And actually, I just recently heard back from Andy Simmons. He said the legs weren't quite ready, apparently, because he didn't quite understand, but all of a sudden things stopped working about halfway through. He's like, but that happens, so at least it's good to hear it's not an injury or anything. And maybe we can try to get him as well on the live. That would be cool to have his feedback and experienced comment on how the first part of the race went, and maybe on his guess on who could potentially finish, and then how his experience was racing with Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland. In the meantime, I feel like I'm still struggling with the link. Try and get Emily Schmidt on the live. Doesn't seem to be working at the minute.
Je peux pas te dire, moi j'en sais rien, je suis désolé.
Let's check what the status is. I'm trying to get Emily Schmidt desperately on the live, but I think the elements are against us. Yeah, well, so I've Yeah, so we're desperately trying to make it work with the link. It's going back and forth here. We've tested the link. It seems to be working. So hopefully it is not a reception issue with Emily. But regardless, we will try to make it happen so we can bring you her insight and comments and possibly also get Andy Simmons on this live. Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hey. So finally we made it happen. Emily Schmidt from the US of A is with us. We're going to bump you into the screen and hopefully with me too somewhere.
I see you.
I don't think we can have both of us. If I do this and this and this and this. Ooh, there we go.
There we go.
We're both live, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me properly?
I can hear you.
Beautiful. So you are officially now, after those back and forth and the wrong links that we sent you. Sorry about that. It is good to have you with us. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So yeah, it's really cool. So this is definitely not your first time racing over in Europe. So you're coming back. And what was your purpose coming into this race?
So this year I've been spending more time in France. So I wanted to do another race in France, and I saw this one. I didn't know it, and it's also the first edition, I understand. So I thought, why not try something new?
So try something new, experience a little bit of the middle-age landscapes and castles, kind of a history-loaded course. Did you get the chance to actually look around a little bit during that 49K?
I saw I saw something, maybe like a castle ruins at one point. But that's about it.
Well, you'll have plenty of time here. So you see here the runners from the 100K as well as actually the 100 miles. And soon enough, there will be on the course you've covered yesterday, because the 49K is the last 49K of the 100K and the 100 miles. So all three distances cover the same course, and they'll get to experience most of them in daylight. So we talked about your intention. So you had no intention in running this race to get your guaranteed entry into the UTMB final to go to Chamonix, or was that also part of the plan?
No, I already have my entry into CCC. So this was, I wanted to use it kind of as a training race and get a nice 50K under my belt.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I have my stones.
So you get your stones, you get your entry, so you're in, and that was going to be my next question, because you ran the 50K, so that's the 50K distance, so it gets you in for the 50K corresponding final, which is the OCC. You mentioned CCC, so you're stepping up, you're doing the 100K, so how did that, because obviously you won, so it must feel pretty good, but compared to your expectations and your training at the minute, are you happy with how it went, and did that go according to plans?
Yeah, I am happy how it went. I was with Jasmine for quite a ways, so we were kind of just running together and bouncing. One would pass the other and bouncing off each other. And I felt like we were running pretty similarly. I felt like we were both equally as strong, so I didn't really know what would happen. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with how it went, and I knew that this course towards the end is just a little faster and flatter. There's a lot more downhill too, so whenever a course ends like that, you kind of have to hope that you end with strong legs, because sometimes even when it's flat at the end after all the climbing, you can feel terrible. But I felt strong towards the end, and that I'm happy with that.
Oh yeah, because we noticed that we didn't quite catch on the images that you were going back and forth so much with Jasmine. We felt like Jasmine was leading somehow for the first part of the race, and then eventually you kind of made a move in that final descent, because it's good to get you talk about that. In that final descent, it seems like you really made a move, and very quickly you opened a gap on her, and it sounded. We even got the feedback from the camera runners. That was like, okay, Emily's made a move and she's moving way faster than Jasmine. And then from then on, you just kept pulling away.
They didn't tell me that. What they told me, there was a section where we were on the road, and then we got off on the road into trails. And at one point they said, okay, Jasmine just got off the road. And so I knew she was a little bit back, but it didn't seem that far. And I was trying to calculate in my head how much time I actually had. I thought it was maybe just a few minutes. So I knew I had to keep pushing. And yeah, I mean, for me, it's always hard to push towards the end of the race. You're tired, your legs are fatigued. So I had to just keep telling myself, no, keep pushing, keep going, because I was thinking, oh, she's coming, and at any point she could pass me. Especially with those fast ending, fast, when the race ends fast, someone can catch up to you when you least expect it, and right towards the end of the race too. So I was running a little scared.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our camera runners sometimes just tell the things to keep the race exciting and to keep everyone going. But so again, you won the 49K, so it must be like satisfying. That's one of the kind of stages in the season. Is CCC your A race?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
I ran it last year, and it's a tough race, so I'm having another go.
So it didn't go as planned last year?
Oh man, I felt it was like one of those days where your legs just don't respond. So, I mean, I feel like I could keep going, but I couldn't pick up the pace at all. So I'm hoping this year to have a little bit more response in my legs.
Okay. And is there anything going on in your schedule in between now and then?
I am going over to Austria in 3 weeks.
World Champs?
For World Champs. Kind of a last minute change of plans, but it'll be fun.
Cool. So Team USA in which distance?
The 85, the long race.
The 85. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take your skis with you?
I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of snow up high.
Well, I mean, yeah, and they got about a meter snow dump like just last week. So now it's almost guaranteed that there's going to be a course change, because it's just this summit's just not going to be accessible. So it was going to be like a very mountainous and challenging course, and it seems that they're just not going to be able to go as high as they were hoping. So I don't know how much it will change, because the word out is that even on the lower part, it's actually quite technical still. So it will remain challenging, but an update is definitely due to let the runners know about the courses and potential changes towards the B courses. But yeah, yet to be decided. So Team USA on the long course. That's exciting. And then all eyes on CCC.
Yes, and then laser focused on CCC.
Oh, that's pretty exciting. Will you come to Chamonix a bit earlier?
Yeah, I've been over there a few months now, and we'll be going back.
So you won't be going back to the US, right?
No, no,
oh.
Not in between. I'm staying over here.
Beautiful. Oh, that's good. And so here, we were trying to catch a glimpse of. So when you see the green on top left corner, do you see the actual screen as well?
Yes.
Yeah, sweet. So on the top left corner is green. So we're covering the 100K, 3 hours and 25 minutes elapsed. And we're trying to see when they're coming in. It was pretty exciting. We had a group of 3 men, one person from Belgium, and then followed like Vincent Siringo and then Silas Thompson from the US. Do you know him?
No.
No. He had a pretty sick look. And then Quentin Fechter from France. They were all running together. And I don't know at this point. Oh, it might be actually Silas who's pulled away. Let me check.
He's in black.
Yeah. It seems to be going pretty damn fast. They were moving. They were moving at the beginning of the race. And I think that's him with arm warmers, a red mullet, heaps of tattoos. And I was like, oh, maybe since he's from the US, you might you might know him, but maybe not. And so that is the update right now. We have our men's leader, 3 hours 26 elapsed, and he's now pulled away from Vincent Siringo, who was leading the race, and they went out pretty fast, the 3 of them. And Quentin
This
Fechter.
is a fast course.
Yeah, and it was actually one of the 49-kilometer runner, the second place men, who said, like Antoine Charvolin from France, says like, the course is hard because the course is not hard. Meaning that because it was just not like a huge climb that you can stop and relax and change muscle groups. He says like every time you just had to push and push and push and push. So it sounds like you had the same feeling.
Yeah, this is a course where you can run the entire thing. You can run every uphill. There's no stopping to hike up. It's not very technical. I think there were a few parts that were just a tiny bit technical, so you can really push on this. You can really go.
Cool. And that's good. It keeps you in check. And look at him go. Like that is quite impressive. Because they're like 43 Ks in, so not even halfway, and moving pretty well. But as you said, those are runnable sections, and we were equally impressed with your pace yesterday, as well as the men's winners pace. The local runner Grégory Basilico.
How do you feel?
Exactly, and the downhills too. When the downhills are so runnable, it's so easy to go too fast.
Stoked to be in France.
Okay.
Oh.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Can't be sad.
Yeah, you're really fast.
Say stoked to be in France.
It's perfect weather.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Not really hot, not really fresh.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Stoke is
it's
high.
Really nice to have.
Yeah.
It's really nice to have the company of the cameraman at times when you're out there running alone.
Yeah. Did you have some good chat with them?
Where do you live?
It's really different, I think, because if there was no camera person, you would be just by yourself, and just having some company, even if they're not racing or their job is just to film, it's so nice to have somebody there.
That's good to hear, because sometimes we have like comments from the audience being like, but these camera runners, sometimes they're in the way of the runners, or they're bothering them, or they're changing the kind of race experience by like kind of intruding into your world. But it's good to hear you don't feel that way.
I think it's different. I think it's a different experience, but I really like it. I mean, the first time there was a camera next to me, I think I was a little freaked out because I didn't know who it was. but now I'm used to it. And, yeah, like, why are you following me? But now I like it. It is different. You're not out there alone, because when you are out there alone, your thoughts kind of consume you. But with just having one other person there, I think it's a difference. It makes a difference.
Yeah. And we've also seen, like, on this very live coverage, in, I think, the 100 miles and also in the 100 Ks, like, our camera runners actually giving a big shout out to the runners and be like, hey, hold on, you're going the wrong way. So picking them up when they go off course, so kind of limiting the potential damage of a wrong decision or missing a turn.
That happened to me. And I think also what happens is that when you're competing, you're tired, you're thinking about the course, you're thinking about the runners, you're physically more tired than somebody who's on a bike. But the person on the bike is, because they're not as tired and they're able to pay attention a little bit better, they can tell you those things. Like sometimes it just happens that you go off course and you're so focused on running that you have no idea that you missed the turn. But somebody who's really like who's out of that competition space can just pay attention a little bit better.
And I have the feeling actually yesterday it also happened to you. Like you turned around and you stopped at some point in the later stages of the race and you looked at him and was like, are we on course? Like, you see a marker? And then you turned back around and like another 5 meters, but it was like there was the marker. And it was good because you didn't let it, you didn't solely rely on him, and you were like, wait a minute, I've been shaking, I don't see no markers, so I'm just gonna check in with this guy.
Exactly. And if I would have been alone, it would have just been like, did I see a marker? Am I okay? But just having that other person there to be like, hey, are we okay? It makes you feel like I don't know, you can just bounce ideas off them too. There were a few times I got a little lost. So I started to realize I really have to pay attention. And I think that what happens too with this course is that because it is so fast, that you can just run past the flags and not realize what happened. That happened to me a few times.
Oh, did it? Because we've seen also runners, and actually in this very specific area, you're down a gravel road, and quite a few have overshot that turn. And so I think like these are the second and third. So we have, I think, that's them. So this is Vincent Sirigot from Belgium in the red shorts, who was leading the first probably 10 Ks or so, and Quentin Fichter from France. So these two guys are chasing, and I'd say they're like about 3 to 4 minutes back. So Silas Thompson has been putting in a decent surge in the last 10-15 Ks, if that, and pulled away from these two runners. But they're still both moving pretty well, so nothing's done. All we can know from the images we had is that Silas Thompson is pretty amped, so that's always positive.
Yeah.
And so, what was your decision? What was the rationale behind, like? So you moved to France, yeah? Tripoli.
I think. I mean, I've been trail running for a while now, and I've done a lot of running in Europe, and I think I find the European racing scene and trail and even like mountain sports scene really interesting. I think that there's a long history of mountain sports and a long history of trail running here, and I think it's a beautiful place to run.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly can agree with you. We do have pretty good mountains around here, and yeah, it certainly makes it also easier not to have to travel across the pond several times in the season, which some U.S. runners or Asian runners have to do, and that certainly takes a toll on you. I think there were scientific studies that said that if you do more than 3 trips over 8 hours time difference in the season, it just doesn't give enough. You have an impact on your physiological output that you cannot recover from.
Really? Yeah, I know I've seen runners come over multiple times per year, and I find that trip horrible. It just takes me forever to recover from it and adapt to the time change. So I didn't really want to do that. I can see that three trips over 8 hours.
I mean, over 8 hours. So I'm sorry, I didn't explain it properly. So not the duration of the trip being 8 hours, but yeah, like correct. Yes. So with over 8 hour time difference between start and wherever you're landed or where you're coming out. So it's it's quite significant. And when you know indeed that it says like if you do 2 trips like that, you just can't recover fully from it in a year. So given that usually,
I think that we think we can adapt. We get to a point where we can adapt and function, but then there's like a deeper adaptation that has to happen that I think takes way longer.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that, Ed. And so this is something that you now have eradicated. That's pretty good. So coming into CCC, so what do you have any game plan or anything, knowing your past experience, any learnings that you could share with people who are going into CC maybe for the first time?
Climbing, get your climbing in. It's an interesting race because there's a lot of climbing, but it's fast. Especially last year, the times were super fast. So you really have to be pushing for the entire duration of the race, and I think it seems long, but it's intense.
So bear with the intensity and be prepared to push for the whole way.
Yeah, and I think the climbing in Chamonix and the Alps the grade of the mountains is so much steeper than what we're probably used to in most places. So I think that takes a big toll, just like being able to do those steep climbs and descents and then repeat.
Again and again and again. True. And so how acquainted have you become with using poles?
Oh man, I'm trying. I know that there's studies that show that poles are helpful and poles do improve your performance. I don't think I'm there yet. I used them last year, and last year was the first year I used poles, but I don't know. I think there's a learning curve, and I'm not quite over it yet.
Not quite, but at least you have the terrain to train on and keep practicing. I can totally agree with you that, and I think this study shows that on a grade that is above 15%, in 15 and 20 and plus, using poles properly, and by then I mean like being efficient with poles, will reduce the energy spent to cover ground in your legs by 30%. So that's 30% of energy that you're not using with your legs. However, when it comes to total energy expenditure, you're about the same amount, because you're using your upper body just as much. So when it comes to fueling and trying to plan your nutrition on the hill, if you're using poles, your legs are saving their energy. However, your overall body is working just as much. So you need to account for that when fueling. And then it's like I said, the second degree, the advanced, when you can use poles running downhill to kind of slow down and kind of reduce the impact on your quads and ITBs. Because as much as you need to be strong going uphill, if you can limit the damage on the downhill and kind of push back that moment where your quads are shutting down, that could probably help. I don't know if you've experienced that as well.
Definitely. Yes. Yeah, I think the key there is what you said about using them properly and efficiently. And I think that's what takes time. And it seems so simple. But there's a bit more to it. And I also think when you are tired and fatigued, having the poles, at least this is what happens to me. When I'm not tired, I think that I can use them efficiently and I notice a difference. When I'm tired, they're just there. They're just like, I'm definitely
hanging off your hands.
Yes, I'm definitely not being efficient with them.
Okay, well, there's still plenty of time to train for CCC, Emily. So I guess the name of the game would be to get familiar and used to it. So when you start getting tired, they still remain an extension of your body and efficient rather than something that's bothering you. And yeah,
around.
like I don't want to take up too much of your time. I really appreciate that you joined us on this live. Is there anything you'd like to share with the audience or give a shout out to anyone who was following yesterday? We had quite a bit of people after your race, or if anybody has helped you out or supported you during this trip.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, I'm appreciative for everything that these live streams, I think, are really changing the sport. We can share what we're doing with people at home. And what I've noticed too is that people are way more interested in the races, in part because they understand them. It's kind of hard to explain trail running to someone who doesn't know trail running, especially since you can't really, when there's no images and we're out in the mountains or the woods and there's no signal, and we can't really explain like what we do except for run through mountains. So I think that these live streams, like, really, they're really changing the sport, and it's amazing what this is doing, and the cameramen and people who, and all of everything that's behind putting on a live stream like this. So I'm really excited about this, and I'm glad I'm happy to see more and more of these happening.
Cool. Yeah, it surely is. And it gives us also the opportunity to share with the community whichever knowledge or understanding of what's happening in the race, as well as sharing tips. So, when you get to an aid station, when you have crew, what they need to do. So if people are actually crewing, also give them a little bit of insight on crewing 101 and how to get this right and help your runners get them out. Sometimes when tough love comes into play, all these details, like those live streaming, when they happen, we can indeed, when the situation takes place, people can witness it, and it's much easier to then explain, as you say, what's happening. And so they can gain knowledge both about, indeed, what you said, the sport of ultra running, and what it is to run across mountains for a long period of time. As well as, yes, indeed, for the crew and everything around it. And also, we had that feedback because we've seen like absolute beautiful aerial shots of all the castles you've run through. Yeah. And that's also a way for people to see, like, get an understanding of those regions and those areas and be like, wow, get super inspired to either come and visit it and check it out, and or come and run the race at some point. Make it a bucket list.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Cool. Well,
and for
Schmidt again.
People,
go ahead. Sorry, I cut you.
I was gonna say, and for people like me, like people that love watching trail races, it's a game changer. You can follow a race even when you're not at it. Like last weekend, there was Segama and the Sky Running race, and like it was amazing. I spent Saturday morning watching trail running from my couch. That didn't happen 2 years ago.
True, and now, like, it's almost like it's already going to be on TV later this season. So it's moving up and making our sports maybe a little bit more well known to audiences that are not trail running fans, and be like, oh, okay, so this is happening, and people can run in the mountains, and especially getting really impressed at the paces you guys are running at. they can't really process that. It's like, oh, okay, well, you're just running / hiking with poles in the mountains. And then all of a sudden you can see how fast you guys are running for like 49 Ks, or in these guys' cases, like 100 miles. And it's pretty mind blowing. And I'm sure it's pushing people to like get out there, experience trail running, regardless of the pace or the distance. And I think that's indeed very good for our sport. And here, Marcus Meinke, I believe, in 5th position at this aid station, with 14 and a half hours elapsed. And comes Red Bull. At this point, yeah, they've spent a whole night out, and you gotta stay awake. You gotta stay awake.
Something.
Yeah. Cool, Emily. Again, thanks so much for joining. And if you want to carry on following the live, you always have the platform live.utmb.world, or maybe on your train ride back home.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
And yeah, all the best for your race. And then we'll see you in Chamonix at the end of August.
Great. Can't wait.
All right. See ya. Look after yourself. Bye, Emily.
Bye-bye.
So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Emily Schmidt, the 49 kilometers, aka 50K race that took place yesterday, Trail Alsace. She won that race in the women's category, pretty strong field. And now we're back with the 100K. We had a lot of things happening in this 100K. It's pretty cool to see now Silas Thompson from the US cruising in first position. The stoke was really high. Had a lot of conversations going with our camera runner. Being excited to be over here in France, pointing out at the mountains and telling us that he was from Colorado State. And Oliver is also confirming that the live access to these races are really nice, and also that the broader audience that will experience covering live UTMB and more races like this will probably bring more and more people into our beautiful sport and make things just as exciting to watch, to follow, and of course to experience. And we have also Veronique, who's here and cheering the one of runners, Nathalie Reynard from Brittany. Say all the girls from Didon are behind you. And we have another runner here, actually, who was earlier in 2nd place and has now dropped back down a little bit. From there, it was Jérôme Ferris, and it feels like he's gone down a few spots now, because we've seen now quite a few runners come through that aid station. Jérémy Goguet, and we were said that he's a really strong runner, but could potentially have stomach issues. He has had some in the past, so let's keep an eye on him. Kaz, that a lot of people were waiting, we finally had him on the images. Now I will recognize him wearing all black and hoka shoes. Kaz Verstraete from Belgium. We had a lot of people getting really excited to see him and to follow him. And then from Germany was Marcus Meinke as well. Quite a lot of people were following him on the live, putting comments and asking about him in 4th position. And now on your screen in 5th is Jérôme Ferris. In the women's, we still have, of course, our Spanish runner, Maite Mayora, really, really strong. And she has gone through a bar already and is expected to be at Mont Saint-Odile at this very station that you're seeing on your images anytime. So she is creeping up in the rankings. She's currently marked at 7th, but right now, as I was saying, we had the 5th place runner overall. So we'll see how far behind she is. And then there has been a change of position as well. In 2nd place, Marie-Hélène Posta from France has now transitioned into 2nd place in the women's category in 100 miles. So she's moved past Jenny Josephson from Sweden. Jenny Josephson, who has fallen back actually quite a bit. If I look at the times, because in Andlau, Marianne Posta was in 10:07, and then was Jenny Josephson 21 minutes behind already. So we'll keep following that while still at the Mont Saint-Odile aid station. Jérôme Ferris is taking his time to refill and drink enough. It looks like the sky is now scattered with blue, which means that the temperatures will raise, and that will possibly warm up the runners quite a bit. So we still don't have the sound from what's going on at the Saint-Odile aid station. He's going to the water station to probably water his head a little bit. There you go. Always a good move to try and cool yourself down.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
arrive à un ravito, je crois. Il va recharger son eau.
Super scratch? I don't remember where I put it. The next one, I would like some.
Yes,
I'm feeling like I'm close. Yeah. The next one, please.
Pardon?
Ça, j'arrive pas.
Ouais, il m'a bien laissé passer, je lui ai dit je suis pas à la minute, enfin je suis pas à la seconde. Courtois, ouais. Putain, c'est mal balisé, hein. Franchement, ils abusent. En fait, il faut des trucs au sol, genre une bombe et puis mettre une flèche, parce que là, par exemple, t'arrives dans le trou, tu sais pas quoi. Bah, la rubalise, elle est bien, enfin, elle est à peu près bien, mais des fois, il y a des intersections, il manque juste la sol, comme ça, tu réfléchis pas quoi. Parce que là, tu vois, il est encore... il est un peu tourné, tu vas vite à gauche au lieu à droite. Hein.
There we go. Still with the 100K runners in the lead. Silas Thompson from the US. The pace has changed a little bit. I'm guessing now he's climbing on his way out of yet another medieval looking town. He's got the cap on. The sun is beating down on the runners, so that's gonna be a game changer if they don't look after themselves, don't hydrate, don't take electrolytes, or potentially even, as we saw at the Saint-Odile aid station, pour water over them, literally. That might turn into an issue, but so far, Silas Thompson still leading the 100K ahead of Quentin Fetcher and Vincent Siringo. And in the women's, the latest news we had was that Beyza Güzel from Turkey was still leading the race, right ahead of Chloé Prudhomme from France, representing Team Ultra, who was in second place, but not too far back. And we had the pleasure to welcome Emily Schmidt on this live. Ah, hola chico, ¿cómo estás? We have Monsieur Germain Grangier, who's on the chat. We could actually invite him for a bit of a conversation. He always has a few words to share about ultra running, and mostly not about ultra running. So big shout out to Germain Grangier, who apparently appeared on the live chat while we were having a quick break. So if you're still here, how you doing? And I don't know if you also got the chance to enjoy the interview with Emily Schmidt, an American runner who won the 50K yesterday and has decided to move to Chamonix, France, to experience a true alpine running, train there, and be much closer to European races to compete as races like this one. And her main goal of the season will be CCC, so she'll be all eyes on that. But just before that, she will compete at Worlds representing Team USA for the trail long distance, the 85K. So more to come on that. I was chatting earlier with Andy Simmons, who sadly had to drop out of the race about midway, really, in the early hours of this morning. So we're pretty sad to see him drop out, but apparently he's fine. Just the legs stopped working. He doesn't quite have an answer for that, but he said he might join us at some point in live today, so that'll be good to hear from him, to see how he's doing, get an update on his season and what's next for him. Oh, that's what we like to see. Maite Mayora with a massive smile on her face coming into the Mont Saint-Odile aid station. So I'm going to refresh that ranking because last thing we knew, she was in a 7th position. Here's Yosu on your images, who was waiting for her, getting ready. Let's see if we can hear something. Nope, we still have the sound from the aerial shots, so that's not very helpful. If we can transition to the sound from the aid station, it'd be great to hear what the conversation is about. And Maite apparently is still in 7th place. So we have missed François-Xavier Lelieur from France, running for Team Les Vikings, who has gone in 6th position, and then 7th position, Maite Mayora, with Yosu, and she's pulling out. Those pills are electrolytes, salt pills. So that's what I was talking about. So again, we see the experienced runner, like the sun's coming out, and you might end up sweating a little more, so losing more salts and minerals through your sweating. So you want to replace them, because if you end up having an electrolyte unbalance in your body, it can cause cramping, but mainly also all sorts of failures. So here is cleaning out her legs. And it was actually interesting, because during UTMB last year, we had our lead doctor on the UTMB Mont Blanc who came to the live and actually talked with us about those things, such as nutrition and electrolytes. And he said the best electrolytes you can get, it didn't quite come from any type of brands, but he said the best way to get your salt back in order, he said, because you only need sodium. He said that's the only thing you're going to lose, and you're going to need to replace, because everything else, if you come with healthy levels into the race, even if this actually, if you're going to be losing a little bit of other mineral salts like potassium and other things, he said the need to replenish them during races is actually non-existent. So you have to focus on sodium. That was his first point. And then I said, okay, so what would be the product of choice to do this best? And he said, just take table salt. Table salt into a soup. Obviously, if you can have broth, organic broth, that's a very good way to do it. He said, you put in soup, you put it in whatever you're eating, you just add a little bit of salt. He said potatoes are actually good. So potatoes or kumara, sweet potatoes, those are very, very good to process during the race. And you just add, that's really good gesture here from Maite Mayora, saluting and giving a big thank you and a wave to all the volunteers at the aid station. Those elite athletes really are good people. They're mindful and aware of everybody around them who are contributing to them doing the best they can and compete and perform. So that was a good gesture. So yeah, bottom line, for electrolytes, if you want to replace them and you don't really know what to choose, very simple. Shoot for table salt that you add to whatever you're eating at aid stations. And obviously, once again, if you can practice in training, that's always the best, so you can have an understanding of how much salt you can handle at a time, because you don't want to create too much stress on your stomach either. So there you go. That's one piece of advice I can share with you, and hopefully you'll bring that home and apply it, and that will take away possible issues in the future. And we've got Öznur Gündüz, who's sending also a big shout out to the female leader in the 100K. Bezia Güzel, and Nick Laridona as well. Full gas behind Cass, currently in third place, and calling out, he's coming for you, Fabrice. So we'll see that. We'll see how it turns out. But Fabrice still has a bit of a lead so far, although it is shrinking a little bit. So what we had seen, oh no, I mean, there's very little chance for a catch-up. Fabrice Fauser, unless a big failure, Fabrice Fauser might be still holding on to first place, representing Team Dynafit, running for Switzerland. And back in full power hiking mode. Emily was sharing that with us. For American runners, running with poles, it is definitely not something that is natural. And therefore, regardless of how steep the slopes are, they'd rather power hike, hands on knees, a little bit bent over, as you saw Silas Thompson do just a minute ago. There you go, back at it. While Europeans are much more familiar with using poles, whether it's for hiking, just moving in the mountains, also from practicing skimo, cross-country skiing. And there he is again, transitioning back into running to try to lose and waste as little time as possible. He knows he's in the lead, but he knows he's being chased. And right behind him is Vincent Siringo from Belgium and Quentin Fechter from France. Both were chasing pretty hard, and I think these two runners might very well collaborate and work with each other to try and reel in Silas Thompson. A lot is going on in this 100K race. It's pretty exciting, both in the men's and women's race. And I think Nian Octet, we just served you when you asked that you wanted to watch the 100K runners. There it is. And I believe as soon as we'll get reception, we'll transition back into the women's as well, knowing that our first man, Silas Thompson, is yet to cross the halfway mark on this 109 kilometer. This is like a wild aid station, just organized here at the back of a yard. And we were talking about this, and there she is. Ask and you shall receive, ladies and gentlemen. This is our lead woman in the 100K, Beyza Güzel. I think Turkey is going to come alive to cheer on this runners. She is still all smiles and leading, the phone in her hand. She might have been taking a few photos or videos. We saw her do that at the first aid station. That was quite fun. And there she is, moving back and still moving extremely well. At this point, just about to hit the marathon mark. And we had looked at her past results, and she had run, I think the longest she had gone was 48 kilometers. So soon enough, she will be running into the unknown on this 109 kilometer. And she will be experienced what a lot of us experience in ultra running, meaning, again, the unknown, and trying to feel comfortable with whatever is being thrown at her, as she will run through the kilometers in the last 4 massive climbs after she will go through the bar aid station. So the gap between Beza and Chloe Prudhomme in second place. Whoa, that's scary. That was a big tractor. Is still within a couple of minutes. No, 1 minute away. So this is interesting. The two women are running at about the same pace. But somehow the positions don't change. So whether it's Beza Guzel, who's kind of putting on a surge as soon as she could catch a glimpse of Chloe Prudhomme, but it looks like Beza's knee is bleeding, so she might have taken a fall. Hopefully nothing major. It doesn't look like it's affected her stride, so that should be good. And she's still moving pretty well at this point. Beza Guzel from Turkey. Exciting times here at this Trail Alsace Grand Est in the Ultra Trail des Païens, the 100K that started this morning at 7:30 a.m. And there you go, being cheered on as she hits yet another small village where people are coming out and she's waving at them. This is such positive energy that you can soak in if you are open to it. And Beza surely is open to that and taking it all in. That really makes a big difference. Emily was telling us, like, you know, when you have a camera runner around you, it helps you focus on that company rather than being on your own and being in your thoughts, which then some negative thoughts can creep up on you. But if you stay positive and soak in the positive energy, the cheering on from all the runners, the spectators on the side of the trail, that can actually be extremely positive and a boost, mental boost that could translate it into also physical boost for you. And here's another tractor. A lot of things are going on here in these fields. And here, split screen, as we are watching the first man along with the first woman in this 100K, the Ultra Trail des Païens, precisely 109 kilometers and 3,820 meters of climb in this point-to-point race.
Momo, là j'arrive au croisement où Thomas nous a posé tout à l'heure.
And so you see is passing some of the 100 miles runners because at this point in the race, they are both on the same course. And maintaining the pace in the lead. 4 hours 15 elapsed. And still much more than halfway. So she'll make it through to the marathon mark in a few minutes.
Non, mais ils se paumaient tous juste avant, là, dans la descente. Là, Momo, j'attaque la colline juste avant toi.
There we go. Here you can see her relaxing her arms, trying to keep the shoulders down. As you run downhill, it actually makes quite a bit of a difference to relax your upper body. And it's interesting to see those men responding to being passed by a woman, but then falling apart in next hill. So we'll see if that's the same with this runner. With the previous one, did just that. Hopefully she's not going to miss that turn. Yes, good job. She is well aware, Beza Güzel, about the course markings and everything. So that's good, because a few runners have overshot that turn on that downhill gravel road, and you don't want to be going down a hill when you don't need to, because then you have to come back up, and it's never really fun. And again, we were talking about live coverage earlier with Emily Schmidt. I mean, you could look at this. You've got the mountain biker following Beza, who's leading the 100K women's race. And we got a drone footage. Look at this drone footage. It's absolutely insane how sweet and smooth those images are now, to give perspective to all of you in the audience about what this course is about, the region that those runners are running through. And I think you almost get a better glimpse of what's going on around you than the runners who are kind of laser focused on their course, nutrition plan and race plan and pacing. They just have so much going on that they get little chance to look around and appreciate the landscapes, but you surely can. And that probably will make some of you very keen to get involved and race the Trail Alsace Grand Est by UTMB next year, after what will be a very successful first edition. Very composed, very like in the zone. Our lead runner, she seems showing absolutely no signs of fatigue and maintaining a very good pace. There we go. She's passed the marathon mark. 42:195 precisely. And making her way 4:20 elapsed in this very green environment. Coincidence? I don't think so.
Ok, parfait.
And the crowds as enthusiasts as ever, with the cowbells, another staple of any French races Actually, I don't want to take that away because we're seeing that in many races now all over Europe. I don't want to claim that for France. Oh, and she's trying to make her way and pass him. There you go. It's happening. Beyza Güzel from Turkey still leading the 100K and moving extremely well, reeling up some of the runners. And so it is funny, like the man's trying to respond, but I don't think that's going to last long, my friend, because if she's been catching up with you the whole time, the difference will be made eventually. And so to all the men out there who are experiencing this, it's always a privilege to get checked. If a woman is catching up to you, make sure you move away to the side and give way to her, because it means that she's just moving better than you, and it doesn't matter. Nobody is comparing. It doesn't make you any inferior or anything. So there's no ego that should get involved in that. And especially because at this point, Beyza Güzel running the 100K is catching up with 100-mile runners. So these runners, at least for some of them, have covered a whole lot more ground and started last night at 8 p.m. in Colmar and have already been running through the night, and now they're covering the same last 109 kilometers. And so, if anything, when somebody's passing you, actually men or women, doesn't matter, give them a nudge and a word of encouragement, and you'll be surprised. They will most likely respond to it in a very positive way. So take advantage of that and share the love on the trail. And on these drone images at this beautiful section through the vineyards, we're going to have a quick commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with you. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
And we're back, and right next to me, the French commentators on the French channel are going absolutely wild. I don't know if it's the coffee, the lack of coffee, the lack of food, or just the madness that is going on and has been going on already since this morning. We've been live for 6 hours today, and there is plenty more hours to go. So if you're only joining, definitely stay with us. There's just gonna be many more things going on, and we see actually in the 100 miles people creeping up in the rankings, and Markus Meinke from Germany has now passed Kaz, and he's sitting in 3rd place. So that's quite exciting, but there's been more happening because in the next aid station at Klingenthal. They are expected to come within 5 minutes of each other, together with Jérémy Goguet. So Martus Meinke is still moving up in the rankings right now, representing Team Dynafit right now, sitting in third, but potentially by the end, almost fighting for second. However, our leader Fabrice Fauser from Germany, from Switzerland, my bad, is still leading with a solid lead because he'll have still 57 minutes on second place. Oh, and this runner has overshot the turn by there you go. She's gonna be warned. She's stopping, looking back, and she's gonna turn around. Good man here, that runner who is calling her back, because I believe we have on the images our second place woman. And yeah, that's it. That's her. This is Chloé Prudhomme, who had missed that turn. So all thanks and gratitude to this runner ahead of her who called her back. Otherwise, this would have been more time lost on this runner. And actually, I would like to see it from a closer angle, because I'm wondering if this is actually Chloé Prudhomme, because I remember she had a red top, so I'm struggling here to see the color of her top. Chloé Prudhomme, who was running for Ultra. Yeah, I think this is her. So sitting in second place. And if that's her, if we haven't missed Chloé Prudhomme and we're looking at third place, then there's a much bigger gap between first and second now. And here's a replay of the 100K start. It was actually, the first wave was at 650, sorry. And Beza Güzel indeed creates, a surprise in the lead. There we go. We had a bit of a group here, led by Vincent Sirigot from Belgium. And shortly after, it was the American Silas Thompson who made a move. There he was, and look, he was in and out of the aid station thanks to his crew who reeled him in. Meanwhile, this is Quentin Fechter and Silas Thompson that were coming in. And then still trying to pull away. Vincent Sirigot would eventually get reeled in. And this is the woman I was telling you about, sitting in second position from France, Chloé Prudhomme. All smiles with our camera runner. So I don't think that was her. And here is our American runner, Silas Thompson, who was all smiles and very stoked to be over in France and experiencing such cool landscapes. And here you go. His crew was right there. And back with our first woman in 100K, Beza Güzel from Turkey, power hiking up that hill. And it sounds like she's on the phone. Ladies and gentlemen, Beza Güzel seems to be on the phone right now as she's moving through the course of this 109 kilometers. And I'm not going to try and listen, because if she speaks Turkish, I have absolutely zero skills in that language. And our camera mountain biker has made his way up the stairs in a pretty smooth way. I'm actually impressed at the way he managed to keep up without moving the camera too much. Those also are extremely skilled individuals, offering us all these images throughout the course, on mountain bikes, on foot, through drones, and obviously big shout out to Outdoor Sports Live, the whole production company behind these lives. with several other companies under them, essentially Outdoor Sports Live, is a group of LTV Prod, Moose Prod, and Focal, 3 companies that have been working together for years and offering the best live coverage experience in the business, hands down. They are at most of the biggest races in the world, and offering you today those images. And we discussed earlier this morning again, and they have 14 different sources to play with at all time on the course, between the runners, the mountain bikers, the drones, to offer you this experience, switching from the women's leader, men's leader in the 100K, as well as women's leader and men's leader in the 100 miles, and switching between them. So it's quite a lot of work to manage all this and to plan everything in advance, to know where everybody needs to be on the course. And see, for example, here, that mountain biker is probably transitioning from one place to the next at high speed, and that's probably going to put a big grin on his face, because those mountain bikers, are extremely skilled in their sport. Most of them have competed in mountain biking, and so when they have these e-mountain bikes, so with electric assistance, because they go at low speed up the slopes, so to help them keep up is good. But whenever they can actually shoot at high speed, and they're always excited to be able to log a few miles much faster than at running pace. And there we go. Those live images from, I believe it's Mont Saint-Odile, or maybe, no, that's the first castle. Yeah, that was Hollandsborg Castle. And we're back. I think she has ended her phone conversation, so back into racing mode with our first woman in 100K. Still all smiles, sending hearts to all of us on the live coverage. This is pretty exciting. I haven't checked the comments. Who do we get? Still Peter J. Gordon in the house. Indeed, some amazing countryside being captured. We were talking about this with Emily Schmitz, who was on the live earlier with us. And Stéphane Perrin, who's giving us a French feedback. But like, I think your ears are gonna hurt even more. But if you want to check out the French channel, I think these guys are absolutely bang on the pronunciation. But you know, we can try. So as a person coming from Alsace, please put in the comments the equivalent in phonetics for all the places that we have to articulate, and that would be extremely helpful. Because if we know it from the locals, that's the best way to learn it. And yes, Brian, we will show the 100 miles again. We're just transitioning between the two races, but don't worry, we'll be there for the 100 miles. We'll be here for the finish of the 100 miles with the men's, with the women's as well later this afternoon. So yeah, well, you'll have the chance to catch a glimpse of the men's leaders and the women's leaders in the 100 miles. So actually, we can even do an update right now, because we still have the live ranking going on. So in the men's, Fabrice Fauser has been leading the race from wire to wire since the start last night at 8 p.m. In Colmar. Right behind, however, there has been heaps of changes. There's been a few people sadly dropping out. Hugo Pellerol and Andy Simmons had to drop out. Hugo Pellerol quite early in the race, actually. His UTMB index score was quite low, so we're actually quite impressed to see him early on. So he had become our dark horse all the way until he DNF'd. And if you're interested in knowing more, he will be on the French channel, or maybe he has already been, I don't know. I know he was going to be a guest there to kind of explain what happened. Andy Simmons, who will most likely try to have on the live this afternoon or later today, he will tune in and share his experience as well as everything that he has planned for this 2023 season. So in second place from France in the 100 miles in the men's race is Jérémy Goguet, who's been also moving up the field pretty well. In third place, representing Dinafit coming from Germany, Markus Meinke, who is still running well, and as I was telling you, potentially could even come challenge Jérémy Goguet for second place. And Kaz Verstraete from Belgium is sitting in fourth, and Jérôme Ferris, who was in second, has moved down to fifth. So there you go. You have your ranking in the men's category in the 100 miles, and in the females, Maite Mayoria has also led the race from wire to wire and has a very comfortable lead. And it looks like Jenny Josephson has moved back. From Sweden has moved back into second place, ahead of Alize Menker. And Marie-Hélène Posta is now down to fourth. So I don't know if this is the live cover, the live ranking that's going back and forth, and may not be relevant, because earlier Marie-Hélène Posta, now has just in front of my eyes moved back into third. Marie-Hélène Posta, who was in second, has moved back into third. So it is a battle going on between the two women, but Jenny Josephson from Sweden is still standing in second place. Let's hear it. We have our male leader in the 100K coming from the US, Silas Thompson.
Team 9, c'est correct les images? Ok, merci.
So again, it's always mind-blowing to be able to offer you those images. First man on the right-hand side, first woman on the left-hand side, and you see the little green indicator. So the green color is for the 100K if you're joining us now for the lives, to give you an indication, because we're switching between the 100K and the 100 miles. Both races are ongoing at the moment, and so we have people covering both races. And we just take a bit of chunk of time to cover one race, and then we switch back to the other one just to keep it relevant when it comes to commentary or explaining what's going on in each races. So that's always a privilege to be able to follow those races live and see how these athletes are competing. And Silas Thompson is definitely soaking up the views here. So we got a few more questions on the live. Anne Virko, always relevant question. Is there an age that ultra runner peak in terms of athletic ability, or does that depend on distance as well as age? It is yet to be decided. We know in athletics, 26 to 27 years old is possibly where you peak when it comes to kind of marathon distance or so. However, we've seen Eliud Kipchoge still doing extremely well at a much older age. In ultra running, we had seen at the very, very early days of ultra running at UTMB, Marco Olmo at 60 years of age, winning the UTMB race, I think, for the third time. And then the year after, it was Kilian Jornet, I think at 20 or 21 years old, that won it. So it kind of created a shift a little bit in the trend. And it showed that younger people, all the way until then, were believed to not be able to compete in such long distances and not have the mental ability to hold for such long distances. That has changed, obviously, and we see younger runners coming into ultra running. However, it is important to take your time, and if you are fascinated by the sport of trail running and you're young, take your time and choose 20K, 30K distances. You will be challenged by the distance later, but while you have speed and you can still develop, I think staying in shorter distances when you're young is a good way to do it. because you could really damage yourself if you're pushing the envelope a bit too long when it comes to distances when you're getting younger. And Sabi is adding to this that yes, yesterday's second woman, she was second to Emily Schmidt. In the 50K, Jasmine Nunez from Switzerland was 50 years old and looking extremely strong and smooth indeed. So you can have longevity in the sport as long as you look after yourself. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Peaking, because the sport is so young as well, like we haven't seen a lot of the runners who are strong right now, like many of them haven't started running very young, or at least haven't started practicing trail running very young. So they come maybe from an athletic background, cross country, or cross-country skiing or skimo, and they've transitioned into trail running. So we haven't seen people starting trail running at a very young age. Now it is happening, and so it will be interesting to see in the next 10 years what the trends happen, because these younger people will get to 30 years old with possibly 10 years of experience, and possibly will come and challenge the current course records and speeds that we're seeing right now in ultra running and trail running races. So I hope this is not a clear answer. This is not clear cut. I'm not sure there is quite such an age for that. But that's my take, and with an addition from Sabi, always also very relevant. Thanks for contributing. And then also Federico Hernandez, back watching from Sweden after being out for training myself. Good man. It's always good to get your training run in, because indeed you can't slack when you see all these runners putting on such an effort on 100K and 100 mile. Allez, allez, allez. And then, yes, I'm sitting on my chair here and I am itching to go. Yesterday, we managed to squeeze in a bit of a run with my co-commentator from the French channel, Alexis. It wasn't much, but it was good to just get the legs moving and the heart pumping a little bit, just break a sweat in between the live coverage we did yesterday. Today, however, will be full gas live the whole day from 5:30 a.m. all the way until the advanced hours of the night, waiting for the third woman in the 100K to close it. And there we go. We have our lead runner in the 100K coming into bar aid station. And so it will be 49 Ks left to go. For Silas Thompson, so far hasn't had any support, any crew. Oh no, I'm wrong. Oh, look at him. He's gonna smell the flowers. How happy is that? He's just taking everything in, all senses out, paying attention to what's happening. He was looking at the views earlier. Now he's smelling the flowers. When you have such an attitude, you're in your race, you're doing your thing. And I think this is a very strong thing, because it means that he's not digging deep and he's just soaking on. Like, people are cheering for him. And yes, I was wrong, because he has been having support. I think it was his partner that we saw earlier on the course. So she might be there as well, the aid station in Bar, waiting for him and looking after himself. Oh, I'm looking after him, sorry. And there we go. Volunteers are here to stop traffic at the intersection. Runner safety is definitely a concern. The first one for all the volunteers and our race organizers. And there we go. Again, coming into Bar. Welcome Lenny Vollet, who's been doing a lot of the social media activation recently at Zegama and many other races as a matter of fact. And he is up because when you're passionate about trail running, you watch every single race you can when you get a chance. And that's why I get sometimes familiar names on the comments. So big shout out to Lenny Vollet. And what is up? Well, everything is up. Look at that. We have an American, Silas Thompson, in the lead of 100K after pulling away from Vincent Siringo and from Belgium and Quentin Fechter from France. I believe these two are still second and third. Recently, they were still running together I'm going to check quickly on their ranking. But no, it seems like there has been a bit of a change. Because looks like Vincent Siringo has disappeared from the rankings. So I hope this is wrong. Let me know if I've missed something. Oh yeah, no, he's still there. He's moved down to 11th place. So I don't know what happened to him, but this is a big shift, ladies and gentlemen. And it's Kevin Delfour who is now in 3rd place. Wow, there has been something happening. I hope nothing is bad for Vincent Siringo. But he has definitely moved down in the rankings. Hopefully, like I said, nothing is too bad. Which means that next is indeed Kevin Delfour from France, representing the ASJ 74, the Athletic Saint-Julien 74 for the French audience. A very strong club, traveling club, as well as mountain running club. Shout out to Iris Pesset, who is part of this club, as well as Elise Poncet. We know a lot of runners of the Athletic Saint-Julien. And Kevin Delfour is representing the club in France, sitting now in 3rd position. And behind, from Greece, is Christos Vassiliou from the Cassimis training, sitting in 4th position, anticipated to be at Bar Aid Station in 42 minutes. And then Tom Rainbow from France of the team Start Montpellier. So there we go. Silas Thompson, I think he was announced at the Bar Aid Station, but I must have been wrong because he's still estimated in 36 minutes. So that's quite a ways away. And we're back with our lead woman still leading the 100K. And very soon she's going to be running in the unknown. I think from the race results, the longest she has ever run in a competition was 48 kilometers. So in about a K, now she will step into the unknown, the longest she would have ever run. And so far, looking really, really good, really strong. I mean, earlier she even was on the phone. It's actually pretty good because it changes, keeps your spirits up if you can have a good conversation, words of encouragement from someone out on the field.
Oh, madame. There you go. Hi, come here. Hi.
So again, probably in like 40 to 45 minutes, we'll have Andy Simmons as a guest on the live coverage to talk about his race and see what happened, kind of try to understand why his body and legs shut down. Wow, so this is the Bar Aid Station, ladies and gentlemen. So I was right, the information we had, it was the live trail prediction that was way off. And that has now been updated and anticipated to come into the session in 7 minutes, which now has shrunk from 38 minutes. Silas Thompson now looking really strong, so he definitely beat.
No. C'est pas lui. T'aurais pas dû lui dire. Ah, it's not you?
What?
Yeah, but for me, for the Ravito, it's...
They look like mine.
Yeah. Mais I hope so not a pen...
Allez, bravo.
Mais ouais.
Am I okay if I don't drink it?
Yeah, non mais not. I'm not jury. For me, it's not a penalty.
Yeah.
Mais. Ok, et dis-moi, est-ce que vous avez vu quand il a pris des flasques là? Parce qu'en fait, on lui a net.
There we go. Going back and forth between the leaders of the 100K. Still quite a lot going on in this race. And like I was saying, we're excited to be welcoming Andy Simmons soon in the live to give us a little bit of an update about what happened. Andy, who had to drop out around 80 Ks into the 100 mile. And there is, ladies and gentlemen, our male leader coming into bar aid station. Trying to find his way about what's happening. And our camera mountain biker as well, asking for a Coke because they also move quite a bit. And they need to fuel themselves as well, look after themselves to be able to last the whole day. So here in the aid station, Silas Thompson from the USA leading currently the 100K, 58.1 kilometers elapsed. And then I just...
Oui, mais c'est surtout qu'en fait il les a pris, mais en fait c'est pas les siennes, donc je comprends pas pourquoi il les a pris, tu vois, là il les laisse, mais le mec en fait il les a trouvés par terre et il croyait que c'était à lui. Ça va, tout se passe bien? Ouais, ça va, ok. Ouais, écoute, y'a pas de problème. Pas de problème de valise? Non, ça va, ça. Ok, parce que je vais avant il y a... Bah, il y a d'autres fois quand même, mais... Ok, ça marche.
No, I just want to make sure I'm good.
No, it's okay.
No problems?
Yeah, no, no problem.
Okay.
Mais me no...
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Okay, well done. Tenez. Non, no problem. Ça va où là?
So Sabi, we're still trying to get the information. It sounds as though the mountain biker that showed up on our screen and handed over that flask picked it up from the ground and thought that was Silas. So Silas was a bit confused by that. And so he obviously didn't understand what the guy was saying, but he handed over the flask to him. And so then when he understood that he was potentially risking a penalty for being supported outside of an aid station, he looked at the runner and said, hey, what happened? Because I was just handed over this water bottle. But I don't need it. So he said, is that okay if I do have a problem if I don't drink out of it and I just drop it off at the aid station, which he did. He refilled his own water bottles, his own flasks. And in all honesty, he's like, "Oh, am I good?" Because then he was confused by why he was handed over that water bottle. So this has been figured out, and he didn't ask for it. That guy just came up to him and handed over the water bottle. So he, in no confusion and actually being kind, he was handed over a soft flask and being told something in French. He's like, "Oh, okay," he just picked it up. But it has been clarified and he's been cleared that this situation, unwanted situation.
Oversized, stuff. Mais the flask is not out.
Bravo, allez! Allez!
Yeah. So I think that's confirmed now. That was the situation. But good catch, Sabi. Indeed, we're all quite confused about what had happened. That has been clarified. And yes, now officially confirmed by the race office. That wasn't his flask. It was handed to him unwillingly, and so he picked it up because he just didn't understand what's going on. And it's been confirmed that he left it at the aid station. So instead of chucking it randomly out on the course, he actually dropped it off at the aid station. And something that we noted that he very thoughtfully turned around to our camera biker before he got into the aid station. He's like, hey, am I okay if I just don't drink out of this? Because then essentially that if anything, that's going to penalize me from carrying extra weight that I never asked for. So that's it. And indeed, unnecessary drama avoided. Just competitive drama indeed. That's the story. And our American runner Silas Thompson still leading the 100K. And actually, I'm gonna check if there has been anyone else coming into the bar station at this point. I, however, doubt this has been the case. No, there is possibly another 30 minutes until the second place Pierre-Yves Briand could move into the aid station in second place. And Matthew Healy from South Africa has moved into third place. And so while Vincent Siringo, there must have been issues here because now Vincent Siringo, the Belgium runner, has moved back into fourth. So yeah, okay. So take those live ranking with a pinch of salt. Because it's not 100% accurate. I believed that when Vincent Siringo had been moved back into 11th place, and I was actually getting a bit worried for him, but no, he's back into 4th place. So I guess we all wait for the bar aid station to go through, and we'll get a much more accurate information. Le Pierre-Yves Briand and Matthew Healy have come into the Anglo aid station about half an hour ago, and they were together within 30 seconds. And there we go. Our lead female runner in Anglo aid station, 100. No, that's that is the distance for the 100 mile. But Anglo aid station for the 100K runner is 47.7K. Yep, this is written on the screen. That would have been easier to look at that rather than look at on my notes, but here it is. Aid station still loaded with NAC products, bars, energy drink, as well in the little bar, and the sneakers. Always helpful as well when you need a bit of a kick. Anglo aid station that is being pretty crowded right now with 100-mile runners, as well as the big crowds that now have come up as the sun is shining over the course. In 17 degrees Celsius, clear sky in Aubernais, the finish line.
Tu m'entends là?
Out mountain biker also trying to dodge the steps. Because these guys are also working pretty hard out there, also in the sun, and sometimes missing aid stations to keep offering us those images. So can't forget to fuel. And with the e-bikes, maybe they don't have battery anymore, because otherwise these guys will be jumping those flights of stairs easy. So maybe they are running on fumes and probably running out of juice as well on the e-bike. And it seems as though Silas has pulled away.
Yeah.
Trying to find, yeah, the flags here. Just checking that he's right on course. You know that?
It's the same off yesterday. Et ouais, non, il marche plus du tout le bouton là. It's the same off yesterday.
Okay.
Ouais, je sais pas pourquoi, ça se trouve ça a enlevé le Bluetooth. C'est bizarre.
Pardon, ça a coupé Team 9. Vous avez mon image ou pas, Team 9?
We are back again with our female leader in 100K. We just keep going and get familiar with Beyza Güzel from Turkey, still leading the race. And she will be now officially running into the unknown. The longest race she's ever done was 48 kilometers. So for her, this is going to be new now. I don't know if she's covered she has covered this distance in training. But in racing, it seems as though this is the longest distance she's ever covered. And after leaving the aid station with her soft flask full, she's kind of adjusting the pressure. And not running well within herself, though, still looking strong and consistent in that race. And Chloé Prudhomme in second place, representing Team Ultra Run Crew from France, has checked into the Anglao aid station some 3 minutes 40 seconds back from the lead. So right now Beyza is pulling away slightly from Chloé Prudhomme, currently in second, and third place is anticipated at the Anglao aid station in another 17 minutes. So still a lot of time to race, about halfway, still not yet, but like 3-4 Ks until halfway. So still a lot can happen. especially with only 4 minutes difference between, less than 4 minutes difference between first and second. However, now with a 16-17 minute gap, it might be one harder to close, and yet we've seen that before. Hopefully, I mean, we don't wish that to any of the runners in front, but if something were to go wrong, then time can be lost quite quickly. But at this point, it is Beza Güzel, Chloé Prudhomme, and Tatiana Quesada who are in the top 3 spots of this 100K, and therefore are currently punching their ticket directly into CCC, the final of the UTMB World Series taking place in Chamonix at the end of August. And back with our male leader, Matthew. Oh yeah, Matthew Healy is also moving up in the rankings. I'm rating the rankings at the same time. So obviously, if you've been following a little bit, we all know that Silas Thompson from the USA is leading the men's race. But I was checking at Matthew Healy. Is currently in 3rd place, but they were coming in together with 2nd place Pierre-Yves Briand from France into the barrage station just within a minute of each other. So a lot can happen. However, they are 10 minutes back from the lead. So it is past the halfway point now for the men's race.
So how are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, she's being cheered on by the spectators, and also a few words of inquiring from our camera runners. No response. It's okay. It's also an answer that means I am in the zone. I am doing my thing. She has her own earphones in as well, so potentially listening to music and wanting to kind of regroup. And then our camera runners and mountain bikers take note and stop talking as well. This is definitely a level of awareness that they will have, leaving the runners also in peace when they need to, or being open to having a bit of a conversation, just like they had with Silas Thompson, who was himself really open to it. Yeah, Sabi is still following, and yeah, we are aligned when it comes to like our race thoughts, and yep, that's always a different perspective, because when you experience ultra running and you come into distances you've never covered before, it's just quite incredible, and you just don't think about it in the moment. You try to stick to your race plan, nutrition, hydration, and in these situations, like myself, I've always had the chance to be with someone, like a friend, a competitor, who we were covering some of the ground of these races. And then it's always fun because once you've covered that, and actually myself ended up running a 70K race very early, at early age. I think I was 23. Then any other run lower than that in distance seems completely achievable. It's like, well, I've already run 70K, so now, like, if I have to run a 20K, it seems like a piece of cake. It's interesting how it kind of changes your perspective and of what's possible, and what you can actually achieve, or based on what you've already done. So that's always interesting. If you have experience of you for your first ultra running race and how you felt, please share it on the live. And then the running daddy, Marcus Meinke, best man. Yeah, he is coming back really well. He's doing an extremely good race pacing, and actually you've been informed by Alain, who is on the German-speaking channel for the live coverage of this Trail Alsace Grand Est by UTMB, that Marcus is already qualified, actually, via I think it's via the lottery. He's already been drawn for UTMB this year, so he's here probably to practice his race pacing, race nutrition, to get another experience in, and see how things take place. Now, I don't know if you're like me, but I know this is a climb, and I know this is definitely a much harder situation in a race, but I have the feeling that as we're talking about running into the unknown, that Beza Gruzel is slowing down significantly and even going from left to right. So I don't want to say she's having an issue, but it seems that the pace has slowed down significantly, and she doesn't seem as energized as she was. So probably because of that climb, because we saw it yesterday in the 49K. It was a brutal climb. This is one of the hardest climb in a race, and that's possibly why she slowed down so much. We also see the same situation actually with the first man, with Silas Thompson now power hiking, but you see he's got a bit more power in his legs, and it looks like he's charging forward rather than just being hit by the hill. So we'll have a short commercial break, and we'll be back hopefully with a bit of an update on what's happening. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Mais de toute façon, dans 45 minutes, il sera à Mont-Saint-Odile. Bonjour. Je vous remercie. Mais ce qu'il faut se dire, c'est que je pense, dans 1 heure, il sera au Mont-Saint-Odile, le premier du 100 km. À peu près, je pense. Même moins qu'à 55 minutes, 50 minutes, je pense. Ouais, non, mais moi, de toute façon, je serai encore derrière lui, quoi. C'est ça que je veux te dire. C'est qu'autant vous reprenez là-bas, quoi. Ou autant on reprend plus tard s'il n'y a pas de réseau, mais après, comme tu dis. Ouais. Ouais, ok. Ok. Mais moi, de toute façon...
Allez, courage. Allez, bravo. C'est mieux maintenant? What?
Oui, c'est juste.
Ah. Faut aller checker. Are you checking?
Sortir. Il y a un point de check là-haut.
Ok. Je sais pas, c'est nous qu'on nous dit qu'il faut aller à droite.
plateforme et vous descendez par ici.
C'est bon, vous faites le tour, vous suivez les petits drapeaux, puis vous redescendez.
Ça passe en vélo ou faut pas?
Oui, alors sans problème.
Ok, là.
Yes.
Non, droite. C'est pas clair leur truc, hein. Non, là, c'est où? Bah, je comprends rien. Ah, mais c'est de la merde. Ça sert à rien.
Par la gauche. Chemin qui monte sur la gauche.
Est-ce que je peux commenter en direct?
de gloire. Là. Oh là 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 là. On revient sur la place si tu veux après.
Ça a coupé, vous m'avez parlé. Non, je n'ai pas entendu. Ok, j'ai pris une branche, alors dites-moi dans 20 secondes, c'est bon.
So I took advantage of these few beauty shots to take a look at the rankings and give you an update. Silas Thompson in the 100K still leading. However, Pierre-Yves Briand from France has shown up in the end station about like 11 minutes back. So not too far, but then another 2 minutes back, 1.5, was Matthew Healy from South Africa. And they are awaited at Mont Saint-Odile together almost within a minute. So that's going to be interesting to see the fight between for second and third, as well as Guillaume Berthier as well. He's 7 minutes back from third place, currently in fourth. So there's a lot going on in the men's race. In the women's race, there's just as much going on because, and I was telling you that, I'm not sure if you got the message, but in the 100K, the ranking of the women's is completely wrong for some reason. It is still Beyza Güzel from Turkey who is leading the race right now, and the French runner Chloé Prudhomme, representing Team Ultra Run Crew, in second place. The two women are separated by just a bit of a there was a minute between them, and then there was 4 minutes at the last checkpoint, and then I'm a bit confused with the updates there, but this is what we have so far. Yeah, it is a bit confusing, so we'll give you an update when we can. Now, in the 100 miles, as we are expecting them, because Rosheim, we are kind of helping you discover the beauty of this city, but we're still awaiting the runners in a little bit more than 35 minutes. For the lead runner, Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland, he's been running in the lead for quite a long time, essentially from the beginning of the race. He was together with a few runners early on, but essentially pulled away. And Hugo Pellerol, who was very early on leading the race, has actually dropped out of the race. I think he was running a little bit outside of himself there. And Andy Simmons, who was running exactly where it was supposed to be, because their UTMB index together with Fabrice Fauser were quite similar. So they were. It did make sense that they were supposed to be together. However, in the early morning hours this morning, Andy Simmons ended up having to drop out of the race. So hopefully we'll have him on the live at some point so he can tell us what happened, and also tell us a little bit about the rest of his season and potentially some tips on how to best run UTMB. So right behind is another French runner in second place right now, Jérémy Goguet, and he doesn't seem too far back. Well, actually, yeah, he was. My bad. He was from the lead. But what I'm trying to say is that it's not too far back behind him. And the German runner Markus Meinke, who a lot of people were cheering for, was closing in, but I was moving up the field at the last aid station and has moved into third, and was actually, if I do the math right, like 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes and 40 seconds back from the second place. So if he keeps moving up in the fields, there's a very good chances that Markus Meinke and Jérémy Godet will be running together. We have been told a few things about Jérémy Godet from an insider's information, and says like it's a very, very strong runner. However, he tends to have stomach problems, so hopefully he'll be all right today and be on top of his nutrition and hydration. Another runner from Belgium that a lot of you were cheering for, Kaz Verstraete, Never Not Moving team, is sitting in fourth, and another 14 minutes back from third place. So now you have beautiful drone shots of the different castles that the runners have covered. Have run through, and it's pretty amazing, those views. And as you can see, they go in and out around the castles. And earlier this morning, they were actually run around the fortified walls of a castle, and then in and out. So this is one of the aid station. And earlier we actually saw a different one, which was the first aid station of the race last year, and that's exactly what we were talking about. This is the start of the 49 kilometer that took place yesterday, starting in Bar and there were 3 waves of runners, of 500 runners. So there was just over 1,500 runners at the start. And a big group of runners together early on, but very quickly, actually, the local runner, Gregory Basilico, with the orange t-shirt, you will see him very briefly, pulled away. There he is. And believe it or not, this is the pace he was running at most of the time. Obviously, that's where he made his move, and he was downhill. So it was even more impressive. But the local runner, he lives about 15 kilometers from the finish line, and he wanted to make a statement and keep the title at home. In the women's category, Jasmine Nunes, the Swiss runner from Terex, has been going back and forth for the first part of the race with Emily Schmidt, who was earlier with us in an interview today to talk about her race. They've been going back and forth quite a bit, and then in the last descent, so there were essentially 4 big climbs in this 49K that all the runners in 100K and 100 mile will also cover. And Emily Schmidt took advantage of the last descent to pass Jasmine Nunes and pull away from her to finish in first place, take the title. And actually, she had already her ticket to the UTMB CCC that she will try and run for the second time this year. Her last year's attempt was not on par with her expectation and where she was hoping to run. So she'll have another crack at it very, very soon at the end of August. But in the meantime, she will run and representing Team USA at World Championships long distance in 85K in a couple of weeks, in 3 weeks, I think. No, less than that, a couple of weeks, just over a couple of weeks. And yeah, we're back with the 100K first man. Still from the US of A, ladies and gentlemen, Silas Thompson is still moving extremely well.
Ok. Oui, non, c'est clair, mais je sais pas, ouais, non, mais là, ça va un petit peu mieux, mais toujours des moments à vide, mais... Hey, it's okay. C'est bon. C'est bon, c'est bon, c'est là. Come on. C'est pas clair. Hein.
Thank you, thank you.
Sorry, I was back out on the phone trying to connect with Andy Simmons, but he was trying to find us on the finish line. But actually, this time we are not on the finish line. We are commenting remote as a proof This is it. There we are. Behind me, you have actually the cabin where we are. You can't see it. There's a nice background. But yeah, we are commenting remotely this race. However, we still have a lot of people on the ground telling us about the few things that are happening. So if you were with us when there was this confusion with Silas Thompson being handed over a flask by a random person, and so the first person who confused was Silas. But we have people on the ground telling us exactly what's happening. And so that's what's happening here. But what is happening with you? We had a lot of people following us this morning. A little bit less right now. We're moving into post-lunch, so probably a siesta time on a Saturday, unless you are glued to your screen to see what's happening in the 100K, because we have still Beyza Güzel from Turkey in the lead and now looking much better. I think she had a bit of a low time. She must have fueled and felt better. She's moving well again in the lead. So if you have any comment or let us know where you're following from, that would be super sick to get that kind of feedback. Or if you have any question, or if you're thinking about throwing yourself into a trail running race, whether it's trail running race or ultra running race, well, let us know if you have any questions and or if you need some advice when it comes to training. And then we have Serenkus. Yep, sweet. You're very welcome. She's saying thank you for all the updated information. And yeah, we appreciate your feedback, especially when it's positive. Thank you so much. And we appreciate being here as well. So here, a quick glimpse at the finish line, and I'm going to get off that screen. And we're back with beauty shots. So you are watching from Zero or Nian, and these are the probably the places or the runners you're cheering on. I'm not sure, but no, that there I got it. Those are nicknames, and you are talking to each other. So Serenkus is actually his nickname, I believe, is Zero, and Nian is Nian. Obviously, now I got it. It's taking me a while. Sorry. We have a quick commercial break, maybe, so I can catch my breath, and we'll be back shortly. Stay with us.
The Ultra Trail de Mont Blanc is the Super Bowl of trail running.
3 times I've raced UTMB. I feel like I've underperformed every time.
He sets the biggest goals possible.
I kind of say it's like digging a hole. It gets tiring, it gets hard, and for some reason you just go, I'm just gonna keep digging. The places where you really grow are the ones that keep kicking you in the teeth.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Yeah, we had a bit of a recap of the early stage of the race, and as you can see now, there's been some damage. There's been quite a bit of damage because in the early hours of the day, Quentin Fletcher was there, and he's not there anymore. Vincent Siringo also was there, but he's fallen back. The one man that's still standing in the lead in the men's category is Silas Thompson from the US, and in the women's, still standing strong is Beyza Güzel from Turkey, that you have right on your screen now. It is announced here, if you read the little news, we'll have an interview with Andy Simmons. It will take a little while because there was a bit of a confusion. He thought we were on the finish line, so he had made his way to the finish line very kindly, so to try and find us and do the interview with us. However, I had not mentioned, that was my fault, that we were remote, and all he needed was to receive a link from me, and then he could jump in. So we'll have this interview a little bit later when he'll be back home with a quiet room and potentially earphones. Big high five here, which is really, really cool between these two women. I believe Beyza is running the 100K, and I believe the other female is a participant in the 100 mile because they are now covering the exact same course together. And yes, I did realize, Cero, that you guys are friends, know each other, and you are commenting and cheering each other on the live. So Anne is also active in her local running community. Good attitude to support the local park run, marshalling. It's good. You must have gotten some fresh air, spend a bit of time on your legs. We should be doing jumping jacks during the advertising sessions. And Vasile Pior, keep going, bro. You can do it. Yes, we can all do it. Good attitude here. Let us know who you're cheering for. And here, Beyza apparently changing earphones. It sounded as though she had only one, so might have died, put it away in the little case, and pulled out the other one in the other ear. That's true that in ultra running, if you want to let your mind wander, it's always good to have a good playlist. Some runners even listen to podcasts, but you really have to be in the right mindset. And let it distract you from potentially the pain in your legs or like a low moment. Music is also very powerful, so much so that in certain sports, it is actually illegal to be listening to music. I think UCI rules in cycling does not allow competitors to listen to cycling. I'm running in circle and running in cycle. That was completely gash. Sorry about that. It's all going downhill now. And yes, we have people here on the live adding your comment in the chat. Friedel is here for Tamara Kleinveld and Batuan Berak. Go Beyza, another person, yes, supporting for or from Turkey, potentially both, for our lead female runner in the 100K, Beyza Güzel. Still standing very strong. Hopefully we'll get images of the second place woman because she is not that far back. So it will be interesting to get an update because in the ranking, it's still a little bit all over the show. Apologize for that. In the female, there's still some people in the wrong location, like Marjorie Ponce from France is marked as first, but she is not. First is Beyza Güzel and second Chloé Prudhomme. Who were really not far from each other. So if we don't have images of that, then potentially we'll find out later at the next aid station when we're gonna have a checkpoint. The gap between the top 2 leading female runners in this 100K. And 6 hours elapsed in the Ultra Trail des Païens 100K, 109 kilometers precisely, with some 3,800 meters in 20. Oh, I'm getting that wrong. Let's do this again. 109 kilometers long and 3,820 meters of elevation gain for that point-to-point race. They started this morning at Orschwille and are aiming north, going back and forth on the edge of the Vosges Massif to get to Aubernay. And they would have indeed covered 109 kilometers and 3,820 meters. And that next section from Château d'Andelot all the way to Bar is like, you can see, 7.2 kilometers with very little elevation. So that's going to be rolling quite a bit. And when getting in Bar, this was the start of the 49K yesterday. These runners will be on the same course that the 49 kilometers yesterday. And so 100K runner, 100-mile runner, everybody is now sharing the same course. And once they'll get to Bar, it will be a succession of 4 pretty solid climbs, quite steep as well. So usually runners, even in the 49K, the actual 49K winner, Gregory Basilico, ended up using poles. So it tells you how steep those sections are. And so we expect, of course, runners in 100K and in 100 miles using poles. However, I believe that in the lead right now, the female runner, Beza Guzel, does not have poles, so she'll be power hiking most likely. And same situation for the men's leader, Silas Thompson. We had the discussion earlier with Emily Schmitz, winner of the 49K yesterday, and telling us how unnatural using poles it is for American runners, and that it takes a lot of practice. And she confessed that she wasn't quite there yet, but as she's aiming for CCC and most likely for world champs as well, she's running the long course, 85 kilometers. The use of poles will come handy if you are indeed familiar and acquainted with them. So that might make a difference as well in the 100K. when we come to the latest part of the race with those 4 big climbs. So there's still a lot of ground to be covered, and now our first woman Beza has gone over the halfway point and is gradually getting to the bar aid station. Still a few kilometers away. Hey, we have Rudy who's joined us on the chat, the live chat. Go, Jean-Paul Fringe and Tamara Kleinveld. So supporting 2 runners here. Let us know in which race they are and how they're doing. Are you Rudy supporting from the field or from home, watching the live and joining us? And Sabi, yes, I would agree with that comment. She seems to be doing really well on the downhill, moving quite flowy, and not too much impact. You know, that good old ultra shuffle with the knees remaining quite low, limiting the impact. But yes, on that last steep climb, she looked like she was slowing down quite a bit. So with these last climbs, the last 4 climbs successively, we'll see if she slowed down just as much or not. But if she's good on the downhill, we saw Emily Schmidt yesterday on the 49K pulling away from Sabine in that descent. So in that last descent, so you know it could play to the runner's strength as well as the disadvantage. It's hard to make prediction on that. All we can do is stay here and keep following what's happening, what's unfolding in front of us. And always words of encouragement from anyone here on the course coming out and checking out what these people are doing. There we go. Our volunteers been on the other side of the road, like trying to block both ways. It worked out. And yes, just like that, you can be on your Saturday stroll into town and being passed by ultra runners. Could be quite a strange sighting, but who knows? That might inspire some of these people to run and take on trail running themselves. It wouldn't be a bad habit to take on. And we have Birol Arslan, Yurube Besa, go. I'm pretty sure I didn't pronounce that right, but the spirit is here. Big cheering words for Turkey. And Shukralak as well. I think Shukralak was earlier with us as well. She just finished a 25K run in a hot Dubai desert. Refreshing to see some of these sceneries at the moment. Well done on your 25K run. That's the spirit. You know, you get inspired on the live, you go for a run yourself, exercise, and you feel like $1,000,000. You feel like you've accomplished something meaningful on the day for yourself. And Rudy is actually watching from the Netherlands, supporting friends. Yeah, thank you for your comments. We appreciate you being here and getting involved on the chat. So hello and thank you to you, Rudy. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do after I found out that I had missed a few comments on the live chat, is check in on the 100-mile race course, because Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland in the men's field is still unchallenged in the lead. But there are changes, and that's why like people were getting excited next to me in the German-speaking channel of the live coverage, because a German runner is now in second place, as we had anticipated. Marcus Meinken has passed Jérémy Goguet. Jérémy, who is now sitting in a third position, and he was not even a minute back. So the fight is on with these two runners. Marcus Meinke from Dynafit has signed into the aid station of Klingenthal, and is estimated at the next one in 14 minutes, Heidenkopf, and Jérémy Goguet in 17 minutes. So we anticipate now that the gap will increase slightly to 3 minutes at the next aid station of Heidenkopf. So yeah, these are the changes in the male category, and in the female category, looks like no changes since last time we checked. Maite Mayoria still looking strong in the lead, way ahead of her competition, and in second place, Jenny Josephson from Sweden has come in bar aid station, so in less than 49 kilometers to go for the Swedish runner, and she came in at 11:24, and at 11:42 came in the French runner Marie-Hélène Postas to be currently running in third. So that's the update. They're both anticipated to arrive at Mont Saint-Odile aid station imminently. I don't know if we'll have images of that, but if you are the crew and listening to the live coverage, be prepared to welcome these two runners, Jenny Josephson from Sweden and Marie-Hélène Posta from France. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That's your update in the 100-mile. And just as we're talking about it, we have images. That's the magic of it. And actually, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the live kilometers, our leading man in this 100-mile coming from Switzerland, he's been leading from wire to wire so far, and he is entering in the last 10 kilometers of this race. We've covered these last 10 kilometers, so he is out of the woods, has covered the last 4 big climbs and descents, and now is on the rolling track, still moving really well. I think when we caught the live this morning, he looked just like that, so he hasn't changed, hasn't faded at all, the Swiss runner, and that is about 10 Ks away from claiming the title and the first win on this Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. 100 mile, 17 hours elapsed for Fabrice Fauser. Yeah, so that was a bit of a mistake here when we were looking at Fabrice Fauser on that flatter section. He was still actually at the end of the last big downhill after the last big hill. And he's expected in a matter of 3 to 4 minutes in Rosheim aid station at 159. So he actually has 15 Ks to go right now. And we have now coming into bar aid station our lead female runner in the 100K. Beza Güzel. and our camera runner is gonna tune out and change the battery of the camera that he's using to do the live coverage, obviously. And he will be back on to welcome the second place female runner here at the bar 8 station, which is going to be interesting as we discussed. She can't be too far back, but like now we have people on mountain bikes, so hopefully they don't stay too close to the runners, because as much as our camera runners are world-class mountain bikers, we never know the skills of the other bikers around the runners, and again, runner safety is our prime concern, so we just want to make sure there's no issue there. So yes, as I was telling you, Beza Güzel has come into the bar 8 station in 6:12 elapsed, and we're waiting for Chloe Prudhomme, and somehow she's estimated at the bar 8 station in 30 minutes. I'm quite surprised about this, because the last updates we had was that she was only a couple of minutes or 3 minutes behind. So I don't know if the current live ranking is playing tricks on us once again or not. And Shireen Mohammadi, to try and answer your question, this is exactly what I try to understand as well, because Beza is doing indeed very, very good, and she's made it to the bar 8 station. And the question is, how far is the second woman from her? Well, the last updates we had was that she was somewhere in the 3 to 4 minutes behind, if that. And now on the estimated time, she's estimated to come at the bar 8 station in 29 minutes. So either she's faded tremendously and slowed down quite a lot and lost that much time, which always is possible, but that would be surprising. So I would take that information with a pinch of salt and potentially wait until we have her in the 8th station, because that's what we can guarantee, since we heard it from our camera runner, mountain biker in this case, sorry, at the bar station. He said he was going to change the battery and then wait for the second woman, in this case Chloe Prudhomme from France, representing Team Alta Run Crew. And so that will give us the exact difference between these two women. Hopefully that's a good enough answer for you, Shireen Mohammadi. And thanks for tuning in on this live coverage on the chat. And right on the images now, we've transitioned. If you're following us now, the indication in your top left corner in red are telling you that we are covering the 100 miles. And this is, and that, there you go, it just popped up. And now less. So that's where I'm confused. I don't think that's the right indication that we also received earlier. He is not in the last kilometers. Last 10 kilometers, but I think he was more in the last 15 kilometers, because he was expected to come into the Rosheim aid station. And Rosheim here on your map, if you're looking on the live.utmb.world, it is still 14.2 kilometers away from the finish. And in the comments, you are very welcome, Shirin Mohammadi. You are in Vienna. What a beautiful city. And we're excited to be able to cover this race live and offer you those images throughout the world, wherever you're following from. We had people from New Zealand asking about Kiwi runners yesterday, as well as people from Colorado earlier this morning. So we do have people coming from all over the place. And because trail running is a worldwide sport, worldwide spread sport, and we have runners from everywhere. And indeed, in the 100K, that's a perfect getaway to a little bit of an update in the 100K, because Silas Thompson still leading the 100K in very good fashion. But he's 12 minutes lead over second place, which is also not too far ahead of third place, Pierre-Yves Briand from France in second place, and Matthew Healy from South Africa representing ASICS in third place as well, only a minute away from Pierre-Yves Briand. So the two runners are within a minute, and they are still about a marathon distance away from the finish line. So plenty of time to be made or lost for these runners, which means nothing is set in stone when it comes to ranking, except maybe for this man, ladies and gentlemen. He's been leading the 100 miles since they started last night at 8 p.m. in the city of Colmar, and has shown incredible good race management. His crew has been here as well, doing really well to support him. And we have the production team trying to catch images of our lead man in 100 miles, coming all the way from Switzerland. Do we have anyone from Switzerland on the live? I think it is time to bring in the patriotism from Switzerland. I know usually Swiss people are pretty neutral, but it is time to show pride and support to your runner, Fabrice Fauser, who is about to most likely take home the very first edition of this 100-mile Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. And there he is, coming into the aid station, 14 Ks into Oh, cheers, Sabi. Cheers for that information. How did you cross-reference those distances? Because indeed on the map he shows that it is 15K for the finish, like 14.2 precisely. And so where did you see that difference? Because now I'm confused. I'm gonna check that. So Fabrice could be in the last 10Ks. Okay, so I'm gonna check that with the team, and let's have a look at how Fabrice is actually refueling at the aid station. Still a crew of 2 women helping him out. Oh, and there we go. We have our second female runner in the 100K, who's coming from France, Chloé Prudhomme, and she was indeed much further back than we originally thought.
Encore 7 bornes. Allez.
Bon, du coup, la première s'est perdue, du coup...
La deuxième est passée première.
Oui, c'est ça.
Oh wow, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. It is yet to be confirmed. But in the 100K, Chloé Prudhomme from France has taken the lead because it seems that Beyza Güzel from Turkey has taken the wrong turn somewhere and has gone off course.
Ah, il y a 10 secondes même. Je vais les avoir les deux sur les...
And so now Chloé Prudhomme has gone back, has taken the lead for the first time in this 100K, and for the first time Beyza Güzel, who we now see on the images, is catching back. I think she's definitely taking a wrong turn somewhere, and now they are back together, so nothing is done until it's done. As we were telling you, this restarts the challenge and the race, because these two runners now being together, they're most likely going to be fighting for first, and not giving anything back now. Some still 40k away from the finish, so that's going to be a bit of a surprise for Beyza Güzel. We weren't expecting that at all, but that's what happens in ultra running if you don't pay attention, or if you make any mistake. And yes, thanks, Sabi. I have actually sent a message to the studio to ensure what the right information is, and potentially get the information that the 100-miler is wrong, or the 100-miler course possibly is actually not the same. So I'll get the information, but thanks a lot for pointing this out. And all of a sudden we have the women's leader on the left side of your screen in the 100K, and on the right side of your screen the the men leader, sorry, I'm gonna get this right, in the 100 miles. And this is our Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland, who's pulling the poles out, and from the indication, he is indeed 7Ks to the finish. That's the last bit of climb he's gonna have to cover. Yes, and cave engravings, I agree with that, especially whether it's the phone or even the watches now. The GPS watches, you can put the yeah, exactly. So we're on the same page here. You can easily download the GPX tracks and put it on your watch, and then get notified by your watch by notification and vibration or something if you end up pulling away from the original track, and you're being told at all time if you are on track or pulling away from it. So yeah, that is something that's an easy fix if you have access to a GPS watch that could help you not get off course, because indeed such a mistake can really prove to be fatal. And in this case, it actually means losing the lead, while she had somewhere around 10 to around 10 minutes, probably 10 minutes, 15 minutes lead on the second place, the French runner Chloé Prudhomme. So another piece of information that is worth mentioning is that Chloé has poles. And for this last 40K of the race, this is going to be, as we mentioned, 4 successive significant climbs, and therefore on those climbs, if you're using poles and you're comfortable with them, you can make quite a bit of a difference here. So let's see how the rest of the race unfolds, but massive change here in the women's race in the 100K. Again, here back with the men's leader in the 100-mile, Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland in the lead. And I might tune out for a second to use the aid station myself and refill so we don't bonk for the later stages. And welcome Fabrice Fauser into the last kilometers and the finish line. So stay with us, the images will for sure carry on, and I'll see you in a very little while.
sympa l'ambiance. Je parle. Non, désolé si je parle. En fait, je suis en live avec l'équipe et du coup, ça vanne un petit peu.
Je suis pas très bavarde.
Non, t'inquiète pas.
Ça, ça commence à être dur. J'ai bien fait, j'ai récupéré les bâtons là. Ça va faire du bien. Je commence à te dire.
Ouais.
Un peu de haut du corps.
Ah, c'est le gros morceau après. Ça, ça va là, t'es bien?
Ouais,
Tu sens bien?
Ça va. Je suis content qu'il va y avoir plus de trail en descente.
Et t'es mieux là-dedans?
Ça va être bien, ouais, je suis mieux là-dedans.
Ok. Ouais, là c'était roulant, hein?
Ouais, c'est roulant, ouais. Et ouais, du coup, j'essaie de pas trop jouer à la première place sur le début de course là.
Ah ouais.
Justement, j'essayais vraiment de rester un petit peu derrière. Parce que je pense que c'est encore long là.
Ah, c'est long là, on attaque. Ouais. Enfin, pour avoir fait hier les 50K, c'est long. Ouais.
Ah, cool.
Bah non, mais je les ai fait en live, pareil. Et c'est long. Même en vélo, c'est long.
C'est super technique en vélo.
Ouais, ça va. Franchement, ça va. Il y a pire.
Oh, si tu montes les escaliers en vélo, c'est que c'est quand même pas mal.
Non, au contraire, c'est pareil, c'est plus marrant et c'est moins long pour moi aussi.
Ouais. Je sais que sur l'UTMB, c'est Miguel Martinez qui roule.
C'est ça.
Bon, enfin, je te connais pas, ça se trouve, t'es dans le milieu vélo aussi.
Ouais, un petit peu. Bon, bah continue ta gestion et puis ça va le faire. Parce qu'elle était quand même pas virulente pendant celle-là.
Ouais.
C'est parti un peu vite contrairement à toi.
Ouais. Je pense que ça peut venir encore de derrière aussi.
Ouais. Ah, je crois que alors je sais pas exactement, mais je crois que les écarts étaient plus conséquents derrière quand même.
Ah ouais?
Mais je sais pas, je veux pas te dire de bêtises.
Nico et Tatiana.
Ouais, mais.
Je suis vachement habituée au long.
Ah ouais, ok, elles finissent fort.
Ça se peut
qu'elles finissent fort.
Qu'elles ont même une stratégie d'accélération quoi.
C'est bon là? Encore une toute petite bosse après je crois. Mais pas aussi raide. À moins que tu veuilles que je fasse la conversation, c'est toi qui vois.
Non, ça va. Ça suffit 500 watts là pour le tapis?
Bah là il y a 800, mais je fais quasiment tout en... Dès que je peux je le coupe quoi.
Ouais.
Voilà, depuis le début je suis à 70% donc je suis tranquille. Puis au moins ça fait un peu pédaler parce que sinon...
Ouais.
Mais là pour hier c'est... Il y a des petits coups de cul où il faut en garder quand même. Un peu de puissance, un peu de watt donc...
Ouais. Ouais, autour de Klingenthal.
Ouais.
Yeah, tuning back in, ladies and gentlemen, for an exciting second half of the race in the women's 100K. After taking the wrong turn, we had a change of leader in the women's field. Beyza Güzel from Turkey seemingly has taken the wrong turn, and then the first and second women were within 10 meters. And Chloé Prudhomme, from representing Team Ultra from France, was in the lead. But then all of a sudden, when we look back, it seems that now she's opened a much more significant gap on Beyza. So we were predicting somehow, or like assuming, trying to read the course and what was going to happen. and especially together with the Sabi, who's on the live, following that, because we had seen Beza slow down in the last big climb. We were wondering if she was going to slow down again, and this is potentially what has happened. And now we have Chloé Prudhomme on the images. We can see that she can run also very well downhill as well. So there might be a kind of a game-changing situation here, where from losing the like getting off course a little bit and then being together with the first and second place, it seems that Beza has now pulled back a little bit. Hopefully that didn't affect her spirits too much. But currently she is definitely losing time on Chloé Prudhomme. So we'll see the next steps of how that race unfolds. Something that is almost in the bag is the 100-mile race. 17 hours, 26 minutes elapsed, and our first man from Switzerland, Fabrice Fauser, is moving extremely well on his way to the finish. And we'll close the remaining kilometers very quickly. And a question from Cave Engravings again. I wonder how many hours a week are these runners trying to be able to complete a 100-mile race. There's a lot of different running styles that you can witness in terms of training. A lot of runners trained with high volume, but a lot of runners as well don't clock that many kilometers and show that they still can perform 100 miles. So it very varies, and it's usually based on feel. But yeah, that's all I can say. We have a short commercial break as we went on to Beza in second place, and give you an update of the female race very soon. Stay with us.
Allez, c'est bien.
Yeah, you better.
And back again. If you were following the 49K yesterday, you will be familiar with those images and with that track. Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland has never been closer to the finish line. He's getting dangerously close. You can probably start smelling the barn. He will have a little bit of a flat section and then drop down into Aubernais. Aubernais, that finish line that we have seen over and over again yesterday to welcome all the finishers of the 49 kilometers. And Fabrice Fauser has mastered this 100K race, 100-mile, my apologies, 100-mile race. And look at him, still able to run uphill. Like I said, he probably smelled the barn. He's ready to go. He doesn't want to take the poles out once more. He's like, nope, I'm going to get over that hill and be done with it. Left turn though, and that's going to be quite a steep one. So there we go. Yeah, with some steps. So he's going to have to slow down a little bit, but that's okay. He's got heaps of time ahead of him. And ahead of a second place finisher. Sorry, I'm really getting confused now with all the words. It's been a long day and it's nowhere near over yet, because obviously we'll follow the race live all the way until the top 3 female in the 100 miles, as well as the top men in the 100K and top 3 female in the 100K as well. Talking about female and 100K, here she is, Beza, who took a wrong turn, but as Sabi said, indeed in the live, there was right now it says 40 seconds between them two, but there was much more than that, because our camera runner went back to pick up Chloé Prudhomme and then went back in, and when we had images, there was at least 10-15 minutes. So I don't know for how long Beza went wrong and came back, but she lost much more time than 40 seconds. And Shukral access, having access to a GPS fast is one thing, but having enough battery is something else for 100 miles. But yeah, no, you do. You have models like with Garmin that can last that long, 100%, no doubt about it. They even have now solar watches that charges on the way, and if you set it up with the right settings, you can last 60 hours plus with the GPS tracking. So that's not a problem at all. And Dabo8601 says the live ranking for the woman is not accurate at all. I could not agree more with you. That is correct. And that has created confusion in the past and is still creating confusion. I think this is only limited to the women's in 100K though. So it's good. I think everything else around that seems to be accurate. But yes, in the 100K with the woman, the live ranking is not accurate. So definitely do not go by it. Nathan, welcome back. And most elite runners don't load the GPS file on their watches. But, you know, it's, yeah, this, they don't do it, but it is possible to do it. And then once you set up your GPS tracker with the right accuracy, which is like points spread much longer in between every check, you still can get those 50, 60 plus hours with at least some models that I know of. The Enduro 2 in Garmin has this ability, for example. Yeah, whenever you have a tiny bit of sun, it actually uses solar charging, so it keeps charging it on the go while you're out there, and it doesn't need to be in direct sunlight exposure either. So that's really convenient. Now the technology has caught up, and you surely can use GPS tracking. So yeah, when we see that such a mistake can cost you the win potentially, and by no means I am burying Beza, she can definitely come back. So nothing is set in stone in the 100K. There we go, back with the 100K. But you know, knowing that the technology is there and the GPX file is available, might be smart to do that. So back with our top, like a lead woman, Chloé Prudhomme, in the 100K distance women's category. And moving up that hill, I think it's the first of 4 big hills towards the finish line. And Chloé Prudhomme actually using her poles, but if I can give you a piece of advice, you will see next time she will be on the screen, the tip of your poles that you're putting in, you're planting in the ground, you never want to be planting it or picking or whatever you call it ahead of your feet or of your gravity line, which is defined by your hips. you always want to put next to you and then push back forward as far as you can. Because if you plant ahead of you, technically that will slow you down slightly. Just like when you heel strike and you put your heel and you land ahead of your hip, there's this whole motion of going over your foot that is technically not optimized for running, but also will create more shock and will slow you down at every step. Now, please don't be confused. I'm not talking about heel striking or forefoot striking. You can be heel striking right below you, below your center of gravity, and in which case you keep the forward momentum going and don't break. But if you overextend your foot forward, whether you're forefoot landing or heel striking, you will be missing the ideal running stride, if that makes sense for anyone. So we are in Aubernais. That finish line is waiting for the top runners, and the first who will be crossing that finish line is the Swiss runner Fabrice Fauser, and who's probably now in the last 5Ks. So less than half an hour, most likely, for the Swiss runner until he crosses the finish line and be crowns the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers winner in what probably will be, it's going to be tight, but maybe he's going to break 18 hours. We shall see. Yeah, or there's absolutely another way to anticipate those races, like Manuel, and be like, hey, you can also have just a Garmin Forerunner, no GPS, no altimeter, no map, and you don't worry about it, and you run in a much more free attitude. As long as you know yourself, you know you're running within yourself, you're kind of familiar with your race pace, then you can choose to step away from all this data and keep an eye out for every flag and avoid getting lost. There's many options, and I think this is a very fair comment to say, because we don't want to preach, oh yeah, you need to have a watch, you need to put your GPX track in it and avoid getting lost. But there's, again, it's whatever floats your boat is gonna be the best option for you. There's everything out there, and you can even change attitude, because an American runner, Zach Miller, used to run with the little Casio watch with only the start and stop. So that was as little information as he was allowing himself to use during races, and he never felt like he didn't have enough. And he's now transitioned into GPS watches, and we were talking about this at Tarawera Ultra Marathon by UTMB earlier this year in February, and he was really stoked about it. He has the Enduro 2, and he was stoked about the data he was collecting with his watch. He said, like, always take it as absolute values, because some of the value may not be 100% accurate, but he said it doesn't matter. I'm using trends, and when the watch is telling me I am overtraining or I'm tired, I feel the same way. And when I taper before a race and my watch is telling me like I am training or race ready, I feel the same way. So he says, like, I don't get overwhelmed by raw data, but I do appreciate the trends, and he said that and they were helpful in his training and approach to racing. So here you go. These are all the different approaches that you can have. And so I'm going to tune out for a bit because I got an update from Yosu, Maite Mayora partner, and who's crowing for her. So we might have information from the field to share with you. So bear with us.
Je sais pas, ouais, à droite.
And there we go. We're switching now from drone images to camera mountain bikers to welcome Fabrice Fauser into the last kilometers. The Swiss runner, like I said earlier, has led the 100-mile wire-to-wire and is about to take the win, most likely in this 100-mile. You can see he's working his way up that hill on what we call the douche grade. It's kind of an uphill, but you have to run, otherwise you're wasting way too much time. But yeah, he's on fire. So I was on mute because I was getting the messages from Yosu. So big update to our Spanish crowd and whoever is following Maite Mayora. He was telling me that she was feeling really, really strong, and she had come into the last, not the last aid station, but the last aid station where she was found. And she had caught up with the fifth and the fourth guy. And Yosu said that these guys are walking on the flat and Maite was running. So he said, like, maybe she will finish ahead of them in fourth position. He said she was feeling really strong on the uphill as well. But kind of was taking it easy on the downhill. So these are the news that I'm getting from the field and that I'm sharing with you at the minute. So if you're cheering for Maite Mayora, there you go. There you know what the situation is. So that was Klingenthal that Yosu was talking about, and she was indeed catching up the fifth and fourth place runners. That's the latest update I received. And now we are 17:45 minutes elapsed in this 100-mile. And Fabrice Fauser, still on your images, is making his way to the finish line. And we had questions in the chat as well, asking how does it come that the mountain bikers is always following the same person. That's in the kind of the shooting plan, and sometimes they're alternating. But we always try to have the men's and the women's leader at sight, and then sometimes with the drone we can catch sight of the runners up. But for example, at the bar aid station, our camera runner had stopped at the aid station and let the lead female go. And actually that's precisely when she went off course. Beza, she went off course somewhere and lost the time and lost actually the lead, and allowed Chloé Prudhomme from France, representing Team Ultra, to take the lead at this point. So that's the situation. Hopefully that answered your question. And indeed, those mountain bikers are absolutely world class in what they're doing, and not to forget that they're following these runners the whole day, just like us, following, commenting, and you guys watching. And sometimes they're not eating much, and they finish the day, and I tell you that much, they are extremely spent. It's good to see now those people out on the side of the trail to welcome our men winner, our champion for the day. I don't want to jinx it, but Fabrice Fauser is in the last kilometers of the race, making his way to the finish line in Aubernais, and about to be celebrated the first winner of the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, the 100-mile of the Trail Alsace Grand Est. And here we, as we were talking about, we are following now the third man. So I don't think we've caught a glimpse of the second one. So is that an issue here on your screen? And it should be second man. I am not sure, because I really believe that Jérémy no, he's been passed, of course, by the German runner Markus Meinke from Dynafit. Jérémy Goguet at this point is then running in third, slowing down a little bit, and then we're gonna go pedal to the metal on the bike to try and catch Markus Meinke, the German runner, and see where he's at. These are the last kilometers here for our first man, Fabrice Fauser. If you remember these images, there's going to be a cross with the French flag, the European flag, and thanks to some people who contributed on the chat yesterday, it is the third flag is the Alsace flag from the region. And I'm going to let you enjoy those images of Fabrice Fauser with Aubernais city in the background. You can see, and now it's going to be just all downhill into town.
Non, tout droit, je crois. Tout droit.
Et en bas, c'est à droite.
Bien profiter là, fais-toi plaisir. Super mec.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, you can start warming up the voice, get ready to scream. So Fabrice Fauser is welcome into town very soon now. Only a few, not even a few kilometers. He's going next to that cemetery and then all the way through, taking a left-hand turn, and then over the structure, over the last road into the finish line. There you go, that's the left-hand turn. People have come out to celebrate the victory of the Swiss runner Fabrice Fauser. He will break 18 hours, ladies and gentlemen, for this 100-mile. And there you go, he can feel it. He can feel it all the way down. I'm not gonna say it, but Will Ferrell will be proud. And there he is letting himself believe that this is happening. He will be the first winner of the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, part of the Trail Alsace Grand Est by UTMB, and punch his ticket to the UTMB Mont Blanc. What a race for the Swiss runner, always in control, representing Team Dynafit. And there we go, these are the final steps uphill over the road. And look at this transition of images. Our mountain biker goes to the right, and here we go, drone footage. How good is that, ladies and gentlemen? How cool are those images of the finish of the Swiss runner here? He is in the final stretch. There will be people left and right. Welcome him home. This is going to be loud, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listening to that. We'll have the sound very soon to bring him home. What a beautiful finish for Fabrice Fauser. He must be ecstatic now. There we go. You see the smile. He has it, hands up in the air. He is literally flying through the finish line. And all the spectators from Aubernais are here to witness the very first winner of the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. Collecting a few high fives, and there it is.
Oui!
Eh bien, à mes côtés, Fabrice Fauser. Viens Fabrice, on va se mettre en place. Et tu peux regarder par là-bas. Regarde toutes ces caméras, tous ces appareils photo.
On donne Fabrice quelques petits instants. Hein. Ah, c'est beau ça.
And there we go. That's what we like
Fabrice,
to see.
j'espère que vous vous connaissez quand même. Oui.
Alors Fabrice, tu étais en tête toute la course. Au point du Heidenkopf, tu avais 1h20 d'avance. Comment tu t'es préparé? Comment aussi tu as géré cette course tout seul?
And so the question was, like, you've been leading from wire to wire. You ended up at some point with an hour 20 lead. How did you manage it? It's actually quite hard because then it becomes a battle with yourself.
Parti hier à 20h et arrivé ici à Colmar et arrivé ici à Aubernais. Alors en 2022, tu avais participé à l'UTMB et ça s'était pas fini comme tu l'aurais voulu. Hein. Qu'est-ce qui s'était passé, si je peux demander?
So he's calling out to his experience in 2022 at UTMB on the TDS. And he had to drop out. He was, to use his word, he was cooked.
Exactement. Puisqu'en remportant cette épreuve aujourd'hui, tu te vois remporter un billet pour cette UTMB World Trail Series Finals. Et donc en 2023, tu as déjà un objectif, hein, il me semble.
2024 would be his goal, because this year he's chosen in the month of August to do l'Échappée Belle, which is another 100-mile race
in close to Grenoble en 2024 à Chamonix. Félicitations, Fabrice Fauser.
The Diagonale des Fous.
Allez, on on
in
refait la
October.
foule.
And he's going
Fabrice
for
refait un bain de foule, il a bien
run.
mérité.
Give high fives
So that's
to
Fabrice
all the
from
spectators
Switzerland,
coming to
who takes
celebrate
our
him as a
first
champion.
edition 100
And therefore,
mile Trail
having
Alsace
those two
Grand
races in
Est by
August
UTMB.
and October, he said, no worries, I'm in no rush, and I will do UTMB in 2024. And look at the emotion on his face, ladies and gentlemen. Remember this name, Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland. We will see him again, I can guarantee you that.
Et c'est Monsieur Barbaros.
Super travail. Et Fabrice reste tout seul pour un moment sous l'arche. On va faire des photos. Voilà, prenez le pose du victoire sous l'arche. Voilà, prenez le temps de savourer ce moment. Yes!
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 Ultra Trail des Chevaliers champion. And again, celebrating with the crowd his amazing win here in indeed less than 18 hours for 100 miles and 6,200 meters of elevation gain in this point-to-point course. And there we go again, huge hug from his partner. They were together, his partner and another woman on the sidelines, helping him out at every station, guiding him through, because you're right, Sabi, he did this whole run alone, almost, at least from the second half of the night all the way through the day to right now, 1:50 p.m. local time. So it's always good to have familiar faces. There you go. That's the second woman who was there. I don't know if it's a friend or potentially family. The little sister, that could totally be an option. They both worked together pretty hard, and you know, when we see a strong runner, there's always people in the background, in the shadows, supporting them on a daily basis, accepting the compromises and the sacrifices that they do when it comes to training, when it comes to adapting to the training for 100 mile. We were talking about like how many hours do they need to clock per week to get ready for 100 miles. It depends, and it varies greatly, both from a runner to another runner, as well as at the time in the build-up, because usually 3 to 4 weeks away from the event, this is where you clock your highest mileage and therefore time on your feet. And we had actually amazing data from Ludovic Pomeray, the French runner representing Hoka, who won TDS last year. And if you're interested in those stats, or if you're running TDS, actually, definitely head out to vert.run, the mobile application for training for trail running. That is the partner and designed all the training plans for the UTMB Mont Blanc, as well as this very race Trail as Grand Est. So a lot of runners have benefited from those services to train and have a dedicated coach to be guided through the training process and through the training plans. And where I was going with this and Ludo is because at vert.run, you have training plans that are co-designed with pro athletes such as Ludovic Pomeray for the TDS, specifically for a race that they've covered and they've prepared for. And so you can follow their training philosophy, obviously having the plan adjusted to your level and your goals. So we're back with the second man coming from Germany. We've waited for him. Sorry, I'm getting really excited right now. For a long time, and he is now showing up on our screen. Marcus Meinke, who's made an extremely race, started conservatively and moved gradually through the field as the day unfolded. So quite a cool race strategy to adopt, because when you're just moving up to the field from a mental standpoint, it is such an empowering feeling, and it just keeps you going no matter what, and prevents you from going to dark places or letting negative thoughts creep up as well. You know you're stronger, and you're kind of catching people. It's always a very positive, let's say, good momentum. Let's put it that way. And right behind, or not necessarily right, but behind, is the French runner, Jérémy Goguet, who points in the third place. He was 4 minutes back at Heidemkopf, and estimated to be 18 minutes in Rosheim, which will put him 8 minutes back, so kind of losing ground on Marcus. And now back with the men leader in the 100K. This is still Silas Thompson from the US, and he's pulled away from his competition early on in the day. And still, I was telling you about the American runners not being used to using poles. And that could be detrimental in the later stage of the race when you want to kind of offload the effort from your legs. And as soon as the incline is above 15%, if you use poles, you will lower the effort that your legs are making by up to 30% if indeed you are comfortable using poles. So the total energy expenditure from using poles will be the same as not using them. However, you will offload by up to 30% the effort in your legs by pushing with your upper body and your arms using poles. So, when it comes to really long races, and if you've managed to save the energy in your legs kilometer after kilometer on every climb, well, you get to the end of the race a little bit fresher, and sometimes it allows you to have a little bit of a final push, final surge towards the finish line and make the best out of fresher legs than your competition, and differences can be made later on. So right now he's still though moving really well, power hiking up that dirt road, Silas Thompson, and let's look what's happening behind him if the competition is still close. Oh, we had some motion. If we have a crowd from South Africa, now is time to clap your hand and make some noise on the chat, because Matthew Healy has moved into second place of the men's ranking in 100K. He has finally passed Pierre-Yves Briand, the Frenchman, who is now sitting about 2 minutes back. So Matthew Healy has made up 4 minutes on Pierre-Yves Briand since the last checkpoint and at Chateau de Kagenfelds. Matthew Healy was 2 minutes ahead of Pierre-Yves Briand. So another change of position in the top 3 in the men's 100K. And now we are back with the second man on the 100 miles, Marcus Meinke. So he is now the last person between I don't know how to say that, but between the finish line and him, there is no one else. He will be, if everything goes according to plan, the next man to cross the finish line for this 100-mile. So we were talking about this earlier because the 100K runners, 109 precisely, are running the last 109 Ks of the 100-mile race. So we're saying since they started this morning, they might be able to run fast enough to catch most of the runners in the 100 miles. So this is probably not going to happen for Marcus Meinke. He's not going to be caught up with by the 100K runners, but eventually at some point this will happen, because we've seen that happen all day. The 100K runners, Silas Thompson passing more and more 100 miles runners who started last night at 8 p.m. from Colmar. And again, you see clouds in the sky, which are making the race condition almost perfect, because that kind of shelters from the wind as well as from the heat from the sun. So that keeps it really comfortable, nice and chilled. There we go. We are still live covering the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers 100 miles. We're the second place runner from Germany who's made one of the most tactical races so far that we've witnessed over the several different events. To come, Marcus Meinke score a second place so far. He is quite far back from the finish line yet. He's expected in Rosenheim in 3 minutes. So that will put him some 10 plus kilometers away from the finish line. So still a wee while until he can put his hand up in the air and claim the second place in this Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. However, so far the second place is guaranteed, which means automatic entry into the UTMB Mont Blanc, the 100-mile of the final of the UTMB World Series in Chamonix at the end of August. And that is something for a lot of these runners. That is once in a lifetime opportunity. And you can be sure that if you don't have to take it right away, it can work for I think a couple of years. You can transfer it, and you therefore have 24 months, just like the Running Stones, to pick your automatic entry into the UTMB final. I thought it was 15 months that your automatic entry was valid. You could qualify automatically for the final that happens within 15 months. This is why last year, if you were running Western States and you scored top 3, then you had the possibility to run right away, only 2 months later UTMB, or to choose to take it the year after, which is 14 months later, therefore still within the 15-month gap or window, let's put it that way. So that's why I'm actually confused a little bit, and we're gonna have to check in with Fabrice Fauser if he actually knows that information, because he seems pretty confident that he was not going to race UTMB this year because he had other plans. He was like, no, I'll take it next year. I'll do it in 2024. But I don't think it is within the 15-month window, because we're in May, June, July, August. It's gonna be a stretch. So he's gonna have to figure it out, and maybe we can also find out with the studio about this information, and we'll communicate it to you who are following. Let's check out the live. Go Matt Healy, you got this, champ. Dig deep. Regards, Janse from Rensburg. That really sounds South African, as much as I didn't make it sound like rubbish. Sorry about the terrible accent. But thanks for being there and for supporting Matt Healy. He is also doing a very good race, coming back very strong into second place in the 100K race. So that's going to be super exciting to watch and follow this late part of the race.
arrive bientôt au ravitaillement. Et c'est Sylvain qui a parlé là. Parce que si tu veux, il y a le troisième qui doit être à 4 ou 5 minutes derrière lui. Donc pas si loin que ça si tu veux remonter le choper. Ouais. Mais je sais pas si c'est loin du ravito, mais au moins on pourra avoir les deux sur le ravito. Parce que t'as le temps, je pense, de revenir et que le troisième arrive au ravito et que là on prenne chacun 2 et 3.
Allez, 2000 mètres et la ravito. Et après ça descend. Bon rythme, excellent. Allez, servez dans. Allez, allez. Allez, servez dans. C'est bien Bruno. Allez, donne tout. On lâche rien, on lâche rien.
Aid station is not far.
Ah ja, c'est close. Chez nous c'est un peu l'hécatombe, non? J'ai aucune idée. Je peux pas vous dire. La 9? La 9 tu veux dire c'est revenu? Non, j'ai pas reflashé mais tant mieux.
Désolé les gars.
Ouais, pas de soucis. Voilà, ça prête.
Ouais, mais bon. Je peux comprendre que c'est pénible.
Au ravito là. Go, 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 straight.
There we go. I was away for a little bit, but not for nothing. So I see that you were way ahead of me because you've checked that Beza Güzel has gone back into the lead. So I noticed that as I was also talking with people internally, and to answer the question about how to qualify, because we were talking about, okay, the current rule was that you qualify for UTMB or any of the UTMB races final in the 15-month window that we're following the race you've participated in. Actually, now, if you race in 2023, right now, you could qualify for the 2023 or 2024. So the next two years, you will qualify. So in the case of Fabrice from Switzerland, who said, yep, I'm not going to race UTMB in 2023, I'm doing it in 2024. He is right. He's bang on. I don't know if he knew or what, but he is automatically qualified for 2023 and 2024. Now, on the images, we had the second runner in the 100 mile, and Marcus, and he's like, that was a pretty swift transition at this aid station. So well done to him. He kind of regrouped and gunned and went for it, representing Team Dynafit. So that's two Dynafit athletes actually right now. Fabrice also was from representing Dynafit, and finished the race in sub 18 hours, 17:53:44. And Marcus is now expected in 50 minutes in Aubernay at the finish line. So another 50 minutes of running for the German runner, who's once again has managed his race incredibly well indeed. And so, yes, back to the female field in the 100K. They had Beza Güzel had gone off course, and that had allowed Chloé Prudhomme to actually fall into first place and then maintain that and kind of slightly open a gap in an uphill. But then, according to the current ranking that we have, so again, let's be careful, because we've seen that in the 100K live ranking for the women, it has been extremely unreliable. So right now, Beza Güzel is marked in first. But again, we had images earlier of Chloé Prudhomme, and I believe she might still be in first. So, it is quite confusing. Again, I think we should go by the images, by what we see on the screen. But the excitement, regardless, everybody should get onto it. And yeah, Peter J. Gordon, it's handy having that footbridge for the runners to cross that road, because indeed it would be bad form if you get knocked over by a car in the last final stretch of the race, but also it makes it much easier to not having to stop traffic all the time. Much safer approach, and hell, if there's a sprint finish, that always makes it very spicy to have to go all out over these steps.
Yep.
Yep, you might want to stay on the sidewalk not to get knocked over by a car. Speaking of which, and here he's crossing over, looking left and right, having to be careful. The mountain bike is protecting him somehow from other cars. There we go. Is Marcus picking up the phone?
Okay.
So Nick Laridona, who's definitely pushing behind Kaz. Once again, I think the live ranking is pretty good when it comes to the male 100-mile runners, and so in the distance between these two, or should I say, the time they were in Heisenkopf with 29 minutes gap between the two runners, and they're expected in Rosheim with 31-minute difference. So there's about a half an hour gap between Kaz Verstraete and Jérémy Goguet, 4th place and 3rd place. And then Marcus pushing the pace a little bit in these last 10 kilometers into the finish line, into Obernai. But there's no reason to push too hard and kind of risk cramping or having something bad happen to you. You want to secure that 2nd place. And behind Jérémy Goguet was far behind. So 2:18, actually not too far behind, so he's probably aware of that because he would have passed him at some stage. And we've got German supporters here on the bikes screaming information to Marcus in German. It's always comforting to have your own language spoken to you around the corner. And that's it. I believe if he keeps power hiking like this, that's in the bag for Marcus Meinke, who's done, once again, a very incredible comeback. Very well-managed race to creep up from the back and all the way up to 2nd place. All right, this is a quick recap, and I believe we'll also have a commercial break. This is the start of the 100K this morning in Orschwille with Basie and a group of leadmen. All right, quick commercial break. We'll be back with you shortly. Stay with us. The excitement is there.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
All right, team, we're back. Once again, we're our German runner, Markus Meinke, representing Dynafit, making his final push. I don't know if you can hear the background noise, but it looks like he's surrounded by birds, which makes it like a quite enchanting atmosphere. He might be thinking he's hallucinating after spending so many hours out. Already 18 hours and a half elapsed in this 100-mile. I think his phone is ringing, so he might, like, he has a headset on, so he might even pick up the phone and have a wee conversation on the way. So as you can see, reception is limited and the quality of the images is slightly degraded, but we can still see very clearly Markus Meinke in second position right now of the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers 100 miles, making his way to the finish line in the city of Obernai. And it shows the outstanding performance of Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland, who's finished in 17:53 and 44 seconds. And Marcus is...
Huh? Yeah, it's good.
he's a very old train.
But you are good. Nearly the end.
And always comforting words from our camera bikers.
Getting flat.
The empathy and the love from our mountain bikers deserves definitely a big round of applause, because these guys are out there and always looking out for our runners, always keeping them on track. We've seen that again with Beza Guzel, the second she ended up not having a camera runner on her because the camera runner was waiting at the aid station for the second runner, Chloé Prudhomme, to come in. Well, then she went off course, she went the wrong way, then went back in, and at the minute she is still in second place, while Chloé Prudhomme, right here on your images, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team Ultra Run Crew, is making her way, making the best use of her poles to gradually transition towards the finish line. Still 40, yeah, still 43 kilometers. That's still a lot of ground to cover for these women. But yeah, looking pretty good right now. Pretty smooth downhill over those boulders. And always words of encouragement from people in the public, people on the side of the trails, congratulating and cheering on all these runners. Aid station, he said, right around the corner, 1 minute to go maximum. So he said, take your time to fuel and look after yourself. Indeed, with 40 Ks left to go, it is very critical to be looking after yourself. So there you go, 1.5 kilometers, 1,500 meters between second and third man. However, at this pace, it will be very tricky to make up that distance for our third place runner currently, Jérémy Goguet, who's been fighting really well. But once again, Markus Meinke has shown perfect race management, and as much as he's calling himself an old train, he is still moving well enough at least to secure a second place finish and come into the finishing arch in Obernai in second place in probably what will be half an hour or so. And we're back with Chloé Prudhomme. Is anyone, oh yeah, I was going to say, is anyone supporting Chloé Prudhomme? But I think all the people supporting Chloé Prudhomme are on the French speaking channel covering the Trail Alsace Grand Est. Here you are obviously on English channel. So I believe most of the French crowd will be following the race from a different channel, hence the probably lack of very French comments. But that could be an option. And we have Sharam Borna. And giving really cool words of encouragement to Mrs. Beza. This is great. A lot of support. Shown from afar. This is great. And there we go, aid station at Mont Saint-Odile. One critical aid station here that we've seen runners stop at in the 49 kilometers yesterday. And our camera runner making the best out of his e-bike to go over those steps in what seemed like a very easy way. And there we go. The crowds are cheering. They know that the first woman in the 100K is coming, and they're making some noise, putting their hands together to welcome her in the aid station. I believe she will have crew there waiting for her.
Merci beaucoup.
Or not. Maybe not.
Ah, c'est gentil. Merci.
So our camera runner is going to hit the aid station also.
Merci. De l'eau. Ah, y a pas grand monde. Est-ce que vous voulez boire quelque chose? Oui, bonjour.
Good.
That was good. See, the volunteers were offering support. Say, don't worry, you can go to the aid station and pick up whatever you need. I'm looking after your bike. And the other person's like, oh, would you like to drink something? So, you know, they're here for the runners, and they're also here for our team, our video team on the ground. This is overwhelming to see such support at the aid station. And right now, again, as you see the red on top left corner of your screen, it shows we're following the 100 miles again, with the top two men. Moving seemingly at a similar pace. However, we still have Jérémy Goguet in the uphill, so that's why he looks a little bit slower, but he's still moving pretty well. But again, see 1.57 kilometers, so the gap is increasing. Obviously, it will vary depending on the grade of the terrain that these runners are on. That makes so much sense. And yes, we have also Parinaz Seiflo shouting for Beza. Shoshma, who's leading the 100K, it is still our American runner who's done really well so far. Silas Thompson. And in the women's field, it is Chloé Prudhomme that just came into the aid station. We had images of her just minutes ago.
Deuxième. 275. Ouais. Moi pour la 8, il va bientôt falloir que je change de batterie. Ouais, bah 7%, donc je fais jusqu'au bout.
Parinas, where is Beza? Beza is in second place. We are unsure about how far back she is because the women's ranking, the live ranking, was definitely not accurate, so we couldn't go by it. So I think the easiest way to gauge that gap will be to know when she comes into the aid station, where Chloé Prudhomme was moments ago. I think that would give us a good gauge. Hopefully that will be relevant. So again, if you're following, it's on the live.utmb.world on that platform. And I'm going to try and actually check right away. But she's expected, Beza Güzel, to be at the aid station of Mont Saint-Odile anytime now. However, we still haven't had any sign of her. So we're going to ask our team on the ground and whether there is someone filming there still at the aid station or not is yet to be found. But we'll keep you posted for sure. You can keep cheering on for Beza, as we have right now images of second and third man again in the 100 miles, separated by about 1,500 meters, as they are now both less than 9 kilometers from the finish. And I think for Marcus, even less than 7.5. Yeah, as you see, remember, seeing Fabrice going up these steps.
Right.
Trying to find his way through the foliage. Oh, there we go. So apparently we have Beza Güzel, who's now finally checked in at Mont Saint-Odile in 7:48:46. And she is together with Tiffany Prince from France. Tiffany Prince coming back, so within 2 seconds from Beza Güzel. So Tiffany is making a comeback from France. And now we have images of Chloé Prudhomme, who's just leaving the aid station. She must have seen Beza and Tiffany come into the aid station and then decided to leave. So those women, depending on how long Beza and Tiffany spend at the aid station, are within a couple of minutes of each other, if that, at most. I'm going to try and find out and if we can have images at the aid station, or at least if our camera mountain biker can possibly wait a little bit. So yes, there's been quite a lot going on in this race, both in the men's and the women's rankings. Chloé Prudhomme here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, at 67.1 kilometers into the race. In the lead still, but right behind, Beza Güzel and Tiffany Prince came into the aid station of Mont Saint-Odile stride by stride, together within 2 seconds of each other. So they must have been running together for quite a bit. So Beza Güzel for Turkey and Tiffany Prince, team Targol from France, are now neck to neck for the second place, respectively in 39th and 40th position overall.
Je sais pas si vous m'entendez, mais pour la 8, j'ai ma caméra qui va s'éteindre.
Yes, back. So we've lost the camera on the second place man in the 100 mile, but fear not. Marcus is still going strong in second place and will catch aerial shots probably as he's about to drop down into the city of Aubernais. And we'll stick to the third place male in the 100 miles, with Jérémy Goguet. So let's keep going in the 100K. This is your leader, Chloé Prudhomme, who has a lead, but not a massive lead. There was about 4 minutes difference coming into the aid station, but since she stopped at the aid station for a bit, it's hard to gauge how much distance there is, because potentially if second and third place, Beza and I've lost the name of Tiffany Prince, depending on how long they've spent at the aid station, because where they clock is when they come into the aid station, and then if they spend a lot of time in the aid station, then it can make a difference, you know. So right now, Beza Guzzo and Tiffany Prince came into the aid station of Mont Saint-Odile together, and then it's hard to tell who will leave first. And then our mountain biker, as you've seen, has gone full gas to catch up with the second man and replace our other mountain biker. Oh no, it might be actually the same mountain biker who stopped, changed the battery. Yeah, what am I thinking? No, he hasn't covered 1500 meters that quick. So there we go. We didn't lose anything on our third man here in the 100 mile. Jérémy Goguet is right here with you, still in third place, and yeah, we just had to change the battery. So very good comment from Shoshma from the UTMB website. Beza has never run more than 50k, but I think this is quite a similar situation, because I ended up checking as well with Chloé Prudhomme, and by looking at her past results, all of them on the UTMB.world, she has no reference in the 100k distance. And when I scroll down, I think the further she had gone was 88 kilometers, so slightly more, especially with it was 4,340 meters at the Inbrooks Alpine Trail Run Festival in 2020. So here she is still running within what she knows, and plus with her poles, she's probably saving a little bit of energy off her legs. So Chloé Prudhomme will indeed have a little bit more experience. However, she will also go into the unknown as soon as she runs over the 88 kilometer mark. So that's the situation with our two female leader in the 100k. Chloé Prudhomme representing Ultra Run Crew from France, and then Beza Guzet and Tiffany Prince from France. So you see here a third man on the left-hand side of your screen, a second man on the right-hand side of the screen. There's a bit of a mistake here, but that's all good. Now, if you've been following the live with us, you know very well that Markus Meinke from Germany is the runner wearing black and is standing and running even in second place. He's on his way to the finish line, probably less than 5 kilometers to go, and the gap is increasing even more, 1.7 kilometers, and that used to be 1.5 about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, next time.
So Marcus is definitely pulling away, securing his second place. Oh wow.
Good luck.
Well, that's interesting. Did I get that right? That did look like our first place runner in the 100K. Was it Silas Thompson who had put on a jacket?
Wow. Putain, chier la bite.
Sorry for the spicy language if you understand French. Our mountain biker is struggling a little bit on that technical part, especially when you're not running at speed. It's always very challenging to find your way with these bikes, especially because they're e-bikes. So they're definitely much heavier than the bikes that these runners are originally used to. But that's all right. We'll see a few pedal strokes and he will be right back onto the first place runner.
Bonjour.
There we go. Always a little bit of a wave and a smile to all the people on the side cheering him on. Again, so much positive energy to get him to the finish line. Los geht, Marcus. You are so close now. And the birds are still chirping away, which is pretty cool. It's nothing like a little stroll, 100-mile stroll, 18 hours and 51 minutes elapsed since they last started, and since they last were standing still on the start line in Colmar.
Yep.
Oh, and look at that.
Yeah.
He even pointed down. Is like, oh, watch out, camera runner. You're my kind of... Oh, how did that work? Kind of his guardian looking after him. Oh wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed Silas Thompson that we've seen on the side of the trail walking with his jacket on. And so we are now with who appears to be now in first position, but I'm struggling to find out who that is, dressed all in red. Could it be Pierre-Yves Briand?
Ouais, je vous entends. En tout cas, je vous entends.
Let's see if we can see from the front. Wow, massive change. See, you always have to stay with us all the way until the end because anything is possible in ultra running. And it's good to see Marcus all smiles. He is not giving up. He's working as hard as he can, keeping the spirits high. That's how you do it, regardless of how much you're hurting, how deep you are digging, or how much of a hole you feel like you are in. If you keep your spirits high, you're always going to get out of it. You're always going to keep moving one step in front of the other. That's how you do it. And wow, this is how you make...
Ouais, si, bah, c'était celui qui a la veste là.
Il est pas très bien. Il abandonne.
Bah, il est mort, il est carbonisé depuis déjà un moment.
Ça, c'est con pour lui, il a 80 ans.
Ah ouais, ça sent bon. Il y a le troisième qui est vraiment juste derrière, enfin le deuxième du coup qui est juste derrière là, mais.
Derrière là.
All right, so sorry, I was being quiet.
Même pas.
Because indeed things have changed again. And Silas Thompson from the US, who had been running so well up until then, I guess did not run within himself enough and has completely blown out and was walking, had put on his jacket and just could not keep up. So now Pierre-Yves Briand has been announced that he is in the lead of the race, and he was like, oh man, that's too bad for the American, because he was doing well. But now this is official. Pierre-Yves Briand is in the lead. But he's followed very closely by Matthew Healy. We had people supporting Matthew on the chat. Sorry, I really butchered your name. I'm gonna try and find you again if you're still listening.
Parce qu'il y en a un qui est juste derrière et il y avait l'américain, mais il a explosé. Je te dis, tu l'as déjà doublé là.
Ouais, mais je croyais qu'il y avait un mec, quelqu'un intercalé.
Non, je crois pas. Tout à l'heure, je t'ai dit quoi, tu sais, quand je t'ai vu?
Et tu m'as dit que c'est troisième.
Ouais, je vais voir. De toute façon, je vais aller voir devant. De toute façon, le live là, il est pas trop, mais. Ok, bah je te redis de toute façon. Mais de toute façon, fais ta course, mais il est pas loin alors.
So yeah, the runner who I believe is Pierre-Yves Briand was, yeah, there we go. This is the replay. Silas Thompson giving a fist bump to our camera runner. This is who we had indeed spotted very briefly. Confirmation.
Le troisième en fait, enfin le deuxième du coup, parce que j'avais un doute. Je sais plus en fait.
So they were trying to find out, but no, that is confirmed, and is most likely now Pierre-Yves Briand in the lead from France, and followed by Matthew Healy, who is bumped up to second place, representing Team Asics. And I'm gonna have to check. Oh, he's got the crew here.
Oh my gosh.
Marcus Meinke's crew is in the house.
Not yet.
I see ghosts.
Yeah, he thought that was his crew, but then he's like, no, in the distance, that's not his crew. Maybe a hallucination a little bit. And there we go, the Tomorrow Band in the house as well. And it was Reinhard Janse van Rengsburg. It will be a close finish indeed. And then also Julia Rother. Yes, push Matthew Healy. I'm sure he's hearing you. He's feeling all the good vibes. This is like a super exciting race. So we have actually a short commercial break just to calm the spirits a little bit so I can catch my breath, and we will be back shortly after that to see how this race will unfold. Stay with us.
05. Et je vais faire encore 5-10 minutes avec lui. Vous avez mon image ou pas là?
All right. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Richard, you were absolutely right. Matt had already passed the French runner, and I've lost his name through the excitement. Pierre-Yves Briand, who in red. And that's why Pierre Briand was a bit confused, because I thought there was someone ahead of me, so I'm going to check, and the mountain biker checked that. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, you are right. So people from South Africa stand up and rise for Matt, who is now in the lead of the 100K after an incredible string of events. This is really quite amazing what's been happening, and this is again the beauty of ultra running. Nothing is done until it's done, and so all of a sudden Matt, after going through the field, even benefits from Silas Thompson kind of dropping out or falling behind to even creep up on the actual lead. So it's going to be interesting to have images of Matthew Healy to see where he is at the moment, like mentally, and if he's realized that he's in the lead right now. And I can tell you that much, he's gonna, as soon as he knows that, he's gonna go, holy crap, better go really hard. And I'm sure he's gonna hear you all cheering for him. He's gonna feel that South African vibe that you all are sending through the chat. What a string of events, and there he is, and look at him go. He's also looking extremely good and fast. 85 kilometers out of 109. He's got about 25k to go, if that, because I think the last part, as we were kind of doing the math earlier, is shorter than it says on the map. So from that perspective, that will be really, really interesting to see how Matt can hold on to the lead. But looking at his pace right now, I think he's been told, or he must have realized, that he's in the lead, and he's like, all right, well, now there's no giving up that first place. I'm gonna give everything I've got to make it to the finish line in Obernai and claim the win of the 100K. What a race, ladies and gentlemen. We were not expecting that. So many changes, especially in the later stages, which makes it so much more exciting and cool to watch. And truth be told, I am also losing my voice, so I should take it easy, because we're gonna be here for still quite a few hours, welcoming the top runners in 100 miles, top runner in the 100K, as well as the top female runner in the 100K. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Can we hear Germany screaming? Obviously we cannot, but I'm looking left to my partner and commentator on the German channel, Alain. And he's getting pretty excited. I'm sure his live chat is out of control right now. Marcus is in the house. Final stretch into the finishing line in Obernai.
Good job. Hey.
And that is his team representing Dynafit. A pretty good day for Dynafit, with two runners in the two top spots of the podium of this Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, the first edition of the Trail Alsace Grand Est. And there we go, the final highway. But this one is not highway to hell, highway to heaven, and to second place, and with a straight entry right into UTMB. And this is the perfect screen. I'm gonna get away to give you the full image. You get Matt here. He's awesome. He's getting the thumbs up. So he's good at the aid station, being looked after and composed. In the meantime, Marcus Meinke from Germany is in the final stretch to be celebrated and crowned second place in the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. You guys are crazy. Thank you so much, making the heart with his hands, thanking the crowds, getting a bunch of high fives, and crossing the finish line. He's in total disbelief about what just happened. What an example of race management. Markus Meinke from Germany takes second place officially in the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers at the Trail Alsace Grand Est. And then reality hits. And the pain in the legs is gonna come right up.
Ich weiß nicht, was ich sagen soll. Ich bin sprachlos. Also ich hatte überhaupt keine Erwartung. Und, ich wollte so, ja, vielleicht Top 10 hatte ich von geträumt, aber...
He said he could have dreamt about potentially a Top 10.
Ja, nee, sorry. Von Top 10 hatte ich geträumt, aber das ist Zweiter, also das ist Wahnsinn. Und die Landschaft hier, also das ist unglaublich. Also so schön mit den Burgen und die Leute hier, also Hammer, richtig Hammer. Ganz lieben Dank hier, echt wirklich mega Publikum und auch die Helfer an den Stationen.
Very grateful for all the public and all the people and the support at the aid station. Absolutely fantastic. And there you go, final words in French.
Also Markus, alors pour commencer, Markus ne pensait pas du tout arriver, il pensait arriver dans le top 20 et finalement il est arrivé deuxième, donc il est largement dépassé les attentes. Markus, jetzt eine technische Frage. Du warst ganz am Anfang ruhig im Top 10, da warst du Fünfter, da warst du Dritter und jetzt bist du Zweiter. Wie hast du das geschafft? Was war deine Rennstrategie?
Meine Crew vor allen Dingen, also die haben mich so toll unterstützt, das ging ratzfatz, ohne die hätte ich das auch gar nicht geschafft. Also das war auch Teamwork und alleine hätte ich das niemals geschafft. Also Yvonne und Johannes, ganz lieben Dank nochmal, ich habe euch super lieb. Und auch Jürgen mit seiner Frau und dem kleinen Kind waren dabei, haben mich unterstützt, also mega. Ganz lieben Dank nochmal.
Also Marco remercie son équipe qui l'a soutenu toute la course et c'est ça qui l'a aidé à gravir les places au long de la course. Markus, was hast du Ende August vor?
Die große Runde in Chamonix.
Et oui, parce que Markus reçoit donc son ticket, sa qualification pour l'UTMB World Series Final qui se tiendra donc à Chamonix fin août. Dann wünsche ich dir viel Erfolg bei der Vorbereitung und viel Erfolg in Chamonix Ende August. Un applaudissement s'il vous plaît pour Markus Meinke.
Thank you, Markus.
Big round of applause
for
Meinke.
A beautiful race from Markus.
And here is Fabrice
from
Switzerland coming back to
the best result. He gets congratulations from Fabrice, from our Swiss number one. There we have our number one and number two. Voilà le numéro 1 et le numéro 2. Fabrice et bien sûr Markus.
And then we're back on the 100 mile for the third place runner, Jérémy Goguet, who's always in the house and still holding on firmly to third place. He will be the third and potentially the last to punch his ticket today for the UTMB race at the end of August, the UTMB World Series final. However, in the 100K, like I said before, if you go top 10 and you qualify automatically, you could ask to be bumped up one distance higher, so potentially the top 3 men and top 3 women in the 100K today in the Ultra Trail des Païens will punch their ticket to CCC, but also potentially to UTMB. And there we go. Jérémy Goguet He's looking at it. He probably maybe even can see it. He can most likely hear the finish line in the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, Jérémy Goguet from France is making his way all the way to Aubernais, the finish line, to be crowned third place in this Ultra Trail des Chevaliers, the 100-mile that started last night. Imagine that, last night they started at 8 p.m. local time. And he's looking over. He can most definitely hear that finish line. I can feel it. And gonna take that right hand turn.
Tu redescends un peu plus loin après. Continue, tu vois, c'est encore après pour redescendre. Ouais, non, encore un peu après. Ok. Voilà.
Ah oui, ok, je vois.
And our mountain biker making sure that the runner, that Jérémy is staying on track. And on the left-hand side, the green color, second place male in the 100K, but not too far back. The fight with Matt is going to be on like King Kong all the way to the finish. Matthew Healy, South African, representing Team ASICS, was moving like an absolute demon, probably after he realized he was in first place. But Pierre-Yves Briand from France was chasing, that you could see on the images there, wearing full red. So that's going to be an exciting finish for these 100K runners. But if they keep going at this pace, I think in Heidenkopf we'll see Matthew Haley pulling away slightly. And actually, this is not even, I got that wrong. This is not even Pierre Briand. Yeah, Pierre-Yves Briand has actually fallen back quite a bit in 5th position if things are correct. So I totally got that wrong, and I can't believe nobody corrected me. My apologies. This is Thibaut Lécru from Team Plus de Sport Cherbourg, also from France. Big apologize if anyone from France supporting Thibaut Lécru and wanting to listen to the live in English. That's my bad. I'm going to correct that very quickly in my notes to be able to pull out his name properly. So there you have it. And in Klingenthal, there was only 2 minutes difference between first and second between Matthew Healy. So that one for sure I got right, because there's heaps of you out there cheering from him, for him from South Africa. And in second place, it is indeed Thibaut Lécru from France, who was 2 minutes back. So we'll see the difference between these two runners. In the meantime, on the 100-mile, there we go. In the last stretch, ooh la la, that went to blast my ear. Jérémy Goguet in third place, coming from France. You see the little structure here going over the road, and you will see him very shortly pop out in that corner. And first French runner to cross the finish line after Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland and Markus Meinke from Germany. Jérémy Goguet, there he is. I hope you can spot him as well, just like I do. Now we lost him again slightly, but we're gonna go completely at a 90-degree angle with the platform. And there he is, getting up on those steps, up and over the road. Our e-mountain bike is making his way across the street. And there we go. I think we're going to keep with those aerial shots until the finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, French people from the whole of Alsace and actually the whole of France and wherever you are in this world. Make some noise in the chat to welcome Jérémy Goguet as a third place finisher here for this Ultra Trail des Chevaliers after 19 hours and 15 minutes of running to cover this 100 mile.
Jeremy has covered 100 miles in the last few hours. Bienvenue Jérémy, welcome to Auvergne.
Jeremy seemingly tired and rightfully so. However, with a big smile on his face, handing over, collecting all these high fives, collecting the amazing electric energy from the crowds here in Colmar, Alsace. He cannot believe it. And there he is, third place finisher, punching his automatic qualification for the UTMB World Series final at the end of August in Chamonix. Satisfied. And right away, no time to breathe, congratulated and straight to the interview. So you're a bit like the mysterious man in this course. Because we don't know much or too much about you.
Enchanté, je suis savoyard.
C'est un très bon signe. Moi aussi, savoyard d'adoption.
Je vis en Isère.
Excellent.
Et je travaille un peu partout en France et notamment à Nancy. Et du coup, c'est vrai que les Vosges, c'est un peu mon terrain de prédilection depuis quelques années où je fais pas mal de courses justement où j'ai eu l'occasion de m'amuser sur des trails comme Dabo, l'Internal et puis
vous appelez ça s'amuser. Vous amusez sur ces courses. Vous êtes d'accord, ok. On comprend mieux le machin, l'engin.
Non, c'est ça, faut aimer se faire mal. Plus c'est long, plus c'est bon.
Excellent. Alors donnez-nous un petit peu votre palmarès, alors des courses que vous avez gagnées récemment.
Justement, les Vosges me réussissent bien parce que j'ai pu gagner le trail de Valscheid, de Dabo et l'Infernal Trail 70 l'année dernière dans les Vosges, justement. Et sinon, cette année, j'ai quelques courses de prévues, mais voilà.
Et quel âge vous avez, Jérémy?
34.
Parfait, 34 ans. Alors maintenant qu'on connaît un petit peu plus sur le bonhomme, racontez-nous comment la course s'est déroulée pour vous.
So let's figure out now how the course unfolded for you.
Est-ce que vous vous souvenez déjà?
It's just like, well, it's hard to tell.
Non, mais en fait, j'étais parti sur une base de 21 heures.
And he had started based on time. He was trying to do 21 hours.
Donc, je suis parti
when he realized he was going so like the first runners
il appelle ça mollo,
were quite fast. It's like there's no way I can keep up. So he slowed down and pulled back.
Voilà. Et au final, à partir de 20-30 km, j'ai un peu joué à Pac-Man en fait.
Pac-Man, c'est-à-dire exactement. Vous rebondez sur quoi?
30 kilometers into the race, like I've been playing Pac-Man, so essentially he's been eating.
Excellent. Récupérer les morts. Ça, on va le garder celui-là, c'est bon. Et après, comment c'est la deuxième moitié? Comment ça s'est déroulé?
Non, mais en fait, au milieu, j'ai testé un truc, le Morten Bicarb là, et je pensais que il y avait du sucre dedans, et en fait non. Et en fait, du coup, j'ai fait une grosse hypo au milieu de la course, énorme, parce que je pensais qu'il y avait du sucre.
C'est pas parfait.
Je sais pas si t'as vu.
Et le fait est que ça m'a peut-être permis de me reposer au milieu de la course
pour halfway through the race he took a Morton bicarb and he misjudged the calories and the fuel that was in it, and so he ended up bonking extremely hard after that, and he said maybe it was a good thing because it forced me to kind of chill out for a while.
Et je pense que c'est réussi. Là vous avez franchement pas pété. Là vous êtes troisième, et le bon nouvelle pour vous, c'est que le UTMB World Series à Mont-Blanc, vous avez le ticket gagnant. Vous êtes entré automatiquement ou pour 2023 ou pour 2024. À vous de choisir. Alors en principe, vous venez nous voir à Chamonix-Mont-Blanc pour le final. Quelle année? C'est un peu direct comme ça. Vous pouvez réfléchir, mais
you will go to Chamonix to race.
Donc,
so this year he's
Alors voilà, 20-24, on vous verra.
Si je suis arrivé de la PTL le vendredi.
And so jokingly, he was like,
on le voit venir, d'accord, ouais. S'il fait mollo, la première course, et puis après tu fais un petit UTMB Mont Blanc cool, tout va bien se passer. Eh bien, Jérémy, une énorme félicitation et merci de votre gentillesse. Jérémy Coquet, tout le monde.
An extremely long distance, much longer than 100 miles that you do in teams of 2 or 3. And very good spirits here for our third place.
Jérémy Coquet, s'il vous plaît. Je pense que c'est pas la dernière fois qu'on va le voir sur les lignes d'arrivée. Un très très grand bonhomme.
And we did catch a glimpse of the third place runner here in the 100K, and that runner was also looking pretty strong, and it was Guillaume Berthier. Guillaume Berthier, who I think is the runner who has past successes in the last man standing races. So essentially you have loops and you end up running as many loops as you can. You have a set time to cover the loop, and as long as you cover that ground and you close the loop before the set time, then you end up taking like going for another loop and going for another loop until you cannot run fast enough and you get disqualified. And I think he's won one of them in 2020. So I'll let you enjoy this image of the 100K started this morning at 6:50, and we'll be back shortly after that. All right, I'm tuning in back on the live just for a second to address to you that we have about 20 minutes of runners being in that gray zone and what we call it, where there's no reception. So bear with us and we'll be back live with images of the first runners of the 100K. We'll also be following what's going on with the women because they are all the top three within 1 minute of each other. They're just going back and forth, so this is pretty exciting. So there's a lot to be following, and don't worry, we will be following as well as in the lead of the 100-mile. Maite Mayora still moving strong in first place. So bear with us again. Probably just under 20 minutes to wait. So it's time for a bit of a jog, high intensity interval training. If you are into that, just put your feet up, go for a feed, whatever, get a breathe of fresh air if you get a chance, and we'll see you back shortly.
Bon les amis, on a encore un petit peu de temps. Il est 15h33, le quatrième devrait arriver vers 16h. Les bonnes nouvelles, le cinquième, François-Xavier Lelieur, est passé à Rosheim à 15h22. Et la sixième, c'est féminine, ce sera la première féminine, Maite Mayora Elizondo, qui nous vient d'Espagne et qui court avec la team Vibratine, et aussi passé à Rosheim, et donc elle devrait nous arriver ici à 16h25. Donc 16h20, on va dire, arrivée ici de la première féminine, Maite Mayora Elizondo, qui était en tête du premier point de passage et très certainement jusqu'à l'arrivée.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.
Ça fait 3 jours que je fais que du camion.
Bravo.
Allez. Allez, allez, allez. Je peux aller tout seul. Allez, courage, c'est bien.
Vous allez avoir toujours en pleine action à l'image. On peut détendre.
Alors, on va faire la transition. Ouais. Dis-lui que je commence à lâcher. Et tu fais la transition là, ok? Ok, ok, ok. Tu veux qu'on la fasse là? Allez, on fait la transition. Du 5 au 8. Transition, attention. Merci.
À toutes. Good, Maite, good. How is it? Final climb.
Wow.
All right, team, we're back for good. And seeing that there was a question, has someone already finished? Yes, Mathieu, you're getting up slightly late. You joining late to the party. There's been a lot of people crossing the finish line in 100 mile. And we have celebrated the win of Fabrice Fauser from Switzerland, taking the win in sub 18 hours. Then from Germany, coming back from pretty far down in the top 10, Marcus Meinke in second place, and in third place, Jérémy Goguet from France. And now we are with Maite Mayora, the Spanish runner who has been leading the race from end to end and still looking really good. We were talking to Yosu to get the final update on how she's doing. And he says she's feeling really strong. Her spirits are high. But once again, the one and only goal is to make it to the finish line and punch her ticket to the UTMB at the end of August. Once again, she'll be able to choose whether she wants to run in 2023 or 2024. But again, from the conversation with Yosu, her partner and crew chief at every races she does, he was telling us that it was gonna be for this year. So it's exciting to see that Maite was fine-tuning her 100-mile training, fine-tuning her nutrition, everything. And also he explained that she took a fall, I think quite a while ago, and she did hurt a little bit her wrists and her shoulder, but nothing too bad. And once again, when you're running, well, who cares about your arms and shoulders? No, I'm joking. As you can see, the arm swing is actually pretty significant. But no, she's all good. She's fine and still climbing strong, as you can see her here on these images. Maite representing the team Vibram, and there she is in the last 5 kilometers. And we saw this at the beginning of the race, and you can see the shoes that she's wearing. Those are Nike shoes. These are the Nike Zoom X Ultrafly Trail. I'm not sure they're already out, but because they're sporting Vibram soles, and Maite representing Team Vibram, she has made the choice to use those shoes. There's a bit of a carbon plate in those, so that will help for the hill-to-toe transition on all the runnable terrains that, as you can see, she's moving pretty well across. And we do have, I believe, the 4th place runner coming, who has come through the finish line. We'll see if we can catch a bit of an interview there with him while we still follow Maite Mayora leading the 100-mile. Oh, and passing a French runner who was in second for a while.
Tout ce qu'il faut pour récupérer. Excellent. Alors, votre premier UTMB, non?
Oui, c'est la première fois que je fais une distance comme ça.
Impeccable, un néophyte UTMB.
Et il arrive 4e sur...
This is the first time he's running a 100-mile distance, and for his first participation, he is 4th. So pretty excited about this. He's from Bruges, and he said famous for the fries, the beer, and the music, as well as the people.
Et en fait, ça ressemble plutôt les Ardennes belges, quand même aussi, donc j'avais envie de quelque chose de différent. Et je voyais que c'était une nouvelle course et voilà, donc c'était vite choisi en fait.
Tout ça, tout ça allait bien ensemble.
The question was, why did you join this race? And he said, well, that was a brand new race, never happened before. And I was tempted by the distance that I had never done before, so here I am.
Comment ça s'est passé pour vous?
Pour moi,
so how did the race unfold for you?
C'était compliqué quand j'avais une entorse de cheville en février.
It was quite hard for me at the beginning because I twisted my ankle in February. That was pretty bad, and it's still very painful. And he twisted his ankle again and again and again in the first 5 kilometers of the race.
Et après j'ai retrouvé en fait la confiance dans ma cheville et j'ai commencé de pousser.
And so then after a while he started to find trust back in his ankle.
J'ai abandonné le Swiss Peaks, le 170. C'était la
And
première
so
course que
he at his first attempt for 170k at the Swiss Peaks, he actually dropped out. So he just wanted to stop that streak of dropping out of races.
Est-ce que vous pensez faire un quatrième là aujourd'hui?
Finally his chance to see the finish line and to cross it in fourth place.
Là, vous êtes quatrième sur le course aujourd'hui.
Pas du tout, pas du tout. En fait, je suis parti très tranquille. Et je voulais juste.
So he hasn't. Did you expect to finish so well? And he said, no, I took it easy. And then I just wanted to make it across the finish line.
Et après, on vous libère. Photo pour les caméramans et bien sûr la médaille. Merci. Monsieur adjoint de maire qui va vous passer la médaille.
Finishing in fourth place.
Voilà, quelques photos. Reste là 2 secondes. On me dit que c'est bon pour les messieurs. It's good.
Et alors, comme on l'a dit avant,
and there we go, we're back, and let's take a look at what's been happening in the female race right behind Maite Mayora. It is still unchanged. Jenny Josephson from Sweden, representing Salomon Sweden, still running in second place and 21st overall. And Marie-Hélène Posta from France is still running in 23rd position overall and 3rd position in the women's, meaning that if I check, there's only 11 minutes between second and third place, and they were arriving in Klingenthal in a matter of a few minutes, actually, and after some 140 something kilometers. So there's still 30 Ks to go. So an 11-minute gap could potentially be made up, lost, or gained for these runners. So still a battle for second between Jenny Josephson from Sweden and Marie-Hélène Posta from France. Then in the 100K, we haven't had much news anymore for a while. So let's see how things are going. And wow, Matthew Healy from South Africa, ladies and gentlemen, is anticipated to arrive at the Rochheim aid station, which is about 10 Ks away, just over 10 Ks away from the finish line. And Thibaut Lécuru from France, currently sitting in second place, is also expected to make it to Rochheim aid station 1 minute after Matthew Healy in 40 minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats, because third place Guillaume Berthier, based on the pace he's been running out, he is expected in a Rochheim in a 38 minute, therefore 1 minute ahead of Matthew Healy and Thibaut Lécuru, meaning that potentially Guillaume Berthier by the next aid station could very well be standing in the lead of the 100K, which would put Matthew Healy in second and Thibaut Lécuru in a third. But the thing is, if people start passing people, this is going to be a battle, and they're going to definitely be holding on to one another, especially when they are 10 kilometers away from the finish line. And from that point on, the war will be absolutely on, and these guys are going to battle it out all the way until the finish. So we are in for hell of a finish between all these runners in the 100K men. By all means, stay with us till the end, because that's going to be quite incredible. In the meantime, Maite Mayora, less suspense there, if anything. There's actually no suspense here. She has absolutely murdered the race right from the start, setting her own pace and moving consistently throughout these 175 kilometers. She is now less than 5 Ks to the finish. And on the flatter section, she'll get into town and then roll into that last descent into Aubernais. And to celebrate a huge victory on this 100-mile, not only confirming probably her equipment, choice of footwear, nutrition plan as well, but also more importantly, as her partner Yosu was telling us right from the field, she will punch her ticket to the 2023 UTMB automatic entry, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is what this woman was after. And look at her, head down, still some spring in her stride, eyes on the prize. She is not about to make a mistake here. She will stay focused all the way until the end. Maite Mayora, where is Spain on the chat, ladies and gentlemen? We want to hear you scream for Maite. And there we go. We got people on the side of the trail cheering her on. You know, you can imagine that you're in the middle of the countryside in the eastern part of France, and people are out at their backyard. They know your name. They probably have been following the live, and they're just coming out and cheering you on by your name. How cool is that? Can you imagine the chill that you'll be getting from that? It is quite insane. As much as she has her poker face on, Maite Mayoria 100% will be feeling that love and that energy. And you see, actually, she just received a good job from our camera mountain biker, and she let go of a smile. She is a very focused runner. She always has a plan, always wants to execute and deliver nothing but her best at many races. And so that's why she can seem almost borderline cold if you don't know her, but trust me, once she'll be getting close to the finish line, you will see the smile on her face and the satisfaction, because she's pretty hard on herself. And even if she was pulling out a win, but in a time that is not outstanding, she would not be happy about herself. So hopefully she will be satisfied with such a race, because once again, huge performance from the Spanish runner Maite Mayora. And there we go. We've got people back in the house. Shoshma with the Spanish flag and the ball. Indeed, she is charging like a ball in these last kilometers. And I, for one, am excited because Maite is a good friend, Yosu is a good friend, and we share a lot of good friends in common. That's what this whole trail running community and ultra running community is all about, is human connections, people helping people, cheering each other on, and that's the beauty of this sport. And that's, at least for one, why I am in it and why I enjoy so much covering those races live and broadcasting and offering to you all the amazing performances and efforts and boundaries that all these runners are pushing. Yeah, that's about it. I'm going to stop there. Oh, and I, for one, I am excited to see what's going to happen in Rosheim when we'll get the update, because the times are still, as I explained to you, Guillaume Berthier currently sitting in third, is expected to be first coming to the aid station, and 1 minute later would be Matthew Healy. And about 1 minute later as well, Thibaut Lécureux. So that's gonna be a hell of a battle between these three runners, I'll tell you that much. And by the time they hit Rosheim, it is 10.4 or 10.6 kilometers into the finish with a decent kick in the middle. So it's not like you're rolling all the way. There's going to be some rolling terrain, douche grade uphill, a bit of a kick in the middle, kind of plateauing, undulating, and then down into town. So if by the time they get to that flat section next to the White Cross and the 3 flags from Europe, France, and Alsace. Once you overlook the whole city of Aubernais, if these guys are still together at this point, this is going to be an insane sprint finish downhill into town. And who knows, maybe by this point, even when they cross the road up on the little passerelle, on the little construction, I use passerelle, I'm pretty sure that's a French word, so apologize for that if you do not understand what I'm talking about. But that whole structure that has been built, the stairs and the downhill way into the finishing chute. All I can tell you is the suspense is on in the 100K men's race as well as in the women's, because the women's were also within 2 minutes of each other. And then at the Chateau de Cagenfels, Tiffany Prince has moved into the lead, and actually because of the pace she's been moving out previously, she's expected at Klingenthal in 42 minutes, while Chloé Prudhomme, the other French runner, is expected there in 1 hour and then 1:04 for Beza Gussel. So let's figure out if that is true. But Tiffany Prince would have come back from the back of the pack. Quick commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be shortly back with you. Stay with us.
Yeah, you better.
Open, yeah. Good. Right. Ultima salita.
And now we're still expecting. We're still expecting François Xavier to be our next runner coming down our 150 meters straight.
Alors Didier.
J'arrive, aïe.
Tu sais si c'est François Xavier? Je sais pas.
C'est le cinquième gars. Cinquième gars. Sur la passerelle.
Attention, notre cinquième est en vue. Il est là, il arrive, tu le vois Quentin. Il doit être
sur la passerelle, c'est les amants qu'on a.
Il doit être pas loin. Normalement, c'est François Xavier. Si c'est lui qui vient de Calais, on peut lui donner un bon accueil nordiste. Et Victoire est là. Le voilà. Il descend de la passerelle, il lui reste 150 mètres à courir. Et attention, c'est bien François Xavier, le lieu. Le lieu. François Xavier, le lieu. Il est coureur classé aujourd'hui. Tout droit de Calais, et aussi c'est sa première UTMB. Première télé, Quentin, pour placer une victoire. Il court avec sa victoire. Elle a la victoire pour venir vers la célébration européenne. Excellent travail. Félicitations. Sortie est très bien nommée. C'est victoire bien sûr. Et attends, reviens.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to slowly build up the arrival of our all-time champion from Spain, ladies and gentlemen, Maite Mayora, who is now in the last kilometer into Aubernais, and she will finally reach out the finish line after 175 kilometers and 20 hours and 15 minutes of running. Always in the lead, never failed, although we got scared a little bit about 10 kilometers ago, if that, when she came out of the aid station. Our camera runners ended up losing her, so they weren't too sure where she was and thought she had gone off course, but she got picked up on the way, and she was on course. And so she, so after we got scared a little bit, she will indeed come into the first place of this 100-mile Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. And what a race by Maite Mayora. And we have more comments here. Still cheering for Bezam, sitting in third position right now, but still well in the fight for any positions ahead of that. And yes, still cheering on for Matt. Yes, the 100K runners are in the house. We're going to have images of them. Grant Healy, don't worry too much about it. You might, I don't know if you were with us the whole time, but there is a whole gray area with zero reception, so we cannot offer you images of those runners. And this is precisely where the 100K runners were sitting recently. So by the time our teams and our mountain bikers and drone pilots reset on the course, fear not, we will see all the runners come in, and starting with this amazing victory from Maite Mayura. Amazing run. There she is. She is now starting to let go and smile. She knows that it's almost in the bag. But Matthew Healy, and most likely related to Grant, so fear not. We will have images of Matthew. Last time we saw him was looking good on an aid station, getting the thumbs up from somebody in the crowd. And together at the fight with Thibaut Lecru. And then we'll see, because in the live coverage, we were informed by the kind of algorithm that we had that potentially Guillaume Berthier from France was going to pass both of them at Rosheim, 10 kilometers from the finish. So we will be there. Don't worry, we will cover that live. So don't worry, we will have everything. And there we go, there she is now. She could see the structure over the road. She's sending us kisses and a smile. There she is, Maite Mayura. It's just a little bit like when you're coming to Chamonix after the UTMB Mont Blanc. Quite a fantastic feeling of relief after running for 20 plus hours. And she's about to come right onto that structure over the road and into the finishing chute. And I hope, for one, that the crowds have gathered on the both sides of this finish line to welcome Maite Mayura as the champion that she is, taking the win with what will look like then ahead of a gap on the next runner-up. And there she is. Oh, I get the chills. And there she comes, ladies and gentlemen, fist pumping in the air. Maite Mayura representing Team Vibram in the finishing line of the Ultra Trail des Chevaliers. She is about to win this very first edition of the race. 100 miles, can you imagine that? She started last night at 8 p.m. and ran all the way through the night and into the late afternoon. This is gonna get emotional. I know Yosu is probably already tearing up on the other side of the finish line. Yosu, who's been by her side this whole time, she can finally let go. And I was telling you, behind that straight face, that poker face, always focused on the goal, she could finally relax in the last meters. What an achievement. What an achievement from the Spanish runner.
Y después, ¿en español o en francés? ¿Qué preferías?
En castellano y en euskera.
She was like, well, would you rather have the interview in French or in Spanish? And she was like, well, in Castellano, of course.
Femenina, primero, y 7 del general. Del primero UTMB en Alsace. En este momento, ¿qué piensas, Maite?
What is going through your mind right now?
Pienso que somos unos inconscientes. He tenido que hacer esto porque sueño con UTMB. Sueño con UTMB en Chamonix.
And so, yeah, so as Yosu had explained to us and I explained to you, the one goal for Maite was
muy importante,
to
has
qualify
ganado
for
con esta
UTMB.
victoria, has ganado la entrada en Chamonix
so
por
said,
2023
y
por 2024. Bien sûr, Maite gagne l'entrée à l'UTMB World Series, World Finals à Mont Blanc. Faut 1023 et 1024. Puedes hacer los dos. Tú puedes hacer el 100 kilómetros, el 100 miles, como quieras.
Exacto, parece. Bueno, sí que es verdad que no solo UTMB, Alsacia, la verdad, los castillos, los torres, ha sido increíble, sobre todo la noche. Los castillos con luces, increíble. Increíble, he sufrido muchísimo. He tenido una caída, venía de una caída también del hombro, no me puedo levantar. Bueno, que veis, no puedo levantar el hombro, pero bueno, venía con secuelas. Y con muchísimo miedo salí, pero estaba aquí mi objetivo, que era hacer esta carrera y pensando en Chamonix y estoy súper mega feliz.
And now she is extremely happy.
Alors, elle dit que la course, le paysage d'abord sublime, les châteaux, les tours fortifiées, elle a complètement adoré. Les châteaux illuminés la nuit, oui, elle a adoré. La course en général. Et maintenant, elle attend qu'une chose, c'est d'aller au final à Chamonix pour le Mont Blanc World Finals of the UTMB Series at the end of August.
Blondine Lirondelle,
Muchísimas gracias, Maite.
Of the CCC will jump up into the UTMB.
Y bueno, para acabar, la verdad es que soy conocida en mi casa, porque entre otras cosas soy la niña pequeña. Soy famosa en mi pueblo porque vivo en un pueblo de 2.000 habitantes, pero jamás me hubiese imaginado que aquí en Francia tantísima gente me iba a conocer. Muchísimas gracias a todos esos ánimos que he recibido.
Merci Maïté. Elle disait qu'elle est bien sûr très bien connue chez elle dans le Pays Basque, mais elle ne pensait pas qu'autant de monde le connaissait en France et qu'autant de monde allait lui soutenir sur la route. Alors on dit un grand merci à tout le public. Merci à vous le public. Muchas gracias Maïté. Super travail.
Catherine Poletti, ladies and gentlemen, they know each other very well with Maite. And Catherine is there in person to congratulate her.
Et aussi, elle a raconté qu'elle est tombée aussi 2 fois. Qu'on voit, elle s'est fait un peu mal au bras droit, au bras gauche et aux jambes gauche. 2 chutes, mais quand même, première féminine et 7e sur le scratch général. C'est simplement increíble, como decimos en español.
And one very
Allez, avec le médaille, on fait encore une dernière tonnerre d'applaudissements, s'il vous plaît, pour le premier féminine, Maïté.
So, good faces, and like I was telling you, a lot of relationships, a lot of people who know each other, help each other, and appreciate each other. So I don't know if she needs help, what she needs help for, but Catherine is giving her a hand. And I believe Yosu was probably somewhere out on the course cheering for her before the last stretch, or maybe he couldn't find a spot to park the car and run to the finish line, or maybe he's just
Et la photo souvenir avec
on the sidelines, waiting his turn to congratulate his partner Maite Mayora, because they both know very well, especially she does.
Et ahora descanso, Maite. Et maintenant, repos, beaucoup de repos.
Putting in so much effort into training and everything, and working so hard during the races. Yosu is always there to support her, whether it's during training, during racing, and while it's racing, it's on the sidelines. Crewing at the aid station, giving her everything she needs, from the fuel, the hydration, as well as the mental support. These two are a hell of a team, and this is always fantastic to see a day unfold as planned. And boy, did she deliver today. So we're looking forward to see Maite Mayora lined up at
Et nous nous apprêtons ici à accueillir notre 7e finisher de ce premier Trail Alsace Grand Est par UTMB. On va tout de suite regarder de qui il s'agit. On va accueillir dans quelques instants Jérôme Ferris, qui nous rejoint ici à Aubernais après 175 km.
who has been in the early stages of the race, and that was very early this morning. Been standing in second place and eventually fell back into 7th, but scoring a top 10 here at a race by UTMB is a fantastic achievement. I'm sure he will be stoked about that, giving high fives, saying, like smiling at everyone. And he's going to come and make it to the finish line in 7th place. 7th place indeed.
Allez, Jérôme! Super travail, Pierre. Super travail. Venez ici sur le tapis. Alors, c'est Jérôme, on s'est vu aux conférences de presse, on s'est vu au départ. Tout le temps, vous avez le sourire, et là, vous avez le sourire. Hein? Explique-nous, comment vous gardez le sourire si longtemps?
Je viens de prendre 200 de travail par les 10 jeunes. Tu vois, j'étais deuxième, ils m'ont mis une pile, mais terrible. Il y en a 3 qui sont passés d'un coup. Et j'y allais. Et en plus, je crois que j'ai eu une petite fringale à ce moment-là. Alors là, quand je les ai vus passer, j'y vais. Ah, vas-y.
Et comment ça s'est passé alors? Ils vous ont dépassé à quel moment de la course?
Là, au 50e kilomètre, j'étais deuxième. Et puis après, je perds le top.
Ah oui, parce qu'on vous a vu passer au premier château. Là, vous avez l'air plein de forme.
J'étais bien, mais j'ai mal aux pieds. Voilà. Après, je sors de 4 semaines. J'ai fait un 160. J'ai été blessé encore il y a 2 jours. Et puis, je sais pas si je le dis. La semaine prochaine, normalement, je dois faire un 24 heures. Mais bon,
un 24 heures la semaine prochaine, ah d'accord. Alors, en fait, ça, c'est juste un petit entraînement pour vous. Ouais, juste un entraînement.
Easy.
Easy. Comme on dit en anglais, easy peasy. Merci beaucoup, Jérôme Ferris, tout le monde.
He's joking, Jérôme Ferris. He said, like, at some point he was in second place, and then he got passed by 3 runners right at the same time, and he said he couldn't believe how fast they were running. And yeah, he's super happy with what he's done, finishing in 7th position. And he said, like 2 weeks ago, I think, or something like that, if I understood correctly, he's already run some 160K. And he says, I shouldn't be saying that, but next weekend I have a 24-hour run planned, a 24-hour race planned. So yeah, that tells you a little bit about what's going through the mind of some of these ultra runners. And yeah, we'll let you meditate on that, dear friends, as we have a quick commercial break, and we shall be back with you all to watch the very exciting end of the 100K. Stay with us.
Dacia, partenaire automobile officiel de l'UTMB World Series.